Hello and welcome to live coverage of the Apex Gaming Invitational Last Chance Qualifier. We're sponsored by TCG Player. I'm Tandy, joined by Bomat Courier. Say hi, Bomat.
Hi, Bomat.
We have 16 players here competing for 2 slots to the Lost Boys Invitational that we're going to be playing tomorrow and Sunday. We've invited 12 absolute stone cold killers from all around the gaming world, most of which just happen to be Magic players, because that's just who we know.
Exactly.
But we've also gotten 4 people who are vying for qualifications. We have 2 people who've already earned those invites. Those are Nicholas Rausch, who used Amber Steel aggro to win our initial qualifier back on September 30th. And then we also had Zach Powers use that powerful Ruby Amethyst control deck and took down our qualifier on the 14th. Now we have 2 slots left to give away, and these players here have driven from all over the country to get here. One player who we're going to be watching this round in our first round, Jeebus, is a old school streamer. His name's Kyle Schreiner. Drove 14 hours. 14. Well, he was a guest on the Lost Boys podcast one week when you were sitting out, and he is like an old school storybook brawl streamer. He qualified for Worlds and very good at games, very good. And he's been playing Lorcana. And when I talked to him, I was like, "Oh, this guy's going in." Right? And I mean, we see him here. He drove 14 hours to get here. He got here yesterday and slept all day today. So
then let me ask you this: you think he's going to qualify?
I hope so. I really like Jeebus. So, but Jeebus is playing, it looks like a really innovative take on Amber Sapphire. This is a deck that we actually have 3 variations of in the Invitational itself tomorrow, played by Mason Clark, Brendan DeCandio, and Harlan Fear. And I'm curious to see how they're going to do it. I'm also curious to see how Jeebus is going to do with his build, but what's he going to be playing against?
Jeebus is going to be playing against Brad Weaver, who brought Amber Emerald, a deck that some people in the community are calling high fives because this list in particular is focused on 5-drops. We got 4 copies of Just in Time and a whole bunch of high lore 5-drops like Moana, Cusco, and Mad Hatter. So these are 2 aggressive strategies, and we're going to throw them in the chamber and see who comes out on top.
Yeah. For those of you unaware, this is Disney's Lorcana. This is not Magic the Gathering. Normally we do casting for Magic the Gathering, but Disney's Lorcana is a brand new game from Ravensburger, a European company, and it's been awesome. It's been a lot of fun to play with. I've had a blast making content, gameplay videos, deck building, everything, but it's now coming down to this. Lost Boys Invitational starts tomorrow. We got 2 qualifications left to give. Let's head on down to the feature match area and watch round number 1. We're going to be playing 4 rounds of Swiss, cutting to top 4, and we're going to have 2 winners at the end of the day, and those players will qualify for the Invitational itself. Well, we will cut down there in a second. That's fine. All right. On your right, Kyle Schreiner, a.k.a. Jeebus, playing Amber Sapphire. On your left, Brad Weaver playing Amber Emerald, and we are off to the races. So these players here have already resolved mulligans, so we're going to get right to it. Kyle Schreiner going to ink a Let It Go, no 1-drop. Back Brad Weaver's way.
Right. So Kyle's list of Amber Sapphire here has a little bit lower of a curve than the list that Harlan and friends registered for the Invitational, uh, but is more focused on the card Lantern to try to get into the middle of the curve, slightly ahead of schedule as compared to his opponents, rather than playing cards like One Jump Ahead. And there's the Lantern, and neither player had a one drop here, which is interesting. Both players being a little more aggressive.
Yeah, well, it looks like Kyle has picked up a one drop, and we're going to play a flounder. We're going to get a little aggressive and use that lantern for ink right away. We're going to go back Weaver's way and see if he can produce a threat on 2 with no play on 1.
And we see here hitting the inkwell, Jumba Jukiba.
I don't see too many of that one.
Exactly, which just tells you exactly how focused Brad is on this 5-drop just-in-time plan. Wasn't content with just the, top tier Cusco, Mad Hatter, and Moana. Really wanted to get that 5 ink character count up, so register some Jumbas.
All right, so Flynn Rider going to come down. That powerful 1/2 does quest for 2. Very few characters do quest for 2. That cost 2. And has that Punisher mechanic. But here comes Kyle Schreiner ramping up a little bit more. Mickey Mouse Detective going to put the top card into the inkwell, and with Lantern, we are zooming.
And I think we might have just seen Kyle regret sequencing a little there. Maybe realized he had an opportunity to get a second lantern down, but played the Mickey first instead.
I don't want to be rude or whatever, but I activate Lantern, or I fail to activate Lantern on Pixelborn quite a bit.
Yeah, these we call them in Magic mana rocks, are a little weird. They don't really let you get free ones in Lorcana. Both Lantern and Facilier's cards are restricted in what you can do with the ink.
All right, well, we're going to play a Simba Protective Cub, and that's going to protect that Flynn Rider. Doing a great job of that, and we're going to go back Kyle's way. It's 2-1 in favor of Weaver since the Flynn does quest for 2. But Schreiner now, with the ability to knock off the Simba with a double attack, we'll see how he wants to sequence this turn. He has a Lantern in play, a Lantern in hand, so we can see, maybe a 5 or 6 drop this turn.
And one of the weaknesses when you register Amber Sapphire, like Kyle has, you do have Let It Go and Hades as interaction, but those are, more centered around the really expensive cards in the game. Amber Sapphire doesn't really have a way to deal with Simba other than getting out really far ahead of it, which Kyle didn't really do this game. But there's a pretty good answer.
Yeah, there's Phil Saties. The support mechanic does allow some of those smaller characters to chunk up next turn to be able to challenge that Simba should it bodyguard once again. And we're going to quest with Mickey Mouse Detective, because if you want to attack Mickey Mouse Detective, you know what? Go ahead.
Yeah,
he don't
works
matter.
for me.
He don't matter. All right, Brad Weaver going to ink Duke. We'll see what the play is for turn number 4. I see Mickey Mouse, your best friend, hanging out. We got a Hans Gruber going to be questing for 3 over the next few turns. And we're going to go for +3 is Brad Weaver, up to 5. And Kyle Schreiner's got some work cut out for him, but Phil Sadie should help quite a bit.
And we saw Brad, Brad's now on turn 4 and didn't get an opportunity for a just in time, which we're kind of at the point now where you're getting less excited to draw this card that you've put 4 copies of into your deck, right? Like, still turn 5, turn 6, you can use it to get multiple characters into play, but any just-in-times coming off the top for Brad from this point on are going to be a little weaker than you might hope.
We've talked a decent amount about just-in-time so far at the Apex tournaments, but we haven't actually seen it physically cast too much. We've seen it drawn quite a bit.
Yeah,
they kind of run the hand for 5 turns.
Exactly.
Not being inkable is particularly brutal, but so Schreiner here with a lot of options at his disposal has access to 7 ink effectively with those lanterns. Can play Stitch, Carefree Surfer, or could have played the Hades that puts one of the opposing characters into the inkwell. But I feel like Phyllis Hades is going to offer up a bit of help here. Here it goes, Queston. And we're going to add strength to the Mickey Mouse. And now Mickey Mouse is going to get to rumble with the Simba. And the Flounder is going to get to challenge the Flynn Rider if Kyle wants to do that. We'll see if he wants to and what he wants to discard as a result.
Right, and we saw Kyle, not exactly stumble, but didn't use the most ink on the early turns. But really, on this turn 5 here is where you see his game plan start to come down. That was a a Stitch Carefree Surfer 2 turns ahead of time, and I love that play over the Hades. For one thing, not giving Brad extra ink is going to be better in the early game, but this enormous 4/8 Stitch is really going to take over the battlefield from here on out, and almost anything that Brad plays can be answered, probably multiple characters over the course of this game, by Kyle's Surfer. So we do see a 3/6 Goofy Musketeer, which will probably take 2 characters from Kyle, or actually just a support from Phil. Let's see how Kyle wants to deal with this. And pretty good hand for Kyle. Has that 7-drop Hades we talked about. That's another clean answer to any of Brad's characters. The 3rd Lantern, not exactly what you want to see, though.
All right, well, this is maybe the best I've ever seen Philisates look, right? We get to support once again and make Carefree Surfer be able to handle the bodyguard, but instead we're just going to blow it up with the Hades, put it into the inkwell, and then we're going to do some questing and maybe a little bit of challenging to knock off the Hans, but Brad Weaver is in some trouble.
Right, I like this too. The depending on whether we're supporting, what we're supporting onto, Kyle just decides to quest. Ah, I see.
That's because Carefree Surfer already big enough.
That's true. And Kyle kind of wants to use up as much willpower as possible off that Carefree Surfer. You know, trade for 2-3 characters if at all possible. And has really gained a commanding board position after the Mickey Detective and 2 Lanterns.
All right, we got a Duke. And we got the Cusco Temperamental Emperor. Temperamental Emperor.
All right, you know, 2 tries ain't bad. I don't know if I could do that
No
one.
touchy.
No touchy.
All right, that's one I still need to rewatch. I haven't watched that one in a long time. That one came out when I was in high school. I was like too cool for school for Disney back then.
Oh, yeah. Never too cool for
Yeah.
the Emperor's New Groove, though.
I always liked David Spade too, and when I found out recently that he was the voice actor for Cusco, it made me really want to watch it again because I can just imagine him being like, "No touchy." His little annoying voice. All right, we're going to quest for a bunch, and now it's a race versus Cusco, but Kyle Schreiner, a.k.a. Jeebus, in the driver's seat. We'll go back Weaver's way and see if he's able to get anything going here, but it's difficult for Emerald because they're high quest and low stats.
Oh, what was that off the top?
Just in time, you're welcome. Classic Maui showing up just at the wrong time.
Yep, there's a combo there. Just in time into a concession. We'll be going to game 2.
Number 1 goes to Jeebus, a.k.a. Kyle Schreiner, with his Amber Sapphire deck. And those lanterns looking good with Carefree Surfer. Holy.
Yeah, you know, the 3rd one was in Kyle's hand at the end of the game, but, you know, it didn't matter. We'd already created a commanding board position, drew some extra cards. Kyle played, you know, 7-drop, 7-drop, 7-drop on turns 5, 6, and 7. Like, that's exactly what he's going to be looking for.
All right. Well, I'm going to interact with Twitch chat for a minute while you talk about whichever of these 2 decks you'd like to talk about. So we have both the decklets at our disposal. You can go at it.
All right. I'm going to take a look at Brad Weaver's Amber Emerald deck. Amber Emerald is a pretty popular, aggressive, ink pair, mostly because of Cusco and Mad Hatter as 5-cost characters that quest for 3. And you also get to add Moana into there, even without many princesses to ready with her. But, you know, like I said, Amber Emerald, a popular place to go, but hasn't really seen a ton of success once you start getting to the top 8s of these tournaments that we've been running here at Apex. You just kind of run out of steam. You know, you do get to play Rapunzel, even though it looks like Brad isn't. So that's what we're seeing here out of Brad is a focus on these just-in-times, not really caring about drawing extra cards off Rapunzel, just trying to put the pedal to the metal and get the game over with before too many of the opponent's cards start mattering.
Yeah.
But kind of, you know, had most of a good curve there. Brad did last game. Missed the 1-drop, but got a 2 down, got the Hans down, got a Cusco down. But, you know, Kyle's cards just combined a little better than Brad's did without that special jump from just in time, which we do see in Brad's opener here, which is where you'd like it to be, if at all possible.
Yeah. All right. Well, players here are resolving mulligans. How the mulligans work, for those of you who are relatively new to Disney's Lorcana, is you choose any number of starting cards in your opening hand to put back on the bottom of your library, and then you draw that many cards, and then you shuffle. And so there's a little bit of extra time in the shuffle bit, but you get to shuffle those 6 and 7 big rares back into your deck that you don't really
Right.
want in your opening hand. There's not a whole lot of shuffling in Lorcana, so if you just left them on the bottom, they'd rot there, and that's no fun.
Exactly.
I'm coming around to it. I used to not like it, but now I'm fine with it. All right, we're off to the races here. Game number 2 underway. Brad Weaver leads with an inked Simba. That means probably a different 2-drop going to be coming down next turn, or just has a backup Simba in hand, maybe.
Right, and I didn't see how many cards Brad mulliganed exactly, but it certainly wasn't many. So that's kind of the way you have to mulligan, especially if you have, your nut draw, the cards you're really aiming to play every game. It can be risky to put too many other cards back into your deck because if you don't draw enough ink, you can really stumble. So Brad decided to just protect the just-in-time plus 2-drop he had rather than try to dig for, a 1-drop uh, this game.
Yeah, I think that's a smart strat, and I think Emerald specifically has trouble oftentimes with curving because they have so many non-inkables that are at the power points in their curve at 5 and at 3, and adding just in time puts a lot more stress on that. So you have to really skip your 1-drop a decent amount so that you have ink, and sometimes you maybe even need to skip your 2-drop. It's a lot to ask for a ramp effect in just in time, and Kyle Schreiner, aka Jeebus, here, going to play Phil Saties, which can challenge that Simba should it decide to quest. A nice little 3 strength character.
Right, and we saw Kyle there kind of going back and forth between playing Phil and playing a Lantern on turn 2, which, ended up on the Phil. It challenges this Simba in play, and Lantern is also good later. It effectively only costs 1.
Mm-hmm. All right, Weaver going to go ahead and quest with the Simba, offering the trade with the Phil Saties. I'm sure Kyle will oblige. And still has to deal with the Mad Hatter, but that thing is going to quest for 3 a couple times over the next few turns, unless he has something to say about it. We'll see if he can maybe ramp up into Let It Go or something. Mickey Mouse this turn would allow for Let It Go next turn, which would be a nice answer to that ramped Mad Hatter.
Exactly. Phil, I'm pretty impressed by Phil. It could trade with the Simba if Kyle wants, but if Kyle plays a detective this turn, um, detective is a perfect pairing with Phil. It would let the detective eventually, trade with the Mad Hatter for just a single challenge, and plus a single card.
Well, now it seems like Kyle is thinking of, instead of trading with the Simba, maybe just if Brad starts questing, we can just use Phil constantly for support and use support to buff this Lilo, and that can hit the Simba and trade. And then if Weaver wants to kill Phil, he'll have to attack it himself.
Exactly. Now, we see the second just in time here for Brad, and I gotta look at his hand there. It's a third just in time plus 4 ink Hans.
Okay.
And, you know, drawing just in times late or, past turn 3 is not ideal, but this is another kind of hand that a just in time deck could have. It looks like 3 turns in a row here, Brad is going to go just in time plus a 5, just in time plus a 5, just in time plus a 4, without even inking anything. And that's kind of a lot of resources, but if slamming that much ink on the table in the early turns is enough to get over the finish line, you don't really care how many cards you're throwing away.
All right, let's see how Kyle wants to approach this situation. He's facing down a Simba with Bodyguard and 2 Mad Hatters, which each quest for 3. So a lot of effective damage output from Brad Weaver's Amber Emerald deck. And while low on resources here, if anything challenges the Mad Hatter, he's going to get to draw some cards and refresh that a bit. So here is Kyle Schreiner. We're going to quest. It's going to go up to 1, and we're going to buff support onto the Stitch New Dog, and that's going to eat Simba Bodyguard. And now, we'll see what the play is. Hades, Lord of the Underworld. This powerful 4-drop. Not inkable. Is usually the part of him that's a little tough. But 3-2 and can get a character back from the bin. And here we see the Stitch New Dog comes back and then gets played off the Lantern immediately.
Right, so Kyle's kind of taking a slower approach here, kind of preserving cards in hand, preserving ink, and deciding he can deal with these Mad Hatters eventually, but letting them quest for 3 a couple times could be a liability. Kyle thinks he can handle it though.
I don't know that he thinks he can handle it. I just don't know if he has another option. But we're going to go back his way. Hans and 2 Mad Hatters each questing for 3 lore. And Kyle needs to clear, hopefully, both Mad Hatters this turn. But if he leaves a Mad Hatter, that's +6 next turn, going in Brad Weaver's favor up to 20, and then a Cusco's lights out.
Exactly. These let it goes in Kyle's hand a little bit awkward here. Brad's been skipping ink, but if Kyle uses these let it goes, Brad will once again be able to play almost anything off the top. There's the first let it go.
Yep, and that's going to knock off a Hatter, but now we can support once again with Philsades, and that's going to let the new dog attack and kill the Mad Hatter, and also it's going to allow Brad Weaver to draw a card, but most of the pressure is now gone. The Hans can quest up to 14 next turn, but it's just a 3/3, and it's going to get challenged pretty easily by the things that Kyle has in play.
This is really this is kind of where you want to be if you're Brad, though. Not necessarily his hand, but once this Hans quests, Brad's going to be up to 14, like you said. That's just 2 quests from most of Brad's big hitters.
Whew!
And when you've drawn these Mad Hatters, you've got 4 Cusco left in the deck, and having Ward is exactly what you want when you're in this position.
You have forgotten me, Simba. Brad Weaver plays the powerful discard effect, and Kyle Schreiner is empty-handed. Can he find something off the top? Has the ability to trade for the Hans, but Weaver now up to 14.
Ooh.
It's a fight. You have forgotten me. No, you forgot me. All right. Boards are clear. It's resources versus resources, but Brad Weaver is at a significant advantage on lore. But
wow.
Cusco, Temperamental Emperor off the top.
No touchy.
Not touchy. I do think that lore totals are incorrect. I believe Brad Weaver is at 14, so let's manually fix that in here for us, and that'll be a more accurate representation of what's happening here. I think that was a Hades drawn for Kyle, and that doesn't seem very good. And he's going to pack it in. Can't deal with the Cusco. It's going to quest unchecked twice in a row, and that's going to do it. Brad Weaver takes game number 2.
Exactly. This is a very particular weakness for Amber Sapphire. You can handle a Cusco questing once if you have enough characters in play, but without cards like Maui, just Let It Go or Hades are not able to deal with Cusco at all. And Brad found the perfect draw at the perfect time, and the just-in-time strategy gets there.
Well, that's the primary downside of Let It Go, right? Just putting the character into the inkwell instead of the discard pile means that you can play these more resource-light strategies like Just in Time, like the more aggressive decks, and then if your opponent does interact with you, often it punishes them heavily. And in that scenario right there, that the You Have Forgotten Me right after, and then the Let It, and then draws Cusco into that at 14 lore. Beautiful stuff.
And I do think there might have been a turn in there for Kyle when he could have gotten rid of one of the Mad Hatters before it was able to quest. And I don't know how everything shook out, but perhaps being a little more conservative could have gotten Kyle into safety.
All right, as these players are shuffling up here for the final game of round number 1, I'd like to thank our sponsors. We have multiple sponsors for the Invitational this weekend. The TCGplayer.com Invitational, they're our flagship sponsor. They have given us the lion's share of the prize pool to grant to our players for the weekend event. That event itself will be broadcast tomorrow and Sunday. That's a $5,000 invite-only event, and these players are playing for an invite. Thank you to Ultimate Guard. Their TCG supplies like the Katana sleeves and Archive deck box are some of the best in the industry, and we are so happy to have Ultimate Guard be a sponsor for our event. And lastly, I'd like to shout out Cards and Castles 2. Cards and Castles 2 is an absolutely spectacular game on Steam. It's free to play. It's currently in early access, and it's a tactics card battler with a really interesting resource system and a really cool combat system. We're going to link in chat to the Cards and Castles 2. You can check that out for free right now. Go to Steam, and we'll link it for you in the chat in just a moment.
All right. We're drawing up for game number 3 here. We talked a little bit about Mulligan's last game, but I'm going to be paying special attention in this game 3 to how these players mulligan, especially once you get into a game 3 position. You kind of get a feel for exactly how your opponent's build of their deck is trying to play, and you can try to craft the perfect opener. Looks like Brad pulling out 3 cards to put on the bottom, and Kyle with 4.
All right, I see it just in time on Weaver's side, so maybe going to lean into that, into a Moana or Mad Hatter again.
Well, I see 2 Justin Times. That worked out pretty well last game.
Yeah, we are on the draw this time, and we know that those acceleration type cards are often a bit weaker on the draw than the play. You're a little more set up to defend against them when you have that extra turn to play another character and another ink.
Exactly, and the 5 drops in Brad's hand are kind of some of the backups, in these 2 copies of Moana. Moana has a princess related ability that won't really come up much for Brad, so you're really just playing her for a 5 ink character that quests for 3 and, has 6 willpower. But if Kyle's able to get out a good enough start, especially with Phil, Moanas are not really going to be the payoff that Brad wants them to be.
All right. So we are underway. Kyle Schreiner on your right with Amber Sapphire. And no play on 1 for either player. We did ink. Looked like a Flynn Rider there for Brad Weaver. That's usually the better 2-drop for the archetype because it quests for 2 and has a punish when you challenge. Kyle Schreiner going to ink. Let's see what he goes for on turn 2. That's a Lantern. Does he have the 1-drop to go with it? He does. Here's a Stitch New Dog.
And we've seen Kyle make this play multiple times now. It's possible he's only, drawn the Stitch on turn 2, but I wouldn't be surprised if Kyle has a game plan where a lot of the games he decides to wait on playing the Stitch off the Lantern if at all possible, so that he can get more information about how his hand develops and whether he's actually going to want to use that Stitch for ink. Got to delay the decision.
Yeah, I think whichever way he's doing it is pretty smart. And if it's the waiting to see if his opponent plays something he wants to challenge, I think that's great. All right, we're going to use Lantern. We're going to shift Stitch Rockstar. This is a huge play from Kyle Schreiner. The turn 3 Stitch Rockstar threatens a powerful turn number 4, especially with Lantern. And any of those 1 and 2 cost characters will each replace themselves and draw a card. Brad Weaver's deck not well set up to deal with a Stitch Rockstar this early.
Exactly, and sure, Kyle's going to get to draw a bunch of cards on turn 4, but in the meantime, he's basically just played just in time, right? He's got a 3 lore quester with 5 willpower on turn 3, and might just be able to race Brad in addition to all these cards.
All right, Kyle did quest for 3 last turn, so he's up to 3. We'll go ahead and fix that. And then we're going to be back his way as we see how much damage we can do with these cheap characters. We're going to start with a Simba Bodyguard, draw a card, and we're going to exert it. So now the Bodyguard is turned on.
And Kyle being careful there to make it very clear this Simba is entering play ready and then being exerted by Stitch.
Okay, so we drew a few cards. Now we have another ink. I don't know if we have a 1-drop. I think we had a Flounder, but we played it as ink last turn, but I'm not 100% on that.
Right.
And then we're going to play Stitch Rockstar as ink. And I think we once again did the thing where we could have played Lantern, but we're trying to...
That Lantern was off the second Stitch draw.
Sure. All right. Well, we're going to quest for 3. This is going to send us up to 6. Back Brad Weaver's way. We can quest a bunch too, but we can't quite kill the Stitch Rockstar. We only have 4 strength.
Exactly. This is not what Brad's deck is built to do. You can't really deal with characters very efficiently at all.
Okay, looks like we're going to be in a pure race situation. We're going to go, once again, just in time, this time for a Kuzco, and we're going to go attacking the Felicity. Oh, no, we can't because the Bodyguard. So, looks like we're just going to ignore each other, and both players going to start questing. Up to 4 is Brad Weaver. Okay, back Kyle Schreiner's way. Felicities can allow for a combo kill with Simba on Simba. And then maybe we want to challenge with our Stitch Rockstar, but I don't know. Maybe we just kind of ignore what's going on the other side and deploy some things to the battlefield. Maybe try to get Hades Infernal Schemer online at some point in the near future so we can blow up the Mad Hatter.
Yeah, Kyle's getting to the point in the game where he can also get maybe as much as 3 lore onto the battlefield each turn, just as much as Brad can. And this can turn into a racing situation. And Phil, also good at controlling the board, also good in the race because it gets to quest while adding the strength to other characters. So Kyle's in a pretty commanding position, I think.
Okay, I think this is pretty easy. We're going to quest and support on the Simba. That Simba likely going to challenge the opponent's Simba. Oh no! This is such a better play. So Rockstar is going to go after Simba. 2 damage on the Rockstar, and now this Simba, who is a 5, going to eat the Mad Hatter, doesn't even die. While Brad Weaver draws a card, his board position is shattered, and this was face up. And there's not a whole lot Brad Weaver's deck can do about it.
Exactly. There's the lantern.
Okay, and we can use these to play a Simba and then exert it and draw a card, so the bodyguard's turned on and we still draw. And I don't think we played an ink yet. We drew a Surfer for the turn, but I think we also have another 7-drop in hand, so we're just going to hold on to both of them and hope we draw an inkable next turn.
And Kyle in, like I said, a pretty commanding position.
And that's thanks to Phil Sadie's. How awesome is that? I haven't seen him basically at all.
Definitely kind of showing its worth. None of our 3 Amber Sapphire players in the Invitational tomorrow brought Phil, I don't believe. They're a little more concerned about opposing Tinkerbells.
Yes, and Kyle is way more interested in fighting off bodyguards, which he's been using the Phil to do primarily. But here we're going to go back Kyle Schreiner's way. We got a little bit of offense deployed from Brad Weaver, quest for 3, and then we deployed a LeFou, the quest for 2, and another Simba bodyguard. And now Kyle Schreiner can race or decide to start interacting. But I do believe we have a 7-drop Hades that's going to come down here and eat the bodyguard before we go attacking and questing.
And Kyle with a great opportunity here. You love to this Simba here for Kyle only has 1 point of willpower left, but if Kyle wants, he can support onto it and then trade it off for all of a Cusco, which is an excellent value.
All right, we'll see what he goes with. He also has the ability to just ignore, play Carefree Surfer, draw a couple cards, do some challenging or do some questing. And we're going to tap 7, though. Here we go. Hades. Game over, pal. Simba down. Goes to the Inkwell.
Yeah, this is a pretty efficient turn because nothing else in play really could have effectively challenged that Simba. So now we get to take care of the Cusco. If the Stitch had tried to take down the Simba, it would have been vulnerable to the LeFou. Although I suppose not with this Simba in play.
Yeah.
But Kyle just using as much ink as possible to very efficiently deal with Brad's characters. And the 5-drop strategy for Brad not measuring up very well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just a testament to Kyle's preparedness, right? We had the Phil Sadies, which allowed all of our smaller things to trade up into those low strength, high willpower questers from the Emerald side of things. And now we're going to go back Kyle's way, facing down another one of those characters, but we're ahead on lore and ahead on board. That's exactly where you want to be against a deck that's bad at challenging.
And here's another 7.
Carefree Surfer. We're going to draw 2. Let's get Carefree Surfer on the screen. It's such a great piece of artwork, and I absolutely love the idea of the Disney characters just, going above and beyond the things that they did in the movie, doing cool, powerful things. Like, he's surfing, He didn't do that in the movie, did he? I don't remember. I just watched the movie.
He got on the surfboard.
Did he?
He wasn't in charge.
He was riding along for the ride. Okay. I guess that's where he got from.
And I'll say this, he was definitely not carefree in that scene.
Okay, that's fair. All right, Kyle Schreiner wins round number 1 with his Amber Sapphire deck. Brad Weaver's Amber Emerald deck not quite able to come back after the powerful exchanges from support off of Phil Sadies. Now, we do have a couple of backup feature matches still going on, so we're going to move on over there and watch those and see how they play out. We'll get our spotter in just a moment to figure things out. We'll make sure we get lore totals updated, game count updated, etc., etc. And all right, why don't you fill for a second? I'm gonna go do some stuff. BRB.
All right, well, gonna check in with our players here. Looks like we're, if this is the feature match, I think it is, on the right, we see Cameron, who I know, but whose last name I do not know. And what are we looking at? Ruby Amethyst against Amber Steel. This is a pretty classic matchup. Probably the two most popular and two of the most powerful decks in the entire metagame. And on our left here, we have a pretty good Amber Steel board. Lots of lore, looks like up to 10, but pretty ripe pickings for a Be Prepared. The Cameron can even sing one if she has one. Thinking over our plays. This Shield of Virtue for Cameron, able to protect characters from being challenged, even let them challenge twice in one turn, which is, not the... This Ursula isn't exactly what we're hoping to pair. Looking for more of an Aladdin Heroic Outlaw. And I do see a Maui in Cameron's hand, so we might just see some challenging this turn.
Alrighty. Well, it looks like we're pretty deep in this game. This is a classic Steel Amber versus Ruby Amethyst matchup. I know I'm probably just repeating all the stuff you said. I'm sorry. Did you even say classic?
I said words that amounted to classic.
Traditional things we've seen before.
Popular.
Yeah. All right. Well, our spotter is over at the match now, and we'll be getting game count updated as well as lore total updated for you. But here it looks like Dagan.
No. Cameron on the right.
Cameron on the right.
Those are old names.
Old names. We're going to get those fixed.
So Cameron had a pretty good turn here, able to play the Maui and use it twice thanks to Shield of Virtue. So this wide board for the player on the left kind of getting whittled down just by challenges rather than Be Prepared. Just some kind of less important characters left over.
All right, so players' names, real quick. We need players' names. I know left is Kurt Spies.
Right is Cameron Lance.
Cameron Lance. Okay.
All right.
Left is up a game. Okay, so we're currently in game number 2, and Kurt Spies on your left with
Spice. Kurt Spice.
Spice? Cool. I always called him Kurt Spies. That's on me, I guess.
I guess that's what this note on the deck list is for.
Yeah. Got me good, huh?
All right. There's our names, but we do need to switch them. The decks are correct, but not the names. All right. Let's see.
We'll get there. Director Dan's in the hot seat instead of old Taryn Huck today.
Look, it's Casual Friday.
It is Casual Friday. This is the LCQ. This isn't the main event. This is where we get all the kinks worked out, and then tomorrow there's no problems. That's how it goes.
Exactly.
All right, 14 lore for Kurt with a ton of stuff on the table. We'll see if Cameron Lance can find the powerful sweeper and Be Prepared, or can challenge down some of these characters because we're threading lethal pretty soon.
So Kurt's turn was mostly just some questing and a Stitch Carefree Surfer, and Cameron is able to kind of make short work of this thanks to the shield. That Maui was able to take down 3 characters. This Ursula already has 1 under her belt. There's a Maleficent for the Surfer.
Bang. Monstrous Dragon. Let's get Maleficent Monstrous Dragon on the screen, because that is maybe the Shivan Dragon or the most iconic, powerful card in the game. This 9-cost character is one of the variations of the powerful sorceress Maleficent, and this Monstrous Dragon, when it comes into play, destroys an opposing character, banishes it, sends it right to the discard pile. Powerful stats too at 7/5, one of the strongest characters in the game.
Now you mentioned Shivan Dragon there. I have to push back on that a little bit. I think the Shivan Dragon of Lorcana is Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor, because Maleficent is actually good.
Well, Shivan Dragon used to be really good, my man.
Did it?
Yes. Okay, go back and look at Alpha and Beta, and you tell me how you physically win the game other than play Wheel of Fortune, play Time Twister, draw a million things to kill your opponent, because the cards themselves are really weak.
My understanding is the answer was Sarah Angel, not Shivan Dragon. I'm sure
It
Shivan
could
Dragon...
be both.
I'm sure Shivan Dragon killed people, but...
Okay.
Well, there's another... Alright, Sure, let's go with Shivan Dragon.
All right. The monstrous dragon takes out one of the characters that was played this turn, and then the Ursula and previous monstrous dragon do chew him up. Kurt is now looking to get 4 more lore and can do that relatively easily over the next few turns, outside of something like a sweeper from Cameron, or maybe one of those Ursulas that can exert them.
And this is kind of Ruby Amethyst at its best, right? Kurt just a couple turns ago had a pretty commanding board position, and it looked like Cameron might need to be prepared. But instead, Cameron has been able to challenge multiple times a turn, trade Maleficence for readied characters so that they were never able to quest, and now without a be prepared, is just ahead on board, and Kurt is desperately trying to reach the finish line.
All right. Well, we are going to go play a couple of aerial singers. We do find a whole new world. I don't know what the second one found, if anything.
A whiff. And it looks like, if I had to guess, I would say A Whole New World was probably played at one point in this game already. Both,
Yeah.
both players with pretty large hands and no mirror on Cameron's side.
Okay. We got a Stitch New Dog found off of Be Our Guest. Put our magic to the test. Not quite threatening lethal as Kurt spies. Gonna go ahead and play Lantern number 2 and then use that to play the Stitch New Dog. We're gonna go back Cameron Lance's way. Can we beat these aerials? Can we do anything about it? I see a lot of characters that can challenge. Here's the powerful 8-drop Ursula, Spirit of Winter. This 8-cost character comes down. It exerts 2 opposing characters, so now they can be challenged, and they're frozen for a full turn, so they don't get to ready at the beginning of Kurt's turn. And now instead of challenging them, we're gonna leave them floating for a turn, and we are gonna quest. We're gonna go up to 7 lore.
I love this. Cameron has more than enough characters in play that Ariel and Stitch are going to be able to be challenged next turn if necessary, no matter what. So Cameron decides to just take this opportunity to really put a clock down. And Cameron now with 2, 4, 10 lore in play, just a couple removal spells could put the game in Cameron's favor very quickly.
All right, Kurt thumbing a handful of card draw effects. I see Carefree Surfer. Looks like that's coming down here, and that's going to draw 2 cards. We already have a handful, so you have to imagine the hand is likely full of those weaker songs for this matchup, like Grab Your Sword, Whole New World. Don't really want to cast either of those in this spot.
So I want to talk about Kurt's turn 2 turns ago with the 2 aerials and the Stitch New Dog. Maybe not the most impressive turn, but I do think it was a pretty good setup against what Cameron had going on. Any card except Elsa for Cameron would have been pretty ineffective against multiple 1 lore characters, but unfortunately Cameron had the perfect answer, and Kurt's reload, respectable.
Yeah, now we're only 3 lore away from winning. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 characters in play. Cameron has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters in play, so we can do a lot of challenging. And if we have another Spirit of Winter, we can exert 2 things before we do that challenging. And here it is, another Spirit of Winter. This is going to come down and freeze 2 characters again. We're going to go with Carefree Surfer, lock that down. And the already exerted Stitch New Dog, so Stitch is locked. Gaston gonna get busy. That's what he does best. He eats 3 dozen eggs, and then he gets busy, and then he eats 4 dozen eggs.
This is really interesting choices for Cameron here on which characters to exert, because she kind of prioritized getting those aerials off the battlefield in favor of exerting a Stitch, because exerting the Stitch would put it into bodyguard position. So she's kind of counting up exactly which resources she's going to be able to use to win the game, and which ones will put Kurt kind of almost in a victory position, but not quite. So she's kind of doling everything out in exactly the right amounts.
Yeah, and I think Kurt's just locked out here because we can quest for 2 with the Simbas, but with all of our stitches being gone or exerted, we can't shift onto one to quest for an extra one. And nothing in Kurt's deck can quest here, so I think the game's over. And we're going to have game number 3 coming in just a second.
And this is a spot where you could maybe look to grab your sword, but there's just a little too much willpower on Cameron's side, especially we see with that Ursula. That Ursula took down 3 characters,
Yeah.
still just had 5 willpower left over. There was no way Kurt was going to be getting through without throwing, a barrage at it.
All right, we're going to take a short break here before game number 3. I need to fix a technical difficulty. We're going to cut away for just a moment. We'll be back in just a sec. Are we muted? All right, we are about underway here for game number 3. We're still in round number 1. Let's get the clock on the screen because there it goes. And these players here have about 12 minutes left to finish game number 3. That could be relatively difficult for Cameron's side of things. Ruby Amethyst a bit slow, but both players potentially, gonna get a dryer if they don't play quickly.
Yeah, which is not where you want to be in such a, kind of a short tournament for a last chance qualification. So we see Cameron playing pretty quickly to try to avoid that.
All right, Captain Hook's the play for Kurt Spies. Not something you necessarily want to play as your 1-drop because it doesn't quest very well, but nothing from Cameron's side of things can challenge it, so a 1-drop's a 1-drop.
And especially, I think, if you're interested in getting the game over with, any 1-drop will do. But Kurt did miss turn 2.
Here's a Magic Mirror from Cameron. That thing is not inkable, so even though it's not great in the matchup, it is something you can play and maybe use your extra resources on. We're going to ink a Tinkerbell. We're going to go singing with Ariel, top 4. We're going to put him on bottom unless we found something. Be our guest. Be our guest. Put our magic to the test.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
All right. Cameron Lance draws for turn.
This is a pretty good spot for Maleficent, I think.
No Rafiki. Rafiki would have been disastrous for Kurt, maybe.
That's true.
Okay. So Maleficent Sorceress comes out and draws a card. This powerful 3-drop just adds a lot of consistency to the Amethyst strategies. Not only does it replace itself, the body's not so shabby at 2/2. Quest for 1, and more importantly, it sings friends on the other side.
Right. I'm interested in seeing whether Kurt tries to play something like a LaFood to try to accelerate this game, but instead it's a Tinkerbell. Only playing 2 copies of Tiny Tactician in Kurt's deck, just to try to, sometimes be able to shift the giant.
All right. Here's Rafiki off the top. That's going to eat the Aerial Singer, and Kurt got to be sad about that one, and Cameron got to be happy. We're going to go back Kurt's way and see if we can cobble together something powerful here. A shifted Tinkerbell would be pretty solid. It would knock off the Rafiki and quest for 2, which is sweet. See what he wants to do, though.
Looking at a couple copies of Grab Your Sword, you could play an ink and play Grab Your Sword to wipe Cameron's board, but you're not sitting in a super commanding position if that's your play.
Mm-hmm.
So we go with an Aerial instead.
Yeah, singing those 5-drop songs with Ariel Singer, and some builds play the 4-cost Cinderella that can sing 5s, and playing those with Grab Your Sword and A Whole New World just adds so much pressure. Here is a LeFou. Kurt adds that to his board, able to quest for quite a bit next turn, choosing not to quest any this turn to protect his characters from a Rafiki challenge.
And this is going to be a pretty good position for Kurt unless Cameron's able to follow up with a higher willpower character like that goofy Daredevil.
Yeah, it does survive the Grab Your Sword, but we're still clearing the Rafiki and the Maleficent Sorceress, so not so bad. And we're getting to play it for almost for free. We just gotta exert the aerial to sing it.
And you mentioned some decks playing, copies of Cinderella, maybe looking other places to find those 5-cost singers. Kurt is playing 2 copies of Captain Hook Thinking Happy Thoughts, which is a Floodborn character that you can shift down for just 3 and immediately sing a song with.
You know how I know that Floodborn aren't real?
How's that?
Because Captain Hook ain't never thought a happy thought in his life.
That's true.
That man is a walking meanie face.
There it is.
Yeah, 5 costs, 2/5, shifts for 3 onto the baby hook. Challenger 3 means it attacks for 5 damage. And it has a special evasive ability. It's not quite evasive. It says characters with cost 3 or less can't challenge this character. So this Amber Steel deck, couldn't really hit it too hard because everything costs 1, 2, or 3 mostly.
Yeah, and I like this sequencing for Kurt here. Played the Be Our Guest first. Playing the Simba now too, even though we're, I think likely going to play one of these Grab Your Swords this turn. There's no reason to do that first if you have, other decisions to make in the meantime, which you don't often see players take advantage of when they should, I think.
All right, we're going to loot away Lantern with the Simba. And we're going to ink 6-drop Tinkerbell. We're going to go singing. Here's a Grab Your Sword. 2, 2, 2. Bang, bang, bang. The board collapses. We're going to quest for 3. That goofy Daredevil can challenge the Hook or the LeFou next turn. All right. Back Cameron's way.
And Kurt, we saw this happen last game too, kind of going wide, flooding the board a little bit, and Cameron with fewer characters might have a harder time getting this under control without a Be Prepared.
Yeah, if you're Kurt, that's exactly what you want to see is a spend
Absolutely.
3 to draw 2 cards when you're this far ahead on the board. But Goofy does take out the LeFou, and now Cameron can deploy perhaps another defensive measure, but has nothing. Maybe a Be Prepared next turn. Luckily, though, Kurt only at 6 lore. All the things in play that quest only quests for 1, so not really churning up the lore count too well. But here's a whole new world. A whole new place I never knew. While they resolve this spell, I'll keep singing. Oh, it's done.
And whole new worlds, they vary. Sometimes they're terrible, sometimes they're great.
That one looked
That
pretty
one,
good to me.
pretty good. Cameron had 5 cards, Kurt had none.
Yes.
So now can
Oh, why?
just
Why though? Why is that the play? Be our guest after your draw 7. Just play some stuff. Just play some
Look,
things.
do you really want to overcommit
What
when
is
your
the
opponent
thing you
when your
say? Overcommit.
when your opponent has 6 ink in play and 4 Be Prepared in their deck?
Yeah, and just drew 7.
Exactly.
Technically 8 with the draw step.
Look, maybe sometimes you see your opponent discard 4 copies of Be Prepared, and then you go, works for me. I'll unload my hand, but this is not one of those games.
Yeah.
So, kind of a setup turn here for Kurt. Maybe play 1 or 2 other characters just to get enough pressure into play.
I think is thumbing a smash. So can you smash to kill the Goofy, but instead just going to say quest for 3, your go. And now Goofy likely going to eat Ariel. And then if I had to guess, Cameron would play something like a Maui or another Rafiki to try to do some challenging. This board does not warrant a Be Prepared, if you ask me. And I think that is the
Exactly.
reason why you need to play more stuff.
Right. When I said that, I was kind of expecting Kurt to end his turn by playing, 2, maybe 3 more lore worth of characters. But instead, we're just going to see this Goofy go to work. Goofy, a card that... There we go. Goofy is a card that some Ruby Amethyst players are starting to include, uh, in large part thanks to for the mirror, kind of, trying to avoid that challenging. But we just saw some of the power a simple evasive character can do. Right, Cameron was able to choose uh, which characters to challenge 2 turns in a row and take care of that Ariel and that Gaston, and not let Kurt trade any damage from either Captain Hook or
Right.
Simba for the evasive character.
Yeah, while evasive characters, you usually think of them as these really aggressive, hard to kill characters because you can't challenge them in the combat too often. But in actuality, the ones that have high willpower, like Genie on the Job and the Goofy, I forgot, Goofy
Daredevil.
Daredevil, they specifically have 4 willpower and 3 strength, so they chew up those little bodyguards and stuff with ease, and
Right.
you can't punch them back with your hooks. All right, another Be Our Guest. It looks like we found another Ariel. We're going to go looking. Spectacular Singer. Let's get Ariel Spectacular Singer on the channel because this is like my pick for maybe best card in the game. And it's not, maybe not, but it might be. And it'll only ever get better.
Right. There's going to be more songs every single set. And, you just called it maybe the best card in the game. I just want to throw back, I think, on the very first episode of the Lost Boys pod.
Oh?
I called this, I forget what we called it. It was the card of the episode. It was my favorite
Card
card.
of the week.
Card of the week. Card of the
Card
week.
of the week.
My Lost Boys card of the week. And Todd just called it maybe the best card in the set.
All right.
I agree.
Yeah. Smart. You're a smart guy.
Many people are saying this.
All right, well, no questing from Kurt because questing in the face of an Aladdin Heroic Outlaw usually leads to death. But we're going to play another Aladdin Heroic Outlaw,
Wow.
and if something like Elsa, Spirit of Winter comes out next turn, we're going to have an incredible swing in Cameron's favor. Only 2 minutes left on the clock. These players will get 5 extra turns of play, and then after that, it's going to be a draw if they can't complete the match. So we'll see if these players can get it in under the wire. Not a whole lot of time left.
This is a tough situation for Kurt. Kind of one of the ways you sidestep Aladdin's in situations like this is trying to load up enough lore that you can win in one fell swoop without ever exposing your characters. But Kurt's only at 9, and I think it would take more than 2 minutes to even get 11 lore into play.
Yeah. All right. Kurt here has a handful. Cameron here, probably not going to be playing Be Prepared anytime soon, so I think it's relatively safe. Start jamming some characters. We're going to start with a shifted Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. That's going to deal 1 to both the opposing characters. Maybe looking to do a double grab your sword turn? Whoa, I didn't even think about that. If he's got it, that's going to be so sick.
Yeah, I think I've only seen one copy of Grab Your Sword, which is what made the second Aladdin pretty difficult to deal with because a lot of the time what you're going to be looking for is a Grab Your Sword plus a smash for a single Aladdin. Wow.
Right. Well, that's not the play that Kurt has, and instead we're going to expose our battlefield to Aladdin Heroic Outlaw, and here comes trouble. Maleficent Monstrous Dragon. Choose a big Tinkerbell. We're going to go eat your Ariel. Eat one of your other characters. We're going to steal 2 lore from you. Gain 4 lore ourselves. What an impressive swing. And Aladdin Heroic Outlaw is earning that paycheck. Get that bread, street rat.
And I think this was really just Kurt feeling pressured by the clock. One of his only options to kind of get the game over with was hope to race through these Aladdin Heroic Outlaws and let them get some challenges off. But, one removal spell from Cameron, and it ended up being this Maleficent, and that plan is kind of foiled.
All right. Well, we are in turn 0 of turns now. Kurt spies with that Amber Steel deck. Unlikely to get 10 lore in time. I think the same is likely true for Cameron Lance, but we have 2, 4, 6 on the table, so it's not unheard of. We'll see if either player can cobble together a win before the end of extra turns. This is turn 0 for Kurt. We're going to go 1 to Cameron, 2 back to Kurt, 3 Cameron, 4 Kurt, 5 Cameron. So it's effectively, starting at turn 0, both players get 3 full turns.
And we see there's at least one smash in Kurt's hand, and that's probably, I think, going to put the kibosh on Cameron being able to end this game.
Well, Kurt actually turning the corner said, "You know what? I don't think I can win. I'm going to send my two dorks right into your Aladdin and we're going to knock it off the table in hopes that we end up with a draw." In this event, a draw is not nearly as bad as a loss. I think with a draw and 3 wins, you'll likely make it into the top 4 cut. Well, you'll definitely make it into the top 4 cut with 3 wins and a draw.
Just got to get those 3 wins.
Yeah, and 3 wins and a loss is not necessarily in the top cut. So
It's true.
I guess a bunch of unintentional draws could ruin things, but we'll see as standings,
So,
progress.
so let me put it this way: a draw may be better for Kurt than it is for Cameron, because this Ruby Amethyst deck has a much higher tendency to run into these draw situations.
Yep. All right, so we're in turn number 1. Cameron Lance plays Friends on the other side, and now can we deploy some threats that can get us over the finish line in a few short bursts? Questing with Aladdin and Maleficent puts us to 8, and then anything that we deploy that makes 2, I guess that puts us up to potentially 14, and then if we play 1 or 2 more things on the next turn, even if we're getting challenged and things are getting killed, we might have a shot. So, questing for 4, up to 8. And Tigger, bouncing, bubbly, magnificent, I don't know his name.
That was pretty close. I mean, it wasn't, but the words have the right tenor.
Hoo-hoo! Oh, that's
Very
Winnie the Pooh. Oh no, that was Pillsbury Doughboy. I got so many things in my head.
Look,
I can't keep track.
I don't know the second name of Tigger, but I know his flavor text is, "I'm the bountiest bouncer who ever bounced."
That was a good Tigger impression, dude. The
There
wonderful
it is.
thing. All right, this 6 costs 4/4 has evasive and quest for 2, so gonna be difficult for Kurt to get off the table, and might be just the thing that Cameron needs to take this game in a short period of time. Since we are out of time, both players here restricted on turns to get the job done. Kurt gonna shift a Rockstar on top of a Carefree Surfer. I have literally never seen that.
True, yeah. I think that might have actually been something Cameron was watching out for last game when you saw the Carefree Surfer and the new dog both get exerted by Elsa.
Yes.
Cameron was kind of watching out for any little bit of extra lore Kurt might have been able to gain. But that was last game. This is this game. There are at least 4 stitches in play. Who can say, really?
All right, we're gonna go loot and exert with the Simba, and now a very limited amount of resources left, but enough to get another Simba down, and we're gonna keep on churning.
Cameron's really going to be looking for basically Elsa or Ursula are the cards.
All right, here is a great turn from Kurt. We're going to smash the Aladdin. That might take Cameron's ability away from physically winning the game. And so at the very least, I think Kurt has made it likely that this is going to be a draw. We'll see if he can find a win. We're going to quest up to 13, and we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in play. So technically threatening lethal next turn, but with only 1 more turn left, it's likely going to need another Rockstar to get the job done. We'll see if Cameron wants to challenge the Rockstar or quest and go for a victory condition herself.
I think Cameron's actually thinking about singing here.
Ah, so that should lock up the draw. So that's going to do it. Both players here, neither of them going to be able to quest enough to win before the game ends in a draw, and that's going to be a 0-0-1 start for both players.
Just as soon as they get around to it.
Yeah, just as soon as they release me from my prison. Okay, Monstrous Dragon. Turn 4 of turns. Kurt, what you got? Couple dorks, can't quest. You gonna loot?
Maybe the answer was on top of our deck.
Maybe.
Looks like no.
Captain Hook. Carefree Surfer, draw 2. I really like the look of Kurt's build. The Simba's 1-drops are not something I've seen a ton in there. I know that Don Delogier's list in the Invitational tomorrow will be playing 2 copies. It looks like Kurt has at least 2, maybe 3 or 4, and they've looked pretty good.
Right. I talked to Dawn a little bit, and we'll go into more detail tomorrow, but those Simbas were one of the last cards Dawn added to her build. In her words, she cut bad cards and added 1-drops.
All right. Well, these players are going to end in a draw, so let's go on back to the booth and we'll talk about what happened in the round. The first match we watched Jeebus, aka Kyle Schreiner, win round number 1 with his awesome looking Amber Sapphire ramp mid range deck that looked great. Phil Sadie's doing some awesome work with support, turning those small characters into real beaters and able to trade up with those emerald characters. And then we watched a Ruby Amethyst versus Amber Steel Stitch Blitz. And what happens there a lot of times is both decks can just play the game for a long time. And, it looked like game number 2 probably went for about 20 plus maybe 30 minutes.
Right.
And ultimately just not enough time to finish 3 games. Now, I don't want to go too deep into it, but next year we may be looking into doing a best of 1 series with something resembling open deck lists, so you have more information during mulligans and how you ink your first 2 turns. I was thinking just color pairs next to your name. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's really clean. That still allows for some amount of player creativity. You see Amber Steel, and then you get into the game, and your opponent is maybe much more aggressive than you expected.
Right.
But it still gives you enough information to make some more informed mulligan decisions and lead to a lot fewer non-games in this best of 1.
All right,
option.
well, it's Friday night. This is the last chance qualifier for the Lost Boys Invitational, sponsored by TCGplayer.com. And that's round 1 in the books for our last chance qualifier. We got 3 more rounds of Swiss and the top 4 to bring you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for more live coverage. Hello and welcome back to the live coverage of the Last Chance Qualifier for the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational happening tomorrow and Sunday here at the Apex Gaming home store in Caldwell, Ohio, sponsored by TCGplayer.com. I'm Tandy, joined by Bo Matt. Say hi, Bo Matt.
Hi, Bo Matt.
And we are members of the Lost Boys, and we are here to bring you live coverage of this event and the event tomorrow. We have one round of 4 in the books so far. We are entering round number 2. Bo Matt, why don't you give us a rundown of the 2 players and their 2 archetypes before we get started?
All right, round 2, we're going to be watching Andrew Wetzler playing Ruby Amethyst Control against Alex Nassos playing Sapphire Emerald Aggro.
Ooh, that's interesting because Sapphire, has the 2-cost Aurora that can quest for 2, quite aggressive. But
Right.
normally you see Sapphire, people lean into it with the ramp effects, and maybe just using Mickey Mouse to ramp into those 5 drops could be quite good.
Exactly. One of the cards we don't see a ton of that Alex is focusing on is a couple copies of Eye of Fates, which can be a great tool at closing out the game against Ruby Amethyst in this type of matchup.
All right, well, the players have been waiting in the feature match area, so let's head on down. Don't make them wait any longer, and we're going to watch these 2 players fight it out. We are in the 1-0 bracket. We're playing 4 rounds of Swiss, and the top 4 will be having a playoff to determine the 2 last chance winners. We have 16 players here in our event. All right, and we are underway. We're going to get the game count updated for you, but everything else looks clean. Alex Nassos on your left playing that Sapphire Emerald aggro deck, and Andrew Wetzel on your right playing Ruby Amethyst Control. Looks like Andrew is able to win the die roll, and here we go. No turn 1 play.
Looks like I thought we had everything right, but our names and archetypes. Oh no, we might be on the middle seat instead of the first.
Yeah, I think we're on the wrong camera. So let's we just have the name. Well, we have the names right. There we go. All right, here we go.
Bingo.
So this is Andrew Wetzel on your right playing Ruby Amethyst, and Alex Nassos on your left playing Emerald Sapphire. Neither player with a 1-drop. Ruby Amethyst on the play. Gonna play something on turn 2 here. It's Ursula's Cauldron, maybe my least favorite card in the whole game.
Yeah, if you're familiar with Magic, I describe this card as Sensei's Divining Top, but worse, in that you spend a lot of time watching your opponent figure out what to do with those cards. But Andrew made that decision pretty quickly. Looking at deck lists, I'm interested in Andrew's deck. We see a lot of focus on ending the game with 4 Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor, 2 Pongo, and 2 Goofy Daredevil. That's 8 evasive threats for Andrew. Pairing with 3 LeFou Instigator, which is another card we don't see a lot of in Ruby Amethyst anymore.
All right, here's a 2-cost Sapphire Aurora. This thing's going to quest for 2 and be relatively threatening. Andrew Wetzler going to need some sort of answer. Top of the deck is an Archimedes and a Heroic Outlaw. Neither of these cards look quite that good next turn. I'm curious which one he keeps. We'll see what he wants to do this turn to challenge that Aurora. Could go ahead and get down something like Rafiki, maybe a Sorceress, Maleficent, maybe just cast Friends on the other side and draw 2. Let him quest a couple times. Hand doesn't look great.
Right. Andrew was looking at this Aladdin Street Rat, and you can consider playing that. It challenges this Aurora. You do miss out on taking a lore away from your opponent, so it depends on how important you decide that is. But Andrew decides not under that much pressure. Just gonna draw a couple cards while we have time to.
Okay. I think more so is just no other plays, And a lot of times with Ruby Amethyst, you draw your 5, 6s, and 7s, and well, you got to play the card you can play. All right, 3-cost Mickey Mouse Detective here for Alex Nassos. Going to ramp us up to 4, maybe up to 5 next turn with those powerful Emerald 5 drops, and then we quest for 2 with Aurora. Back Wetzler's way. Let's see what we can produce to defend. I see a Maui Hero to All hiding in there, but we are 1 turn away from that still. There's a Brave Little Tailor on top. Looks like a Be Prepared as well. Hand already has a Be Prepared, at least 1, maybe 2, so might want the Brave Little Tailor to ink.
That's true. A lot of the times, like the decision we saw last turn between, oh, that's actually a Dragonfire, not a Be Prepared.
Oh, excuse me.
So
Maybe that's
flexible.
keeping.
Could be interested in that. Didn't actually catch what stayed on top.
It's impossible to tell.
Yeah.
Even if we thought we were right, sleight of hand could make us wrong.
That's true.
Here's a Magic Broom. It's in the inkwell. That thing can challenge the Aurora that's questing for 2, but Andrew Wetzler with bigger plans. We're going to go for an Aladdin Street Rat.
And what I was saying earlier, the turn 2 or turn 3 Cauldron activation, Andrew was looking at a 7 ink Aladdin and a 1 ink Archimedes. Most of the time when you're looking at a pile like that, whichever card you leave on top is likely to end up as ink. So you're really just thinking about, in the event where I do end up playing one of these cards, which would I rather play? And that can be kind of a difficult decision to make really early in the game like this. Wow.
Oh, interesting play from Alex, but I like it. We're going to go shifting 5 cost Aurora onto the baby Aurora. It's going to grant ward to other characters, but more importantly, it allows us to sing Let It Go. And we're going to do that and take care of the Aladdin so that the big Aladdin can't be put on it. But I don't know. It's putting an extra ink into Andrew Wetzler's ink wall is pretty dangerous against Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah, it is a difficult spot. You really want that Aladdin out of play, because as long as there's an Aladdin Street Rat in play, it's really dangerous to quest with any of your characters, which means you're not really progressing the game. It's unfortunate that you have to use Let It Go to deal with it, but that's kind of what you sign up for when you're playing Emerald Sapphire.
All right, Wetzler here, thumbing through, seeing what he wants to do. I see a Maui. That seems like a pretty good play here. Can come down and eat the big Aurora since it's low strength. The ability on it that's important is ward, giving ward to all your other characters. It itself doesn't have ward, so it can't protect itself. And when you use it to sing, it does make it vulnerable. And now Maui going to eat, essentially given a 2-for-1. You have to think maybe Alex should have just cast that,
Right.
let it go last turn instead of singing it, and then could have even quested for 2 more with the baby Aurora.
Yeah, this is probably the best possible punish for Alex's play on the previous turn. And you have to be pretty afraid of that. Most Ruby Amethyst decks are going to be playing 4 copies of Maui.
All right, back Alex Nasso's way. Let's see if we can deploy some more pressure. Only 3 lore so far. Andrew Wetzler has to be feeling good about his chances here. Generally speaking, with Ruby Amethyst, the early turns are where you can really fall behind, and Nasso's just not applying that much pressure as of yet. Here's Cusco.
And I'm not the biggest fan of Cauldron, but when you get into a situation like this, you're pretty happy if you're in Andrew's seat. You're not super far behind on cards. You're not super far behind on lore. You can kind of predict what's going to be happening for the next several turns, and at this point, you're just drawing the best half of the top of your deck, and can put exactly as many answers in hand as you need. And this Maui is just going to make mincemeat of Alex's plans.
Gonna chew him up. Mickey Mouse down 1. Willpower still left on the Maui.
Literally perfect, right,
Yeah.
for dealing with the Cusco.
And we're going to play ink number 7. First, we're going to go spin in the cauldron. We're going to look at the top 2. We're going to put a cauldron on the bottom because the second cauldron is overkill. The first one is pretty mid, if you ask me, but the second one's definitely too much. Here's an Aladdin Heroic Outlaw. Let's get Aladdin Heroic Outlaw on the screen because this is one of the dominant cards for Ruby Amethyst for beating up on the opposing character heavy decks like Amber and Steel. But the Heroic Outlaw, whenever it challenges an opposing character, banishes and challenges and banishes an opposing character, you gain 2 lore and your opponent loses 2 lore. So you steal 2 lore from them. Pretty on brand for Aladdin. That thief.
Yeah, Street Rat. No, that's
Rip
a small
rap.
one.
Ah, whatever. All right, so
Genie is a pretty good answer to Aladdin, I'll say.
yeah, but this 1 willpower Maui is a pretty good answer to this Cusco.
That's true. But when you're signing up for a Cusco deck, a lot of the time, your expectations for these 3 lore characters is that you're going to be getting 3 lore out of them. You're
Right.
super happy if you can quest twice, but a lot of the time, your opponents are just going to be able to answer any exerted characters like this.
All right, well, we played a 7-drop Aladdin last turn, so we can potentially play an 8-drop this turn. I see an Elsa, Spirit of Winter hanging out, but maybe we just want to play something like the BLT, Mr. Sammy himself,
That's true.
Mickey Mouse, Brave Little Tailor. All right, here it is. Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor was one of the more iconic looking cards when the set was first previewed. This is the character that quests for the highest amount of lore naturally. It's an 8-drop very large stats, has evasive and quest for 4. Uh, of all the things an 8 drop can do, it does quite a bit in terms of just being large.
Right, and Andrew is a big believer in Brave Little Tailor, bringing 4 copies in his deck. Uh, but we talked about comparing Shivan Dragon to Maleficent. In my mind, Brave Little Tailor is a little closer to Shivan Dragon, where it looks a little more exciting than it actually is. But we'll
That's
see
fair.
if
That's
it.
fair. All right. So what is the Maleficent of Alpha Beta? Maleficent
Well,
Monstrous Dragon. If
you
we're
know,
going in reverse,
this is kind of where the comparisons break down
there it
because
is.
creatures in Alpha not nearly as impressive as what we have going on in Lorcana.
All right. You heard it here, folks. Alpha sucks. Lorcana's great.
Ooh,
I'm Bo
defensive Brave Little Tailor.
Yeah, well, it has evasive. Might as well use it to challenge opposing evasive characters, especially when you're way behind on lore. And Alex Nassos up to 8, but just a Hans in play. If Wetzler can knock off the Hans preemptively, then it's going to be put him in quite a good position. If he has something like the 9-drop Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, he can challenge it, but going to go for Heroic Outlaw instead. And coupled with that Elsa in hand, this could be disaster for Alex Nassos next turn.
This is a slightly awkward spot. You kind of feel like if you're in Alex's position with these two be prepareds, but at this point you're kind of set up to be ahead of whatever your opponent's dealing already. So, maybe Andrew can induce some overcommitment out of Alex, but if not, he might just be in the driver's seat from here on out anyway.
All right, here's the 5-cost Aurora. Let's get that one on the screen because this is one that doesn't see a ton of play, but was one of the more hyped cards when the set first came out. This 5-cost Aurora grants ward to all of your other characters, has shift onto other characters, and that's it. But it's a reasonable sized body at 3/5, and protecting the Hans from a targeted attack is nice. But Alex Nasso is just kind of blindly questing. Doesn't seem like he really has a plan. But even if he did have a plan, Andrew Wetzler's deck is well equipped to handle anything he could throw out right now.
Right. This is, the ward kind of falls a little short if you're not in the perfect situations for it. Even Cusco, having ward himself, you kind of quest with it once, and then you're vulnerable to the other half of the interaction in Lorcana, which is challenging.
Yeah. You say half. This character, that's like 98% of the cards.
That's true, but then you see decks like Ruby Amethyst picking all the good targeted removal, right?
Right. No, you make an important point, right? Like, I actually think that the characters being the primary source of interaction is a really cool thing. And you see Maui Hero to All, Gaston out of Ruby. This is, the reckless mechanic allowing the characters to essentially become removal spells.
And this has been so far today we've seen a pretty good showing of that. With evasive has come up both aggressively and defensively. We're seeing characters untapped or readied with Shield of Virtue. There's a lot of combat happening, and that's, like you're saying, just one of the tools that Ruby Amethyst can use to assert control.
Yeah, so Dragonfire knocks off the readied Aurora, and then Hans gets challenged by Aladdin, and then Brave Little Tailor quests for 4 and up to 6 lures Andrew Wetzler. But just a Hans as the reply from Alex Nassos, and this is not going to be enough. Andrew Wetzler going to easily take over this game, and we're already in garbage time. We'll see how long it takes for Wetzler to complete the game, but I just don't think this Emerald deck has the ability to stop what's going on the other side at this juncture. It needs to be way more aggressive in the early turns.
Yeah, every turn, Andrew's been using almost all of his ink thanks to this Cauldron. Just has a hand full of heaters. I think we put a Brave Little Tailor on top this turn. This original Brave Little Tailor is going to town, and seems all over but the crying.
Yep. And now Nasso's going to take another draw. We're not quite at lethal next turn with questing. We can quest for 7. Here's another Aurora. And then we're going to go back Wetzler's way. Probably just going to ignore the Aurora. Play something from hand that threatens lethal next turn. Quest for 7 up to 19. Now, it may look like 20 lore is hard to gain. And in a lot of decks, it is. Because the characters often cost way more than what their lore value says. But what that really means is that oftentimes you need to quest with a bunch of small characters to win the game, or a few times with some large characters. And we're seeing these
Hmm.
Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailors just show off and how much lore they're generating. All right, Alex. Do you have three removal spells? Nope. Packing it in. Game one goes to Andrew Wetzler's Ruby Amethyst Control. All right, Matt. While these players are shuffling up and getting ready for game number two, why don't you take a look over this? Oh, you got it. Tell me about this deck.
All right, I'm looking at Alex Nassos's Emerald Sapphire aggro deck, and last round we also saw an Emerald deck. That one was paired with Amber for just in time, but we have no such card in Alex's deck. We're more interested in curving out here. Only a few one drops, but then we start getting into the 3 and 4 and 5 drops with a bunch of extra lore, and we're looking at a little bit more interaction coming from Sapphire in Let It Go, and a little bit of ramp from Mickey Mouse Detective, and then Phil, another card we saw last round that hasn't been the most prominent in this first chapter metagame, but Phil is as good as at controlling the board as it is with aggression, because Phil can keep questing while sending in your other less important characters to kind of combine to trade up with things at the cost of only one card at a time. And then the kind of the finisher for Alex are these 2 copies of Eye of Fates, which is a really interesting item that kind of lets your onboard characters quest for one more, which leaves your opponent with that many fewer draw steps to kind of get you under control before you cross the finish line.
Yeah, while the current first chapter has no cards that can directly generate lore without a character on the table, the next set does not boast that. And the next set has, so far that I've seen, 3 different characters
Mm,
that can gain lore so far without, or sorry, 3 different cards that can gain lore without questing.
right.
And to me, that's pretty awesome, but it's also pretty scary. But it's going to change how we build decks and change how we interact. All right, game number 2 is underway here. Alex Nasso is going to be on the play. Leads off with Flounder. Flounder is a fan favorite of the goons. And when I say goons, I mean those 1 cost 2/2s that are inkable and quest for 1. Every color has one. And blues is Flounder. And then on the other side of things, we have an Archimedes to challenge that Flounder, but maybe going to not even do that so that we have something that can challenge the Aurora, since that does quest for 2.
Yeah, this is kind of the next best thing to a Simba here. You did get your one drop down, and it might be able to quest a few times if your opponent feels kind of pressured into saving their one drop for your 2 drop. But if that's the situation and you're in, the Aurora is only going to get to quest once, and this owl is likely going to trade for it eventually. Let's see how Andrew wants to develop in the early game. Looking at a befuddle here, which is
Ooh. Befuddle bouncing 2 drops always nice. Feels real good. Bouncing a 1 drop, not so much. Bouncing your own Lilo making a wish or Maleficent biding her time. Those are fun.
and kind of a teaser for a very prevalent theme for Amethyst. As long as we're talking about the next set, we've seen what 3, 4 cards at least that return your own character's hand.
Yeah, I don't know if you have watched, was it The Sword in the Stone with Merlin and Madame Mims?
I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, so they have a like a almost like a contest where they're transforming into
Mm,
different, larger, scarier, beating each other by transforming into different animals, and then they keep like bunny hopping each other,
uh-huh.
and so the characters naturally return themselves a hand, or at least Mims's theme is Mims keeps returning Merlin to hand to like check him right over and
Gotcha.
over again. All right, so it looks like Befuddle does knock off the Aurora. We're gonna Archimedes. We're gonna. Oh wait, what happened? Was the lore
Yeah,
has to be wrong if Wetzler's at 0, then right? My
right. I believe this Archimedes did quest, and kind of punished here for questing with the Archimedes. Alex is definitely in favor of trading off these 1 drops if it could allow cards like Flynn or that Aurora that's in hand to quest an extra time. But Maleficent gonna put a little bit of pressure on that.
All right, Lord Totals updated. It's 1-1. Nasso's here. Looking to get a little frisky, a little aggressive. Canada Geeky getting a little frisky. Thanks for that new subscription. Chat, if you hate advertisements just like I do, make sure to hit the sub button and Twitch ads, poof, gone. Just like Merlin's magic. Plus, helps keep me and Bomat in the booth and the boss happy. We'd appreciate any follows in chat if you are currently watching and not following. We plan on producing a lot of Disney's Lorcana content over the next while. I'm not sure exactly when, but at least the next year. All right, here's a 4-cost Aurora. I actually don't recall exactly what this one does. I think it shrinks your opponent's strength.
Right. It looks like Andrew's not totally sure either.
We got a reader. So this 4-cost Aurora is actually quite good in limited and in like with the starter decks because it can shrink your opponent's quested character and then you can run your 2/2s into their 2/2s and yours survive and theirs don't. But it often requires you to be ready to challenge your opponent's stuff, so it doesn't usually pair well with things like Flynn Rider, so you don't see it too often.
And what this Aurora Briar Rose in Alex's deck tells me is that he's really a believer in Dreaming Guardian, right? The Floodborn Aurora. Kind of wants to be able to develop that ward as seamlessly as possible, which could include shifting onto a 4-drop.
All right, Nasos is up to 3 lore here after questing with the Flynn Rider. We'll get that updated in just a second. Our spotter is doubling as our head judge and having to run around the event hall while we're doing this, so apologies for the lag on some of those things. We're doing the best we can. Nothing you can do about it, chat. All right, here's a Rafiki. I'm going to pop that Flynn Rider. Going to put a damage on the Rafiki and discard. And LeFou, the one who readies, Gaston's little pipsqueak, going to get discarded. We're going to quest for one with the Maleficent. Not the greatest quest, because this 2/5 does just kind of eat it up, but then Rafiki can trade, so, yeah, back and forth.
Yeah. Andrew, pretty short on card draw this game. No friends on the other side, no magic mirror.
And had to discard.
That's true.
All right, Nasos, taps 3. What you got? Shifting Aurora onto Aurora, and playing another Aurora. Aurora's all over the place. Questing for 2. Okay, this thing is a 3/5, so both of these characters can Ram-a-Lama Ding Dong up in there and trade off. We drew Dragonfire for turn. We can use that to kill the 2-drop to protect our quest, but looks like we have a Maui Hero to all, and you're welcome.
And I mentioned Alex being apparently a believer in Aurora Dreaming Guardian. I kind of called that out because I'm less of a fan. You see, situations like this, Alex was able to shift and got that extra lore a turn ahead of time, but now that entire character has been removed, and it took 2 cards from Alex for just one of Andrew's, and that Maui's still in play even.
I actually think so. When I have been talking to my friends about game theory for Lorcana, a couple of them have asked me what I thought about the shift mechanic, and I think that their involvement with shift has been commons or uncommons like these Auroras, and that shift is bad. There's very little payoff for the shift. You're exposing 2 characters for 1, but then shifting something like Stitch Rockstar, he just floods the board with characters and refreshes all of them, so like you're not really losing resources by doing it. But we have a Kuzco from Alex Nassos. Wetzler goes ahead and pops off and trades with the Aurora, and now we're going to see what he wants to deploy. Something like the Queen would be nice here because it can gain some card advantage.
And we don't see a ton of shifted Auroras right now, but the cards we do see shifting most often, Stitch Rockstar, like you said, and then Tinkerbell Giant Fairy and Aladdin Heroic Outlaw.
Right.
And that's because those cards have a huge effect on the game the turn you shift them. They're that much better if you can challenge with them right away.
Now, I'll say this. I also think that the downshifts, the small versions of those cards are also quite strong, whereas I think that the downshifts of Aurora are quite weak, mostly because I think Sapphire as a color at the moment is a little weak compared to the other colors, but once we get more cards, that could all change. Here is a Tinkerbell, most helpful. This 4-drop is Pongo-esque, except it has a nice little pixie dust ability where it gives something evasive, so you can use it as a trick to turn off your opponent's bodyguard stuff, or you can use it on your own stuff to get evasive and challenge your opponent's evasive characters.
And the way these past few turns have developed, you saw Andrew kind of keeping Alex's board at bay with the Befuddle, the Maui, and the effect that had is Andrew had a couple spare characters around, so that he was able to challenge smaller characters rather than using Maui's Reckless, uh, and able to save Maui to be able to take down Cusco,
Right.
which is target A number one.
Well sequenced by Wetzler, but a lot of lore here for Nasos, going up to 12 with the Tinkerbell, and it has evasive, so Wetzler's going to need some help. We have Dragonfire at the ready. We can fire that off on the Tinkerbell and start questing. We have a Befuddle. We can ink or save for later to bounce something. I think Dragonfire on the Tinkerbell makes a lot of sense. Evasive characters are somewhat difficult for this deck, this Ruby Amethyst control deck, to beat on occasion.
And Alex is just kind of left over with the scraps, is not going to be able to challenge this heroic outlaw, and it's just going to kind of respond with a clock right back.
Another Mickey Mouse Detective. Not necessarily what you want to draw off the top, but
Right.
characters that quest are viable, and Wetzler going to go ahead and quest for 2, but this leaves them so vulnerable to the Aladdin Heroic Outlaw. You have to imagine, maybe you just sit on your heels. Maybe you don't quest at all for a little while, but that's not going to be the case here. We're going to go Aladdin, choose up a Mickey Mouse. We're going to steal 2 lore, +2, -2. Rafiki trades with Flounder, and now it's Heroic Outlaw versus Mickey Mouse Detective. And it's not a fair fight.
Not exactly,
Not
no.
a fair fight.
And you mentioned kind of every character coming off the top representing a little bit of lore, and that's kind of the principle that aggressive decks in Lorcana have been built on, but you can see it doesn't always work out. Uh, there's just enough tools that the other decks have to be able to keep you under control when you're destroying off the top like this. But there's a card in the next set, I think it's Arthur, that might turn that on its head and actually let you get yourself into a position where every top deck is reliably threatening to win the game.
All right, back Wetzler's way. No quest for Nasos. We're going to redeploy the Befuddled Aurora and then a Flounder. 3 characters in play, only 4 potential lore versus that Aladdin Heroic Outlaw. We're going to keep questing with that thing for sure. Hopefully deploying another threat here soon. Wetzler holding on for dear life to the LeFou since it can ready the Aladdin and max punish Nasos, but I don't think he really needed it. I might have went ahead and got it onto the table.
And I would not be surprised to see Andrew play both cards here, but at least one of the cards in his hand is this LeFou Instigator. And this is a card that we saw in early Ruby Amethyst decks quite a lot, but it got gradually phased out as players started prioritizing, 1-ink creatures and maybe other also tech cards for the mirror. But Andrew is playing 3, largely because he's so interested in ending the game with all these evasive characters. And it's going to be pretty good here because this Aladdin's going to be able to quest and then not be threatened at all if Andrew decides this is the turn to play LeFou.
Decides to quest, save the LeFou in case Nasos does want to quest, but Dragonfire going to knock off the 2-cost Aurora. That thing is a little threatening since it does quest for 2. Mostly Wetzler just afraid of losing to something like Cusco down the line and trying to protect his life total. 5, 4, let it go. Aladdin and all the pressure gone, and now Flounder and Mickey Mouse going to get questing. You gotta think, maybe that LeFou should be in play right now. We could be eating that Flounder. We could be having fish and chips right now, man.
Fish and chips. Wow. Okay. The Flounder fan base is gonna roast you for that one.
Come at me, citizens of Lorcana. All right, we're going to play friends on the other side. If you're racing and you're being aggressive, that's what you want your opponent to do. Play friends on the other side. We have 7 for another Heroic Outlaw, so this is going to prevent questing next turn from Nasos. Going to need a 7-cost Hades or another Let It Go to deal with it. Let's see if you can find it.
4. Could this be an Eye of the Fates?
Nope. Hans Gruber.
That's probably better.
All right.
If Andrew misses on removal for just a couple more turns, ooh.
Well,
we did not.
Nope.
Alex was threatening to quickly amass 6 lore in play readied, which is one of the ways to beat Aladdin.
No, we got the game 1. Here it goes. We're going to quest for 2. We're going to ready it. We're going to pass the turn.
Wow.
Right? Pass the turn. And then, should things go wrong, we have be prepared next turn. It's dangerous. It's scary. But we have to. They have no cards in hand. They have so few removal spells in their deck. I think we go 17. I think we ready, and we just cross your fingers.
Now, Andrew didn't see it in game one, but uh, if he's savvy, one of the cards you could be afraid of here is Eye of the Fates. If Alex top decks Eye of the Fates, that's lethal.
Let's go. Eye of the Face one-time dealer. What is it? Is it a little guy?
Believe it's an Emerald card. Ugh.
Just a Hans. All right, here's 3. We're going to go up to 17. Mickey and Flounder go up to 19, but there's 3 lore on the other side and no way to stop it. Andrew Wetzler going to move to 2-0, looking quite good in our last chance qualifier. But don't go anywhere. After this match is over, we will be moving to a backup feature match. And there it is, the handshake. Andrew Wetzler takes it down with Ruby Amethyst control. A nicely played match there from Wetzler, really showcasing the strength of Ruby Amethyst in these weird mid-rangey matchups against the Emerald decks, showing how to leverage best your various willpowers and things like that. What's one of our backup matches we can go to? Give us one. Jeebus maybe?
Sure, let's watch another match from Jeebus playing against Brendan Hicks.
Yeah, that's going to be from table number 2. I believe they're on feature match C if you want to cut down there, Mr. Director Man. Once we get that, we'll get our spotter to... Oh, sorry, they're on B, not C. Excuse me. Okay, so we're going to cut down to the B match, and our spotter will be getting that set up. Well, we are deep in a game here. We'll get everything updated as far as game counts, lore counts in just a moment. We're going to try to parse this board because it looks pretty gummy.
All right, sounds like Brendan is up a game over Kyle here. And so we're seeing an Amber Sapphire Mirror. This archetype really rising in popularity these last couple of weeks. And both players kind of characters all over the place, right?
Yeah, but I think the big thing, Kyle Schreiner, aka Jeebus, is at 15 lore and looking to potentially close out next turn with 2 quests, as well as the Stitch Rockstar questing for 3. We're going to draw some cards here with a Rapunzel's Brendan Hickson. Look for an answer. Do we have Let It Go? Do we have something like that to save us? I don't see it. I see a bunch of characters and a 7-drop Hades just drawn, and I think we might be in some trouble here, boss.
Yeah, looks like... Well, I don't know.
Well, maybe not. Okay, we're going to shift Aurora. Or no, just play Aurora. Now we're going to go 1, 2, Phil's down. Bye-bye, Phil's. Bye-bye, Phil again.
You know...
Make up your mind.
Phil pretty good at taking control when you're on the challenging side, but does not line up particularly well against Rapunzel.
Okay, so I think I was right, where we went Rapunzel, Rapunzel, Aurora, and we only have 2 characters that can challenge. Jeebus set it up somewhat over the course of the last 2 turns. Points out that one of those characters, the ink is not dry. It cannot challenge that turn. And that, coupled with the quest from Stitch Rockstar, is enough to close it out. And Kyle Schreider Jeebus ties it up 1-1. We're going to have a game 3. Can we cut to the screen where we can show our sponsors? Cool. All right, so while we are waiting on game number 3 to start, these players are going to be mulliganing and such. I'd like to take a moment and say thank you to our sponsors, not only for tonight's event, but this weekend's main event. Uh-oh. Hold on. All right. Are we still live?
Yes, you are.
Okay. All right. I won't say anything shifty. More so like the zoomed out one with, yeah. Look, Director Dan is trying his best, chat. He's trying his best. He's new at this. Okay. Thank you so much to our sponsors for this event. Ultimate Guard makes a mean katana sleeve, and the Archive Giant deck box is great for holding cubes as well as commander decks. Ultimate Guard products are sold at most local game stores. Make sure to ask your local game store for Ultimate Guard product if they don't carry any. Also, our flagship sponsor for tomorrow's Invitational, is TCGplayer.com, the biggest name in the TCG industry. It's the marketplace to find singles. TCGplayer.com. Check out TCG Player's Infinite side of things if you'd like to read articles on strategy for various games like Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, and now Disney's Lorcana. Also, thank you so much to Cards and Castles 2. Their Tactics card battler on Steam is currently free to play and is in open access or early access. So if you do want to acquire a collection, it will not be erased in some sort of beta wipe. It is good to go. The game's pretty fun. We're going to have some videos we're going to be showing as tutorials tomorrow between rounds as a way to show you how to get started in that game. Big shout out to our sponsors for tomorrow's event. Thank you so much to TCG Player, Ultimate Guard, and Cards and Castles 2. These players are shuffling up and drawing their opening 7. Still have to go through the mulligan. We'll see who takes it down between Jeebus, a.k.a. Kyle Schreiner, and Brendan Hicks. 2 Amber Sapphire decks.
And I've been taking a look at Brendan Hicks's deck list here. We've been talking about Shift this past round. Notably, Brendan skipping on Stitch Rockstar entirely. Still 4 New Dog as a 1-drop, and 4 Carefree Surfer is that great 7-ink threat, but no Rockstars for Brendan, and instead playing 4 Jasmine Disguised and 2 Jasmine Queen of Agrabah, which is able to shift onto that Jasmine, as well as 4 Aurora Dreaming Guardian. You're a Rockstar fan.
Oh, yeah. I'm a big Stitch Rockstar fan.
All right.
Was there a question tied to that, or just a statement of fact?
No Rockstars in Brendan's deck.
Oh, yeah. I like the Phyllisades and the Stitch Rockstars quite a bit from Kyle Schreiner. Jeebus, a.k.a. Kyle Schreiner, he is a longtime gamer, and I recently watched him stream a Storybook Brawl over the last couple years, where he actually ended up making it all the way to the World Championships, but unfortunately they were involved in the Sam Bankman-Fried FTX stuff as one of their sponsors, and their game got shuttered because of it, and the Worlds got canceled, and now Jeebus is playing Lorcana, and we're happy to have him, and he drove 14 hours to get here. 14.
Yeah.
Not qualified.
That is wild. We're pretty close to the middle of the United States. I didn't know there were places 14 hours away.
Maybe it was 11. Maybe it's 11. All right, we're underway here. Phyllisades from Brendan Hicks picking up the powerful 2-drop support character. Got to train those zeros into heroes, am I right?
Next set, Todd. Next set.
Right, but he's the guy.
Oh my gosh, he's the guy. And he sings the
hero.
song.
He doesn't sing the song. Not much. He says like one line.
Sing the song. Next set.
Oh yeah.
Exert.
Oh, I'm gonna
sing that song.
I recently rewatched Hercules. It was a lot of fun, and that song
Yeah.
was so good, and the sequence in it was good too.
Well,
All right.
we have a bit of a canon break here. Phil is singing "Be Our Guest."
Ah, yeah. Look, that's the whole point of Lorcana is it's canon break, right? Everything starts as, hey, this is a cool thing from a movie or a TV show, something that you missed from your childhood, and here's a little bit of a wacky version.
What if Ariel sang A Whole New World?
Yeah, I quite like that there is an Ariel that can't sing.
Oh yeah,
the 4-cost Ariel. I can't. I think that it's like
voiceless,
right? And that's after her voice was stolen from Ursula, or by Ursula. And I just think that's so flavorful. I don't think the card's very good. It's not even great stats for a 4-drop, but it's fun. It's fun. All right, a true mirror match. Both players going Phyllisades into Mickey Mouse, ramping it up. Brendan Hicks on the play, though, so he's going to get to his 5-drop first. Let's see what it is.
And spotted an Eye of the Fates in Brendan's deck. We've seen now a couple players with that card in their deck, and it hasn't really gotten the chance to come down. We'll see if this is a game where Brendan might want to utilize it, or
wank it. Bonk. It's a board position game. All right, we're going to go Questing. +2 lore. I think Kyle saying yum yum. We're going to chew you up because of it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, this is when you're in a mirror match like this, the player who's challenging kind of gets a lot more they have the options as opposed to the player who's just questing. So I wouldn't have been surprised to see kind of a staring match here, but Brennan decides to get the ball rolling.
That's kind of my beef with the support mechanic in general is that it feels difficult to get it active because once you have it, your opponent has so little incentive to quest. But that's the trick. It's like support is a preemptive measure, and it should shut your opponent down from questing. But what ends up happening a lot of times is your opponent says, "Okay, I'm just gonna quest anyway and see what happens when the dust settles." And without that foresight of what's going to happen, I mean, we just got destroyed here. Let it go on your 5 drop. We got to quest for 1, and then Mickey Mouse gets to eat your Mickey Mouse. I wouldn't be surprised if Hicks actually trades Phil for Phil here.
Yeah, you kind of have to, right? Or anything you quest with is threatening to be removed later, especially if Kyle is patient and doesn't quest past this point.
Well, I just saw a Carefree Surfer in Hicks's hand, so that's a great reason not to challenge because it'll leave you with uh, without enough characters to get the extra mode on the Carefree Surfers draw 2.
Right. But looking at Brendan's hand, we see Hades, 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 and no ink other than the Carefree Surfer.
Whoa. Okay. So here's a play that could have happened here. I would have liked so Brendan Hicks could have gone Phil into Phil, Hades get back Phil, and you could play Phil as ink,
Right.
right? And then if he has a 3 drop in hand, he plays that.
And kind of getting ahead of himself here, this Hades pickup Mickey play, Brendan is just committed to trying to get these characters into play for the Carefree Surfer, but you're looking to the top of your deck for ink at this point because you didn't make that fill trade and you didn't ink the Carefree Surfer to play the Detective Mickey. Uh, you're kind of, like I said, looking to the top of the deck. Brendan definitely is in a position to, come out ahead, but is also risking not being able to do much of anything next turn.
All right. Jeebus goes for a lantern into Rapunzel. We're going to heal 1 off the Mickey and draw a card. Wouldn't be surprised to see no quest from Kyle here as he is preparing, to potentially use the fill to challenge something bigger later and doesn't want to expose it. And Mickey Mouse just gets eaten up easily by the Hades on the other side. So we draw for turn. We find a Jasmine. That's an inkable.
That's ink.
And Carefree Surfer coming down, draw 2, and we got a match. See if Kyle can match it up. We got Hades and a Phil that can quest if we want to, but I feel like no quest here makes sense.
And if Kyle wants to even support something to be able to take down this Carefree Surfer at some point, it would need to have 5 strength, and there might not be any characters with that kind of strength in Kyle's deck. So
We
8
call
willpower.
those the double bangers. You got to
Double-
send a lot
That's
into
true.
the double bangers. All right. Here's a Simba getting inked. That means 7-drop incoming. It's a Carefree Surfer. Let's draw to a mirror match, folks. A true mirror match.
Right, but we did see Kyle has at least 1 Hades. Brendan, I know, has at least 2. So we might see some trades back and forth over the next couple turns, and really get this game into the high ink numbers. Yep, the first Hades.
Yep. This one's going to eat up that Carefree Surfer, taking away some board position. And no quest from Brendan Hicks, not even with the Carefree Surfer. So just says, I'm not letting you get any value from your Phil Hades. We're going to just stare at each other for a while, and I'm going to build a bigger and better board than you.
Right, and I kind of like this. One of the reasons you might be afraid of questing here is to play around opposing Rapunzel.
Right.
And if Brendan had quested with this Carefree Surfer, Kyle would go, quest with Phil, support onto Rapunzel, hit that Stitch, and draw 3 cards off his own Rapunzel.
Yeah, and reduce all the damage that was dealt.
Exactly.
Or most of it, but. All right, gonna draw 2 more with another Carefree Surfer. The first one went to the Inkwell, so that helps fuel the second one. And now we're gonna play a second Phil Hades, and so with our questing and support mechanic, we can potentially have our middling characters trade up for something as big as the Hades. Can't quite kill the Rockstar yet, even with a +6 on the other 2 small characters, but certainly can allow Carefree Surfer to bang into another one.
And what I'm wondering at this point is, how much playmat space do our players have? Because neither player really has an incentive to start, committing to questing. Uh, so it's entirely possible we just see building up and building up and building up and building up. But instead, Brendan wants to press this, slight size advantage.
Yeah, it's not only a size advantage; it's a pretty massive ink advantage as well. But or sorry, lore advantage as well. You're taking out one of their big characters, and you're making your Hades vulnerable to a challenge if the fills double support. But then that opens the fills up to getting challenged for value too. So I think if you're Brennan, you're just far enough ahead where you're more than fine with whatever comes. It's going to be a haymaker back and forth, and when you're this far ahead, I think it's important to make sure that you're putting pressure on your opponent, and that's what he's doing here.
I think a Hades of his own came to the top of Kyle's hand, but I think these fills are going to be pretty good here.
Hmm.
Just Quest, and Rapunzel can take down a Hades, leaving her in great position for another Rapunzel if Kyle had one.
All right, we're going to go for 7-drop Hades. We're going to pop the Carefree Surfer. The 8 willpower on that thing makes it very difficult to challenge, even with multiple copies of Phyllis Hades. And now, though, we can quest with the Phyllis Hades and give +6 strength to the Rapunzel, and then that can eat the opposing big blue Hades. And then we can use a Rapunzel of our own to heal for 3 and draw 3 cards. This is going to be quite the turn here for Kyle, I believe. It's +6 on the Rapunzel. Oh, here she come. She's a man eater. All right.
And that's a nice trade. Mickey for a fill there. Brendan wasn't really able to get any support value this game. Ooh.
All right. No Rapunzel punish, but we do have You Have Forgotten Me, Simba. Discard 2 cards. Only 4 left in Brendan Hicks' hand, so not super effective getting the last 2 or 2 of the last 3. Both players flush with resources here thanks to the Hades and Let It Go. But now we're going to go back Brendan Hicks' way and see if he can recover. Just discards a couple of small characters.
And you really do feel pressured if you're in Kyle's spot to get that You Have Forgotten Me down, because Brendan did have 4 cards in hand, but in just one turn, you ink one, you play 2, maybe 3 more. If Brendan wanted to, he could have gotten close to empty-handed. So Kyle decided better now than never.
Well, see, and this is why I think Hicks was okay with the big quest last turn, because now Kyle has left himself vulnerable to the same play that you were talking about with the Rapunzel.
Right.
The Hades that's left eats a fill, and then Rapunzel comes down, draws 3, effectively undoes the You Have Forgotten Me while adding more to the board and trading off with your opponent's stuff. So, well played from Brendan Hicks in this 2-turn sequence to really punish Kyle Schreiner.
Right. Kyle still does have quite a lot of strength available to challenge with.
Yeah, we can kill the Rapunzel, put a damage, and that's all we got this turn. Gonna go back Kyle Schreiner's way. We have Phil and a Hades. These can team up and do some serious damage. It's funny, these two characters are from the same Disney movie, uh, Hercules. But
Unlikely friends.
yes, and it's interesting to see them work together. But that's Lorcana, right? We're seeing all these characters in a new light. That's the whole point.
And I think I mentioned earlier Ariel singing A Whole New World. Now that does sound a little more on brand. What's less on brand is Ariel singing Grab Your Sword and, inciting a riot.
All right, Hades eats Hades, takes 3. Let's see if we have the Rapunzel punish. The Repunish. Nope, we have a Hades, though, that gets back to Rapunzel. That's an even bigger Repunish.
I think we call that a Repunish combo.
So we draw 3 cards, and now Jeebus, a.k.a. Kyle Schreiner, in the driver's seat. We'll see if he can capitalize. Huge board advantage now, and I think a hand advantage. We'll see if Hicks has a way to cobble himself back into it. All it takes is a little bit of help.
I'm really just interested in whether this Aurora Dreaming Guardian will even be relevant, because Ward is fine and good, but if you're not exerting your characters, you're not really doing anything with them. At which point, Ward kind of becomes, flavor text almost.
Yeah.
Kyle doesn't especially care, especially because Aurora herself not having Ward means if your opponent has a Dragonfire or a Let It Go or whatever, they just take care of the Aurora and they feel completely fine with that.
All right, back Brendan Hicks's way. 3 characters versus 5. 8 lore versus 4, so slight lore advantage. This is Robin Hood. We have fewer cards than our opponents, so we'll draw a card. I like what you said about the ward on the Aurora 5. And what it actually makes me really excited about is the Cogsworth from the next set. Tick tock, who's afraid of a big bad clock?
Yeah,
So,
that card's
yeah,
sweet.
we have Cogsworth. The 5-drop Cogsworth from Chapter 2 gives
Resist.
resist 1 to all your other characters, and it itself has ward,
Exactly.
which is pretty terrifying if you're not playing Be Prepared.
And we didn't see much in the first chapter of ward characters that gain value without being exerted, but there are 2 cards like that in Rise of the Floodborn, which is kind of a new dynamic we're going to see where
Right.
players are just able to sit on their ward characters and get ahead without exposing them to challenges.
All right, so Hicks does some challenging and then uses Jasmine to heal the characters that did the challenging, knocking off Phyllisades and the Hades, and we're going to go back Kyle Schreiner's way. We have a Gripful. Let's see what we can do. A ton of ink thanks to all of those Let It Goes and such. We're getting dangerously close to time in the round, and after that, our players will have 5 full turns and turn 0 to finish the game, and if they're unable to, then this will end in a draw. One of the biggest challenges we're facing as organizers for Lorcana is figuring out problems with things like draws. Because if you ask me, a draw is not something that should be common in a game like this. And so it's our duty to find ways around it. And we're going to be looking at that a lot after this weekend. But I think it's important to discuss things that can be serious problems in our tournament ecosystem. Here's a Let It Go from Kyle. We're going to go after the Aurora. Everything else has wards, so that's a must if you want to play it there. Looks like we have a couple Robin Hoods that we're going to play as just 4/4s at Quest for 2, or we can play that Maleficent.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to go Stitch Rockstar, so perhaps a chain of 1s and 2s off the top could be powerful enough to get Kyle over the finish line. We're up to 6, and we're not that close to winning the game on either side, so let's see if either player can cobble something together.
Right. If Brendan wants to contend with this Rockstar, he's probably going to need to play several characters here. If the top of Kyle's deck lines up right, the Rockstar might be exactly what he needs, right? You flood the board and just put so much lore out with so little, ink per lore, if that's a metric. That is a route to victory for Kyle, but it's going to be tight.
All right, well, we do have a ton of lore at our disposal, though. Or sorry, a ton of ink at our disposal, so it's certainly possible. If you're Hicks, though, instead of questing for 4 here, do you just go after some challenges so that you don't have the possibility to lose? Or do you just quest for 4, play the thing from your hand, hope that next turn you draw some big baddie that quests for 2 or 3, just try to steal the game that way?
Yeah, this is where you're looking to Maleficent Uninvited, the 5 ink, 3 lore character, but Brendan does have to worry about Kyle here. And I'm taking a look at our deck lists here. Brendan is not playing Rockstar, but Kyle is. Kyle only has, looks like, 13 characters that can trigger Stitch. That makes it pretty difficult to, chain draws together. So that might be one of the reasons that Brendan decides to forgo the Rockstar, because as you build your deck with more value in mind, you start running out of these, cards to combine with Rockstar.
All right, this is turn number 2 of turns, and we are back Kyle's way. A lot of characters put on the table for Brendan Hicks, one including a Simba Protective Cub. That one's going to bodyguard the other 2 exerted characters, make life a little more difficult for Kyle to clear. We'll see if he can cobble together enough lore generation over the next 2 turns to maybe think about winning the game. Neither player wants a draw. But maybe you got to take it, right?
Right. There's only so much you can do if you're either of these players here.
Well, we drew. I think we have a Hades Lord of the Underworld in hand, so we could bring back a Rapunzel yet again and heal one of our characters that's taken a lot of damage yet again and draw a ton of cards. Uh,
Is that winning you the game though?
well,
2
it
turns
draws
from now.
you characters that can quest. I don't know. All right, we're getting back. Looks like Hades. We're gonna play it. Costs 7. The only oh no, there's no more Aurora in place. So this can target anything. Let's see what he goes after. Wouldn't be surprised to see him hit the Aurora that quests for 2 since it's currently readied, and then maybe just using his characters and play a challenge to ensure a draw.
True.
You know, much like in chess, you can play a certain way sacrificially to force a draw, and we see it sometimes in Magic, but it's rare. But I've seen it a lot more in Lorcana, and you know, it's not like a huge deal, but I don't like the idea of constant draws.
Right. And there's we're both Magic players, but I've been talking to some Pokemon players recently. This is actually a big thing in Pokemon. Draws are a lot more common to the point that tournament structures are kind of altered to account for it. You have these breakpoints where it's like if you go, XO and 1 or XO and 4, you make day 2 of this event or something like that. But we're not at that point in Lorcana where tournaments are being adjusted at that level, or where culture is being adjusted for players to expect draws. So it still feels like neither player really got what they wanted out of a round, and is not really desirable.
All right, well, it doesn't look like Brendan Hicks can win. Kyle Schreiner, this is his last turn of the game. Only can quest for 2, 3, 4. Can maybe present a somewhat overwhelming board state and may ask his opponent for the win based on, this is what I got, and I don't think you can come back and win. We'll see if that's what's going to happen, but my guess is this game is going to end in a draw. Unfortunate for Kyle, maybe if the players had played a little bit faster, he would have been able to get this under the radar a bit, but instead we're just going to be just shy and out of time.
And that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So Kyle, it looks like, would be able to. Oh, not against a Let It Go. So one more turn wouldn't have done it either.
All right. Well, neither players won the game. If they decide to do something, I think they're just going to draw, so that's fine.
Right.
Both players here unable to finish game number 3, and both move to 1-0-1 still. Decent chance to make it into the top 4 and win one of those slots into the Invitational tomorrow. That's going to do it for round number 2. We're going to take a quick break. That was the last match playing. We're going to get everything turned around as quickly as possible. When we come back, we got round 3 of 4 of Swiss. We're going to run those out, get our top 4 players, and see who makes it to the Invitational. I'm Tandy. That's Matt. We'll be right back for round number 3. Hello and welcome back to the live coverage of the Last Chance Qualifier here for the Lost Boys Invitational brought to you by TCGplayer.com. I'm Tandy, joined by Bomat. So hi, Bomat.
How about Matt?
And we have 2 rounds in the books. Our third round is a heater. Bomat, why don't you give us a rundown of the 2 players who are going to be battling on camera this round and what they're playing?
All right, we've seen him a couple times now. Kyle Schreiner, aka Jeebus, playing Amber Sapphire, is going to be up against Kurt Spice, who we saw in round one, playing Amber Steel.
All right. Well, these 2 players are some of the best in the event, in my opinion. It's going to be a nice match to watch. So they're waiting on us. Let's go and head on down to the feature match area and let these players begin. Jeebus is on that Sapphire Amber deck, more mid-rangey than normal. The normal Amber decks, but looking quite good, all things considered. And here we go. We're underway. Going to start with inking a Simba, no 1-drop, and pass back Kurt's way.
Now, we have not seen turn one drops from many players so far. Kurt does have one.
Yeah, Stitch New Dog going to threaten a shifted Rockstar pretty early. Kurt's hand doesn't look great, if you ask me. A couple of uninkables kind of throwing a gum in the works, but we'll see if he's able to curve out naturally. And we have a turn to Lantern from Kyle, and we have the 1-drop. So he's purposely not playing that 1-drop.
Absolutely.
Right? And then once he needs to challenge, he plays off the Lantern. This is nice sequencing from Kyle, and we finally got the answer we were looking for. Here's a Lantern from Kurt, but doesn't look like we have a play, and both players jockeying for Rockstar supremacy. We'll see who gets it down first.
And this is, something we don't see necessarily all the time is Lantern and Amber Steel. But both Kyle and Kurt deciding they like Lantern, at least a couple copies.
I like it way better in Kyle's deck.
Looks like 4 for both players, actually.
Okay. I mean, look, people really like accelerating into big baddies, and Lantern's a way to do that while also giving you a 1-cost rebate sometimes. So I like it. Here's a hard cast Be Our Guest. We're going to find Maleficent 5. We're going to see if Jeebus has any other play this turn other than Ink. And we're going to pass it back.
And you mentioned maybe not seeing a lot of ink in Kurt's hand, although it looks like just the Whole New World that's uninkable. But there is a lot of power. There's at least 2 copies of Giant Fairy, and Kurt now deciding whether he wants to set up the shift with Tinkerbell Tiny Tactician or start drawing cards with Ariel.
Gonna go for Ariel as the ink, and looks like we're gonna play Tinkerbell Tiny Tactician for the shift target next turn, and no quest for Kurt, and we're gonna go back Kyle's way. Kyle and Kurt both, I'm sure, with Rapunzel on the brain, neither wants to open themselves up to being challenged at all, but also both with Stitch Rockstar in their deck, and they don't want their little Lilo or their little Stitch new dog to get beat up.
Right, and that's why this play surprised me from Kurt a little. We've already seen, not a preference for questing out of Kyle. That Stitch has just sat there a couple turns. So not taking the opportunity to get some card advantage with Ariel, and we see a second Ariel hitting the Inkwell is a little surprising to me.
Holding on to a Stitch New Dog, it seems like on purpose in order to just flood the board. We're going to go ahead and empty our hand and play a Whole New World, and we're going to draw 7. What a sequence from Kurt, and I mean, maybe that was the money right there. It looked pretty good to me.
So this was the plan all along. This is what all of Kurt's plays have been leading up for, right?
Yeah.
Playing out those aerials would lead to, maybe a little weaker of a board, though it would be able to sing a Whole New World. So now Kurt is sitting on a strong board position, +7 cards, and forced Kyle to discard a few, giving a little bit of an advantage for this Whole New World.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of virtual and actual card advantage going on both sides, where you're exchanging 1 card for the price of plus some resources for 2 or 3. And Whole New World kind of breaks that trading paradigm because you're more interested in going empty and making maybe 2-for-1 bad trades so that you can empty your hand faster than your opponent to play that explosive draw 7 quicker.
And that's kind of the virtue of Lantern here. It did let Kurt empty his hand more quickly than an Amber Steel deck without Lantern might have been able to.
All right, here's another Lantern for Kyle. Jeebus going to play a Mickey Mouse Detective here and put something into the Inkwell. We have the ability to play 2 more ink worth of stuff. We're going to go questing for 4, leaving ourselves... Oh, no, sorry, we're not questing. We are challenging. Getting this Tinkerbell Giant Fairy off the table, leaving our Maleficent still active in play. It will obviously trade off for one of the dogs or maybe another Tinkerbell activation, but you have to challenge what's in play.
Right. And we saw this giant fairy never challenged anything, but it did two things. It sang a whole new world, a turn ahead of schedule at least, and it dealt a lot of damage, kind of defensively to this Stitch and this Maleficent. Now one of these Stitches or some other incidental damage source is going to be able to take down the Maleficent, and that was all because the giant fairy is just so threatening if you let it go for a turn.
All right, here's the Rockstar from Kurt, and that's going to have shift and be able to quest this turn. We're going to play a Simba Bodyguard and draw a card. Do we have a 1-drop? We do. There's a hook hanging out. And as long as we have an ink to play, we can play that hook and draw a card as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see a trade from the new dog sitting in play with the Maleficent, and then maybe even a quest for 3 with the Stitch Rockstar that's in play, since there aren't very many rush characters in Kyle Schreiner's deck.
And yeah, this is a pretty good position. We've already started set 2 spoilers, which means set 1 is kind of nearing the end of its lifespan, which means that we're seeing mature deck lists at this point in time, right? These players, Amber Sapphire has kind of emerged as maybe the third big player in this metagame.
You got to turn on the not safe for work filter if you're going to search for mature deck lists. I'm sorry.
I don't know where to go from there.
Sorry. All right, here's a Let It Go. Stitch and New Dog and Rockstar both go to the Inkwell. And we're going to still play even more. We got the lanterns going off, and we're going to Hades back something. What do we got? We discarded a bunch. Probably Carefree Surfer to draw 2. There it is. Mickey Mouse can attack for 1, but I feel like that's pretty weak. We're going to quest for 1 instead. Back Kurt's way.
And Kyle kind of built up an ink advantage with this extra lantern and the Mickey, but kind of gives that right back to Kurt with a Let It Go on a shifted character, which is never something you want to do, but that's the kind of position Rockstar puts you in. And there's a Captain Hook Forceful Duelist and Stitch Carefree Surfer right off the bat to draw 2 more cards for Kurt. Answering the removal spell with a whole new dominant board position, right?
That's kind of the thing you got to do, right? You always got to be challenging, clearing your opponent's side while progressing yours as best, to the best of your ability. And then once you have a stranglehold, then you start questing. That's the general play pattern, and
right.
Some of the aggressive decks throw it out the window by just playing out a handful of cheap things and then questing and throwing things away using big refreshes like Rockstar and Whole New World. But for the most part, the game functions in that engine in that way, where it's always jockeying for position, and questing is like the last thing you do.
Right. We have definitely seen games playing out that way, where just a couple turns of questing is usually what ends the game. And Kyle trying to figure out the best way to come back from this. We're going to start with Surf.
It's pretty good. Now, it looks like he's like really far behind, but actually it's just a Carefree Surfer and 3 goons, right? It's just a bunch of dorks that aren't doing much, and they only quest for 1, and Kurt's only at 3. So you're not under a lot of duress. The Carefree Surfer's body as a 4/8 means it's going to be hard to challenge. But, Kyle has tons of cards in his deck that can get rid of it 1v1, right? And that's Let It Go, Hades 7-drop, things like that. Got plenty of time.
Plenty of time, but also Amber Sapphire as a color combination is a little weaker to these board flooding strategies if Kurt's able to, set that up without sweepers like Grab Your Sword or Tinkerbell.
Right, but this was a game where Kurt emptied his hand and played a wheel on 4, and Jeebus still had 4 cards in hand, and Jeebus is not dead.
Yeah.
I think that's a testament to how resilient this Amber Sapphire deck's been, and in large part it's been due to Lantern and that acceleration that also allows them to play those cheap characters, right?
Right. If you're looking to get extra ink starting as early as turn 2, 1 jump ahead is an option within Sapphire itself, but the benefit of playing Lantern is usually that you get to spend the ink right away on a character, and we've seen Kyle take advantage of that a few times already.
All right, hand has You Have Forgotten Me. Number of other haymakers. We'll see what the sequence is going to be. I see a lot of Sapphire cards over there on Kyle's side. I'm not sure exactly if it's the Maleficent characters, Let It Go, or what. We've got to get a better idea in a moment. I think it's Let It Go,
At
just a
least
bunch
two
of
Let It
copies.
Go.
So choosing even not to play Let It Go last turn, and now maybe going to fire at least one off, but maybe two. We're going to go ahead and trade for the Simba, and now we have 4 strength, Stitch, Carefree Surfer, 8 willpower. What a chonker.
Yeah, these forceful duelists on the other side are kind of trying to keep that in check. Like a fairly low resource way to deal with a Stitch once it turns sideways. Ooh, but
Yeah,
now
looks like we're just going to double Let It Go, one with a song and one with a hard cast, and we're going to play a Maleficent as well that can quest for 3 and go back Kurt Spies' way. Doesn't have an answer to the Carefree Surfer on the table, but might have one in hand. I see a couple of hooks hanging out. There's a shift.
and that was what we call tempo from Kyle, right? So the benefit of singing in one fell swoop was able to develop his board while clearing most of the threats from Kurtz.
Yeah, and use a Rapunzel to refresh as well, so able to reduce a lot of the damage that's on that shifted hook. Can use the hook that's in play to finish off the Carefree Surfer just for 3 damage, or maybe even shift another big hook onto it and just go ahead and finish it off with tempo.
Shuffling through a full grip here. And kind of seeing a Smash is one of the cards that you get when you're in Steel that's a little less impactful than Grab Your Sword, but still a benefit in this matchup as we see kind of able to meet out damage in exactly the way that's most beneficial to you without having to rely on those huge removal spells with the downside and Let It Go in Hades.
Right. While Hades and Let It Go are both quite good at dealing with, large opposing characters, that downside of giving your opponent ink allows cards like Carefree Surfer, Rockstar, you know, Hades, Rapunzel to just be absolutely bonkers because you have so many more resources to use them. We're gonna ink. You have forgotten me. Truly, you have forgotten me, my son. Maleficent gonna deal some damage, and guess what? It's Rapunzel time. Neither player can quest or challenge without meeting a Rapunzel.
Right, and we're
I think we drew too many cards. All right, one moment. I'm gonna go see if.
hmm.
Yeah, one second. I'm gonna go see if I can figure this out. I want to make sure that this is on the up and up.
Right. While Todd's investigating, talk a little bit about that You Have Forgotten Me that just got inked. A round or two ago, we saw You Have Forgotten Me cast when the opponent had 4 cards in hand, and you're not getting them empty-handed, but you kind of have to use it or lose it before they empty their hand. With Kurt sitting at 7, Kyle knows he's just never going to have a very impactful You Have Forgotten Me. So now we see Kyle here. The players are figuring out the fix for this extra card. Looks like one of the cards was just put back on top, and then we're shuffling the unknown portion of the deck, just like you would in Magic. And it looks like we have gotten the games back into a fixed state. Kyle now gets to use these Rapunzel resources.
All right, now we're gonna play Mickey Mouse Detective. Oh no, excuse me. We played the Maleficent again. Another Maleficent, excuse me. All right, Kurt Spy's Way. Board full of characters, handful of cards. See what you can do.
Plenty of ink.
Yeah. I see a Grab Your Sword hanging. That could be a nice start to helping chew some stuff up, but you don't want to leave damage on characters too often if you can help it. Here's Tinkerbell, Giant Fairy. Let's get that bad one on the screen. Tinkerbell Giant Fairy costs 6 from Steel. It has Shift for 4. When it comes into play, it deals 1 damage to all the opposing characters. And when it banishes an opposing character in combat, it gets to deal 2 damage to another character. It itself is the aggro killer, we call it. And it's one of the strongest cards in the game, if not the strongest defense measure available. You can shift it early, like we saw Kurt Spies do earlier, and Seeing a Whole New World. You can also utilize it along with Grab Your Sword and other things to do massive area of effect damage to all your opponent's characters. Unfortunately for Kurt in the spot, Kyle has tons of willpower, so it's not quite that effective.
Yeah, and this is kind of a reason that we're seeing players move towards Amber Sapphire. Uh, Amber Sapphire is possibly the best shell for Rapunzel. With all this willpower, you're able to get on your characters, and as a bonus, you're significantly more resilient to Tinkerbell Giant Fairy and Grab Your Sword.
All right, a lot of attacks here from Kyle, and we're going to jam into the Rapunzel and knock it down. And the Let It Go takes care of that Tinkerbell, and now we're going to go back Kurt's way. Both players here are flush with resources, but it looks like Kurt is on the warpath. Here comes Carefree Surfer. We're going to draw 2. Finds Whole New World, but a handful of cards doesn't really want to play that one. We can shift a hook and attack something for 5. We have a lot of options. Oh, Kurt's an old school SEG tour grinder.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's a very strong Magic player, and seeing him play Lorcana and play well does not surprise me in the slightest. All right, we're going to do a lot of trading, singing Grab Your Sword, and now the board for Kyle is shrunk down to just a Maleficent 5-drop from Sapphire sitting around with some damage on it. We'll see if Kyle has a punish here with another Rapunzel or something similar. And here's LeFou from Kurt Spies, and now we are going to go back Jeebus's way.
It took a couple turns there for Kurt to get out of that spot, but was eventually rewarded with a very efficient turn, getting to take advantage of all that extra Grab Your Sword damage. Even though, one Grab Your Sword doesn't clear any of Kyle's characters, if you have enough characters of your own on Kurt's side to challenge with, you can really take advantage of that incidental damage.
All right, Be Our Guest finds Hades, a nice little pickup there, and able to turn that Be Our Guest into a removal spell. And it does go to the Inkwell, and now Kyle gonna ink the Phyllisades, and we're gonna play a Mickey Mouse. And now we got a pile full of ink and no cards in hand, and we're gonna go back Kurt's way, who still has 4 in the grip, including another Carefree Surfer. He never runs out of gas. It's a gas-powered stick.
Yeah, that's
never runs out of gas.
Never a great feeling when you play out your last card and then you look up and your opponent's shuffling a full grip around. Look at all this noise I'm able to make.
Bonk. Here's Carefree Surfer. Ooh, we found a Rapunzel. Nothing to challenge, so I guess it can only draw 1 card. So instead, Kurt just going to flood with some more cheap characters. Here comes a Simba. We're going to loot away a Whole New World. We don't want to give our opponent 7 freshies when we are way ahead. Here's a Be Our Guest. Top 4. We find another Rockstar. We can perhaps shift that onto a Carefree Surfer, but it might just be more viable to just play it.
Right, this is not a matchup where you have to worry about overextending.
Right, there's no Be Prepared on the other side. There's not even there's not a Grab Your Sword.
That'll do it.
Jeebus packs it in. Game 1 goes to Kurt Spies. All right, as these players are shuffling up here for game number 2, I want to take a moment and shout out our sponsors for this weekend's festivities. First off, thank you to Cards and Castles 2. This awesome card battler. It plays a lot like the old Final Fantasy Tactics games. I don't know if you've played any of those, but you get to place your units as you draw them off the top of your deck. There's a resource system where you increase your gold every turn. There are all sorts of units that you can play on the field that have special abilities. It's a very fun game. It's free to play. Check out Cards and Castles 2 on Steam. I'll post the link for you in chat in just a minute. Big shout out to Ultimate Guard, the #1 source for all TCG supplies, such as the Katana Sleeves, the Archive Deck Box. We are big fans of TCG Player. We are big fans of Ultimate Guard and the awesome products that they make. Also, shout out to our flagship sponsor for this weekend event. It is TCGplayer.com. They are the #1 source for all things related to the TCG Player marketplace, from Pokemon, Magic the Gathering, and now Disney's Lorcana. Make sure to check out the wide open marketplace. I know like every store sells on TCG Player,
Exactly.
right? So if you want singles,
That's the place to
go
be.
there, right? It's a no-brainer, folks. TTGplayer.com. Big shout out to our sponsors. Thank you so much for helping us put on the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational, hosted by Apex Games here in Caldwell, Ohio. Tomorrow's event features 12 stone cold killers from the Magic the Gathering community and 4 qualified players who have played on our events here at the Apex Gaming home store. We have 16 players here in our last chance qualifier, fighting for 2 slots, and we're hoping that we'll see some really good games here from Jeebus, aka Kyle Schreiner, and Kurt Spies, 2 players who know their way around a card game. We'll see which one can take it down. Kurt is up a game. We'll get these lore totals reset for you in just a second. 0-0. Game hasn't started yet. Both players have finished mulligans, and we're going to be off to the races with Kyle Schreiner on the play. Be our guest in a pass.
Taking a look at deck lists here, one card that Kyle has that Kurt did not decide to show up with is 3 copies of You Have Forgotten Me. And games can quickly get out of hand with, a whole new world. Not very effective after that, but I'm wondering if we're ever going to see Kyle hit a really well-timed You Have Forgotten Me and kind of mess up Kurt's game plan that he was setting up.
All right, well, both players here starting off with Lantern. Kurt also has a Stitch New Dog. Can use the Lantern to play another Stitch New Dog, but chooses instead not to. My guess, needs it for ink.
Absolutely. That's the kind of play I love to see. People have learned that on turn 1 you can decide not to play your 1-drop, but even as we get further into the game, you have to kind of reserve cards like Stitch for ink.
All right, Kurt thumbed through his hand, looking for the perfect card to play as ink. Last game was able to have the explosive turn 4 shift plus sing a whole new world. Maybe looking to do that again, but I see a Rockstar. Stitch Rockstar coming down this turn seems pretty good.
It does. Especially since
it's not like a butt was coming.
No.
It does.
See, it was about to be a butt, but then I remember that the answer Kyle would have would be Let It Go, which you're perfectly happy about if it's hitting your shifted Stitch.
Bingo. But Kurt doesn't want it to die just yet. Even though he's got a Carefree Surfer in hand, I feel like that was just the play. But Kurt disagrees, and that's okay. We're going to play 6 for Robin Hood Archer. Hey, I only got 3 cards in hand. I'm going to draw. Kurt, my man, empty the hand.
And, last turn we also saw some strange early game plays for Kurt as well, but they lined up perfectly with his game plan, which was a whole new world. So I would not be surprised if Kurt has, visualized exactly how he wants these next couple turns to go. And there's a Stitch.
All right, we get the Rockstar down, and we're going to play Captain Hook, Forceful Duelist, and draw a card. It seemed like he just really wanted to make sure he got at least 1 card out of the Rockstar there.
Right.
Could have shifted last turn, chose not to. Played a new dog, one thing I want to know is that Kurt multiple times last turn last turn had the chance to play Simba Protective Cub, chose not to, chose to play the 1-cost Stitch New Dog instead. What do you think about that?
Right, I think that is curious. One reason to play the Stitch New Dog on the previous turn is prioritizing making sure at least one of them sticks around, and he was rewarded for that. And rewarded for taking the time to get a card off this Rockstar, because Kyle did have the answer.
Yeah, Let It Go takes care of the Stitch Rockstar, but it and the shifted Stitch New Dog underneath it both go to the Inkwell, and now Kurt is flush with resources and has 2 copies of Carefree Surfer in hand, which we're going to go play in and draw 2. We'll see what he wants to do after that.
Kind of a theme we've seen so far over these 2 games watching Kurt is not preferring, consistent, what's the best possible play on every turn, but prioritizing really powerful game-swinging turns. And it seems to be lining up fairly well for him, though I think there's an extra Carefree Surfer in hand. No, never mind. No, there is. This Carefree Surfer might be a little more hard to get off once he has traded off these 1-drops.
Well, Carefree Surfer always had trouble getting off that surfboard, right? That was the whole point in
Yeah,
the
can't
movie.
be in the water.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot he couldn't be in the water. What
Yeah.
happens when he's in the water? He just melt?
Oh, he just hates it.
Oh, I see. I see. Nothing too gruesome.
Yeah.
Here's a Carefree Surfer from Kyle. That seems to be the MVP of this matchup. Both players coming with a bunch. And with Lantern, it makes a lot of sense. And we're going to just empty our hand here as Kurt. We're going to play a Simba, Protective Cub, and another Carefree Surfer and draw two. Whatever you were talking about last turn, don't worry about that. He's got it covered. Kurt's on top of things. Kurt probably just going to win the whole thing. Look at him.
I would not be surprised.
Look, just look at him.
Uh, we've had questions about Kurt's plays, but then a turn or two later, he just ends up in a great position.
All right, Twitch chat has informed me that Stitch is dense, has a high density, which means he will sink immediately if put into the water. And so, a defensive mechanism for Helminth species, I guess, is to stay away from water at all costs because of how easy it is to drown.
Okay, sure, but I think you can translate that just as well into he really hates this
He
stuff.
really hates water.
There's that
he really
scene.
hates this stuff.
As soon as he ends up in Hawaii, it starts raining. You remember he starts trying to fire at the raindrops.
Yeah. All right, we have an Ariel gonna go look and finds a grab your sword. That's a nice one, but I don't know. I guess he has another choice if he's thinking about it. The whole new world seems to be up in there, but I think we are far enough ahead on resources that maybe the grab your sword is better. But no, too many large characters on the other side, and we're gonna go for that powerful draw 7 and maybe even play it here off the Carefree Surfer of our own.
Yeah, it's pretty surprising to me. We were even with the high willpower on Kyle's characters, we were able to see some pretty effective ones last game. But Kurt deciding that this is going to be a game where whole new world matters, and he might just be able to set that up for himself.
All right, and we are going to go ahead and do it. We played out as much of our hand as we could, and then we're going to sing a whole new world and give both players 7 fresh cards. Jeebus going to be the first to mark it, and he's currently ahead on lore, and I would argue a little bit ahead on board, too. So it'll be interesting to see just how Kurt comes back into this one, but it's certainly possible. This Amber Steel Stitch Blitz deck is just so raw powerful and has so many ways to punish your opponent, from singing grab your swords to shifting and rushing and challenging and blah blah blah.
Yeah, after a player plays a whole new world, we often see one or both players dumping a whole lot of threats at once or dumping a lot of efficient answers. And one thing about Amber Steel as compared to Sapphire is the answers in Amber Steel are a lot more efficient a lot of the time. Kyle's going to use like half or most of his turn to play these Hades or let it goes, whereas Kurt, a little more broad interaction.
Yeah, and I mean that's just why the Ember Steel deck is built like it is because your whole goal is to empty your hand before you play a draw 7. And while Stitch Rockstar is not quite a draw 7, it's very similar in what it does in the game, which is give you a huge burst of resources as long as you play a bunch of cheap characters. Here's a big turn from Jeebus, though, going to chew up essentially the entire side of Kurt Spies' board and leaves most of his characters intact. Kurt, going back your way. We'll see if he has a way to clear something like Sing Grab Your Sword plus another Tinkerbell, or maybe double Grab Your Sword could be quite good. Very scary.
Quite good is an understatement.
Well, you know.
But that's only if Kurt has the Grab Your Sword, which I don't think he does.
Yeah, that's fair. He chose to get the draw 7 last turn, kind of used his cards in a not so great way, but then was able to draw 7. Doesn't quite find the way out, but maybe has enough to get back in. The problem is that Kyle's basically going to be able to quest for, I don't know, 10 next turn or something, which is quite a lot. And he has a Gripful still to redeploy. And anything that's left unkilled, he has Rapunzel at the ready to heal and just draw a ton more cards.
I would not be surprised at this point to see Kurt just play a whole new world, wield both characters, because Grab Your Sword is just so game swinging at this point. I wonder if he's prepared to do that.
Yeah, he does.
Goes.
Wow, good call. So we're going to draw 7. and we're looking for more area of effect damage. We found
Boom.
it. Grab your sword, so we can play that. That'll kill Hades. Stitch Carefree Surfer times 2. Both Mickey Mice and board clear against board clear, and now Kyle Schreiner, aka Jeebus, is left with just one Hades versus these two characters from Kurt. Both players though full grip, and so it's just back and forth. It's a nice little fun back and forth we're having.
You could call it that. But now we're gonna really get to the point where, like I said, Kyle's answers being less efficient. Kurt's turn was enormous, and Kyle's just kind of going to be trading a Hades for this Rockstar.
Ariel.
Did I say Rockstar?
Yeah, it's fine. All right. That's basically what's going to happen next turn. But with 7 fresh cards and an eighth to go, Jeebus has plenty of options. And we saw him just the previous turn chew up 4 or 5 characters, and now it's just time to redeploy. We've been given fresh resources, and we must use them. If you're Kurt, you have to be pretty happy about casting essentially back-to-back draw 7s, and your opponent discarded 4+ both times, right?
Right. On card economy, the second whole new world was not great. Kurt probably discarded 5 or 6 cards.
Right.
But just the quality of the grab your sword at that point in time, man, he really prioritized it and
he
got
found
paid
it,
off.
and it was so good.
A lot of dice back in the dice box.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Jeebus here gonna spend. Looks like we're going for a Rockstar. Okay, so maybe gonna flood the board with a bunch of 1s and 2s. We'll see how many.
It really can't be that many, right? Because with exerted characters, you're feeling very vulnerable to this Tinkerbell. So if your plan is to flood the board here, you're really looking for a Let It Go that you can sing, or else Kurt's just going to have too easy of a job cleaning up Kyle's board.
I mean, that's fair. The Tinkerbell's going to get like 1 hit in, and then it's probably going to get challenged and die. But, you know, it seems like Jeebus is content to... And no trade? No trade is wild to me.
You know, I think I like this.
It's not even
play
a
from Kyle.
trade.
No,
Oh, because you don't want the Tink to just get you.
right.
Okay.
So Kyle decides one of his best tools is his high willpower, and you can't really utilize high willpower if you're letting Tinkerbell get free damage off. So Kyle just loads the board up with an extra 6 lore and hopes to be able to challenge Kurt's board after all of his action.
All right, well, 2 Stitch Carefree servers deployed thanks to the strength of those lanterns and the extra resources from Hades and Let It Go. And now Kurt firmly in the driver's seat. Definitely fine to just quest and do all manner of things, because if Jeebus, aka Kyle Schreiner, ever decides to go challenging or questing, Tinkerbell's going to come feasting.
Yeah, that double Carefree Surfer turn is absolutely brutal for Kyle's plan here. His large plays were just answered by 2 almost identical large plays, except Kurtz drew 2 cards, and now Kyle is kind of in trouble against this Tinkerbell. But we do see Hades, Lord of the Underworld here, definitely going to pick up this Hades Infernal Schemer and probably take care of that Tinkerbell threat. Though Kyle does have to think about it.
All right, Tink down. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on the other side, and you have to try to figure out a way out of it. But my guess is Kurt is on his way to victory and likely going to put himself in a great position to make the top 4 here in our last chance qualifier. We are giving away 2 slots in this event to the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational, hosted by Apex Gaming and sponsored by TCGplayer.com. We'll be having 16 players battle it out across 2 days, tomorrow and Sunday, for their fair share of $5,000 in cash, and these players are trying to get into that event. Both players are 101. They picked up an unintentional draw earlier, but Kurt is up a game here and looking to take it down.
And Kyle decides with that Tink off the battlefield, it's a little bit more to his advantage to quest than to sit around. But, you know, just even partial challenges from Kurt here can soften Kyle's cards up for Grab Your Sword, which right on top there for Kurt. This is a really impressive showing for Amber Steel against Amber Sapphire. These Grab Your Swords have done a ton of work, even against high willpower.
All right, we have Carefree Surfer gonna come in challenging. We have Grab Your Sword dealing some damage. We're gonna try to clean things up a little bit. Jeebus is at a very
Ooh.
high lore total here, but we might be able to contain things.
All right, it's going to be close, but I think Kurt has the tools to be able to barely squeeze out of this one.
Yeah, I think so too.
Just deciding exactly how he wants to deploy them.
I saw Smash. I know the Simba can just run into the Hades and trade because it has it's a 3/6, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so we have 2 clears set up without either of our characters even taking damage. But we're going to go ahead and just play another Grab Your Sword, and that's going to kill the Hades, put another damage on, 2 damage onto the Rockstar, and now the Rockstar. Wow, a full clear from Kurt, even against the or against the ready characters, and now with 2 Carefree Surfers, Rapunzel, LeFou, and Ariel, and even a Stitch new dog. Wow.
Yeah,
What a turn.
the story of this match has really been Grab Your Sword. And I remember, I think it was the day before that card was officially previewed. I was talking to fellow Lost Boy Zach, wondering, are we going to get a damage-based sweeper? Maybe
Zach who?
Zach Weaver.
There you go.
Thank you. Sorry. I wonder if we're going to get a damage-based sweeper. Maybe 4 ink for 2 damage to each character, and then the next day we saw 5 ink, but it does it to only your opponent's characters.
Yes.
This is ludicrous. And,
Yeah, and it's
that's
a
exactly what we're
song.
saying. And it's a song.
Yeah, so cool. So, Grab Your Sword, fan favorite out of Steel, and one of the easiest ways to beat up on those smaller characters. We get
Smaller characters? Because I've seen a lot of big characters get also absolutely up.
up. Shrimp etouffee up. All right. A bunch of small dorks from Kyle Schreiner, aka Jeebus, and we're going to go back Kurt Spies' way. And I cannot imagine that he's going to lose this game, and he's going to likely defeat Kyle Schreiner here and move to 2-0-1. All right.
That's going to be a great shifted Rockstar. I imagine it's going to be questing this turn, and that's going to put Kurt probably 1 turn away from winning the game.
I agree, and I don't think Kyle's going to be able to quest up to win next turn, and it's going to be very hard. Oh, are we just drawing 7, or are we counting our deck? Okay, I got confused for a second.
We're counting our deck because we want to make sure not to draw 7.
All right, still a grip full of cards. We have the ability to quest for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, up to 18 next turn, or this turn. Ooh, and we're going to kill that new dog to ensure that no shift plus quest for 3s happen and kill us. Found the line of how to lose and prevented it. And
exactly. That's an important skill.
Yeah, it makes champions. All right, another Rockstar. Now, how many are we doing? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12.
Good God.
Okay. 18 to 13. A year ago, Jeebus. Check.
Check. And what's Kyle looking for here?
2
more Hades. I think we've played 3 or 4, but 2 more Hades.
Yeah.
Not quite.
All right. Looks like that's going to do it. We do have a couple of Be Our Guests, but I don't see anything. There's no Be Prepared. There's no AoE effects like Grab Your Swords. So, but that's one of the reasons why Stitch Blitz is so powerful. It just overwhelms opponents. It swarms them. That's the Blitz factor.
Yeah, blitzing with these 7 drops.
Okay, all right.
Once we're on turn, 18 or whatever, we got like 20 lore in play for each, or 20 ink in play for each player.
All I know is that 4 copies of Lantern, you got to play payoffs, and Carefree Surfer is a pretty darn good payoff.
It is. Definitely a card that players are emphasizing at this point in the video.
All right, and checkmate. Jeebus packs it in. Going to move to 1-1-1. Might be able to squeak into top 4 with the win next round, but I don't know for sure, but Kurt at 2-0-1 is looking well set up to make it into the top four. There's one more round, and we're going to be cutting to top four and playing one match to see which of those players can get into the Invitational. We're giving away 2 slots. We do have one more backup match going that we're going to be bringing y'all in just a moment. We're going to be popping over to table number 3 and seeing what's happening between old PT Bench and his opponent. Now, PT Bench is a streamer for Magic the Gathering, and he often streams things like Legacy and fun formats, old fun formats, and I quite enjoy his streams. So he's on your left. He's playing Amber Steel. Looks like pretty princess heavy with Moana against Bobby McDonald's Amber Steel, and we'll see if either player is able to come out on top here. We'll get lore situated, game count situated in just a moment.
Right, and we see Bobby's list a little closer to what we saw last round, but PT Bench's list, no Stitch Rockstars or Stitch New Dogs.
Yeah, way more mid-range, not that
Exactly.
Stitch New Dog thing we've been seeing all sorts of.
Instead, we see Hans 13th in Line, which is one of
my
my favorite
pinger.
cards from early. Yeah,
Yeah, I liked it early too, and then I realized questing was dangerous.
that's true.
Questing comes with some drawbacks. All right. McDonald here. We'll get lore total updated for you. Bobby McDonald up a game. Board looks reasonable. Nothing to challenge here. Everything
Nice, comfortable, normal ink totals. 7, 8 for each player instead of 20 like last round.
Yeah, well. Blame Hades and let it go, right?
Oh, I am.
All right, we're going to play a Protective Cub, and then we're going to go a question. And back PT Bench's way, we're going to draw. All right.
Very stylish IHOP sleeves.
Yep, you can...
That's a Magic thing.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. I kind of hate it, but,
Uh-huh.
I like the sleeves. Pancake sleeves are great.
I like the sleeves and I like pancakes, so, how mad could I really be?
Yeah. All right. 12 lore versus 3. We're going to go challenging. Prince Eric has +2 when he challenges, so he's going to take out the Simba. Prince Eric, quietly one of the better steel characters. Great early drop that allows him to, pressure some of those 2s and even 3 drops from the opponent. And with 3 willpower, often survives in combat through an attack.
All right, we see one of the important factors that decks have to worry about if they're ever interested in challenging is going up against Simba Protective Cub. And Rafiki is a great answer to Simba. Prince Eric is also a great on-curve answer, especially if you're going first. It really threatens any Simba right off the bat.
All right, well, we are going to do some clearing things up. Tinkerbell Giant Fairy comes down and squishes a bunch of characters with 1 willpower left. Prince Eric joins the fray, and we have a close one. Bobby McDonald's going to need some help, but I see a Tinkerbell Giant Fairy over there for him. And maybe the ability to sing a Grab Your Sword if he's got one hanging out. We don't know yet.
Yep, Grab Your Sword. Those 2 cards teaming up with each other, right? Tinkerbell Giant Fairy and Grab Your Sword is really what allows these Amber Steel decks to get back into the game from spots like this.
That puts a 4th damage on the Carefree Surfer, so now my Carefree Surfer can attack your Carefree Surfer, and mine survives.
For the time being.
And that's what Bobby McDonald says and does, and yeah, it'll probably die next turn, but maybe not.
Yeah, this is the value of Prince Eric. The Challenger ability being relevant, we see here well into the mid-game. Just being able to put out a little extra damage, finish off characters with a lot of damage on them.
All right, here's Hook and Stitch New Dog. We're going to go back PT Bench's way. A lot of damage on our characters. That means a Rapunzel is quite good here. We'll see if we can find a cool challenge. Something like Tinkerbell into Carefree Surfer and then eating Hook or the Stitch New Dog seems reasonable. But there are ways to challenge it that are perhaps better.
Right. Bobby here really rolling the dice and hoping PT doesn't have a Grab Your Sword as those 1-drops play right into that sort of plan, but appears to be getting rewarded for that, gamble, I suppose.
Oh, you have forgotten me. Last 2 cards for Bobby McDonald down, and One of them was a draw 7, so that's
Yeah.
gotta hurt.
So that definitely speaks to why we saw that play from Bobby, playing out the Captain Hook and the Simba. Got to get that hand nice and empty for a whole new world. And now, without it, is sitting in a much worse position.
All right, so looks like we're thinking about questing. I kind of just like Eric goes into the Carefree Surfer and just chill. You don't want to
Hmm.
leave anything exerted
Hmm.
because then Tinkerbell Giant Fairy just kind of squishes it.
Hmm.
But I don't mind this play. This is a tempo play. We're gonna trade the uh, the 2 damage for one of these characters on Bobby McDonald's side of things, but you got to imagine maybe trading with Eric was just a little bit better for us just because we get to keep our Tinkerbell around and that thing is just so threatening.
Hmm. It it definitely depends on what PT might have in hand to back this play up with. It is another Prince Eric.
All right, well, I'm going to go back Bobby's way here in just a second and see what we can do. I think questing here is uber dangerous and looks like PT might walk into it, decides not to. Here we go.
If we had anything to challenge this Tinkerbell with on the way back, it might have been a little more tempting, but nothing like that. Ooh.
Top 4, going to put them on bottom unless we get lucky. Any songs? No songs. Take a look at the top 4 and put them on bottom. That's fine. Look.
I've put the cards on the bottom so that now I know where they are.
Yes.
And that's not gonna get Bobby back into this game after a pretty brutal "You Have Forgotten Me."
Oh, there's a nice pickup. Grab your sword. We might
Always.
want to wait on that for a little while, but dealing 2 to everything without needing combat is quite strong. But here, it just kills the Stitch New Dog and deals some damage to the other things. So maybe you want to save it for a little while.
Yeah, if PT can engineer a board state uh, where this grab your sword is really good instead of just value, that's kind of what he's going to be looking for.
All right, just a big fairy from PT bench to do some damage to the opponent's stuff, but nothing goes to the banish pile. We'll see if Bobby's able to peel out of this top card.
Mm.
Doesn't play it. That's kind of rare. Draw a card empty-handed and don't play anything. Has to be
Yeah,
some like steal AOE damage effect or something, right?
because even if it was a whole new world, you're getting close to a desperate situation. You probably just want to hope you draw better than your opponent.
Wow. Big turn here from PT Bench. Grab your sword clears most of the characters from the other side of things. We're going to go questing for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're up to 18. And Bobby McDonald with that giant fairy can't quite close down the aggression. Maybe needs something off the top. We'll see if he finds anything. I see a cannons. And I see a Simba. Maybe Simba loots into something wild. No, what is that?
That's
Oh, it's another Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. I thought it was a cannon.
So here's what happened: is last turn the draw off the top for Bobby was that Simba future king.
Ah,
So he decided to wait until he had an extra card in hand to be able to actually dig with the loot.
all right. So we're gonna squish one of these, and then we're dead. All right, game over. My turn. Okay. Quest for 2. Go to game number 3. All right. Well, these players are going to be shuffling up here for game number 3, but with only about 4 minutes left in the round, I can imagine they'll be able to finish the game. Both decks are quite good at fighting back and forth, and if 2 games finish, oh, it looks like they're just going to draw. Okay, yeah, so they're just going to draw. They know they don't have enough time to finish. So let's come on back to the booth. That's going to be the last match here that we have playing for round number 3. We watched some really spectacular Magic Kurt Spies against Jeebus. That, really well-crafted version of Steel Amber Aggro. And just really going to town on Jeebus's Amber Sapphire, mid-range ramp strategy.
Yeah.
And then we got to watch that last half of the Ember Steel mirror match. But, I think that it was a pretty good round overall.
Yeah. Like I said, the story of that round really was grab your sword. effective even against the bigger characters. Very impressive.
Right. All right. Well, that's going to do it for round number 3 of our last chance qualifier. We have one more round of Swiss, and then we're going to be cutting to top 4, where we're going to play one match of the top 4 to see who makes it to the finals, because both players are going to punch their ticket to the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational, sponsored by TCGplayer.com. I'm Tandy. That's Matt. We'll be right back for round number 4. Welcome back to live coverage of the fourth and final round of our last chance qualifier for the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational starting tomorrow. We have 12 of Magic the Gathering's biggest names. We have Nathan Stoyer, Mason Esports Clark. We have those players that are locked in, and we got a couple players playing in this event looking to score 2 seats. We have 1 round left. Matt, why don't you tell us what the 2 competitors are going to be playing and yeah, you got it. I
All
messed up.
right. We've seen him a couple rounds now. We're gonna have Kurt Spice playing Amber Steel up against Christopher Kemple playing Amber Sapphire.
So Amber Sapphire. So that's going to be like a hyper aggressive strategy.
Well, I don't know about hyper, but there is a lot of lore on these characters. You're gonna have some ramp elements, getting extra ink, and then big characters like Stitch Carefree Surfer and Hades Infernal Schemer.
All right. Well, we are going to be cutting to top 4 after this round, and we're going to have that top 4 playing it out for those 2 slots, 1 match to see who takes it down. But first, we got to find those top 4 competitors. We have a couple of 3-0 players that we'll discuss later, but they have drawn in, and they are essentially locked for that top 4 slot. And now we're going to go down to the feature match area where we have 3 matches vying for those last 2 coveted positions. We're going to watch Kurt Spy, see if he can be number 3 to lock up his slot at 301 if he wins this match. Chris Kemple on your right, if he wins, will be 3-1 and likely in, but we'll see. No play here for turn 1 on Chris Kemple's side of things. See if Kurt wants to deploy that hook. He does. Back Kemple's way. This Amber Sapphire versus Amber Steel matchup. This is... Oh, it's Amber Sapphire. I thought you said Amber Amethyst. That's my apologies.
I see.
All right. Tell us about this Amber Sapphire deck a little bit while we're just positioning early.
Yeah, so this has been kind of one of the breakouts of tonight. This weekend we saw 3 players on a team playing Amber Sapphire. It's really rising in metagame share, and Mickey Mouse Detective being a way to accelerate to your Stitch Carefree Surfers earlier is a big focus of that. We're seeing both Amber Steel and Amber Sapphire really focusing on that Surfer. And then, Let It Go and Hades being pretty good interactive cards to back them up. But in this matchup in particular, last round we saw Kurt really mess up Jeebus with a bunch of grab your swords, even against the higher willpower characters.
All right. Well, huge deployment from Kurt Spies over the first 2 turns. Plays 3 1-drop, 2 hook, and a Stitch New Dog, preparing for an onslaught. Chris Kemple, excuse me, plays Simba Bodyguard into Aerial Spectacular Singer, Digging Force Song. And now we'll see what Kurt can deploy on 3.
And this Aerial is really the best follow-up to these early threats, right? You're threatening to be able to sing Grab Your Sword or a Whole New World at the earliest convenience, and these Captain Hooks have really made it so that Chris is not going to be able to kind of take over the game early on, meaning we're going to get into the mid-game where Amber Steel can start using its tools.
Yeah, one thing I like about the way Kurt's playing is normally you don't want to just spray the board with 1s, right? Because if you do, you're often vulnerable to opposing 2-drops, grab your sword, sweeper effects. You're just walking into that. And you want to use a lot of those as ink so that you can play larger and larger things. But the way that this Amber Steel deck is constructed, it tries to empty his hand as quickly as possible so that it can deploy a whole new world. And I think that that's what Kurt is about to do.
Right. We've seen when Kurt puts his mind to it, he can get that hand empty real fast. As we just saw, Tinkerbell Giant Fairy right in the ink. We don't want to discard that to grab to a Whole New World. And here we go with a fresh grip of 7 for both players. But Chris being on the front foot meant that he really got the best of it.
Yeah, deploys a Lantern here for more resource generation on the following turn, more ink. If he has a 1-drop, he can play it now. If not, then he'll be content to pass the turn. No challenging because there's nothing to challenge, and no questing because you don't want to open yourself up. Back Chris Kemple's way. We'll see what he wants to deploy with this fresh 7 plus the draw for turn. A lot of choices, but his deck is not clunky, but it is more mid-range, and that means your cards on average, cost more, and that means that you're unable to exploit the extra resources that your opponent creates from a whole new world.
Right, and that's really going to be. I want to focus on the way Kurt is going to play these next few turns because, like you said, Chris is not going to be able to uh, dump these cards out of his hand very quickly, and the fact that Kurt has a second whole new world means that I expect the way that he's been playing is he's going to get rid of these cards in hand very fast, maybe take one turn off to play multiple cards in a turn, and then the following turn empty completely down to zero, play another whole new world, and Chris will likely still have four, maybe five cards in hand at that point.
All right, well, we decided to send 2 characters to eat the Simba, and then we use Rapunzel to refresh the Simba and draw 2 cards. And now we have the ability to sing with the Ariel if we want to. We could sing Let It Go and take out one of these opposing characters like the Ariel Singer. And that's what we're going to do. It does give Kurt an extra ink to use next turn, but prevents him from singing one of those powerful 5-drop songs, including Grab Your Sword.
Right. This is still just kind of playing right into Kurt's game plan, though. He's going to have this extra ink, both from the Lantern and from the Let It Go, to be able to get cards into play, starting with this Stitch Rockstar. Now, actually, here's the point where we might see Kurt shift his game plan. Being able to deploy a Stitch Rockstar means he can keep his hand full while deploying to the battlefield, meaning it might be a while before we even see this whole new world, if at all.
Yeah, from my experience, you play a whole new world when you're empty and your opponent's not, or if you're in desperation mode. And when you have Stitch Rockstar active, there's no need. I would expect him to discard it here because he's going to be so ahead. And if he doesn't, that just means he's creating contingency plans for if his opponent kills the Rockstar,
Right.
and he's able to empty in the next 2 turns and then fire it off again.
And then, yeah, drawing the card off the Rockstar.
Yep, sequencing so he loots first and then draws off Rockstar. I know that that's how it's structured on Pixelborn, but I think that you're technically allowed to choose the order in which those go on the stack. And we're going to finish it up with a new dog, draw one more card. Hooks here can challenge in. We can trade with Simba and then eat the Mickey. I think that that's reasonable, but we can also trade with Simba and then trade with the Ariel to make sure that no songs are played for cheap.
Yeah, and I certainly expect this Stitch Rockstar to quest here. It's not being threatened through challenging, but Kurt can pretty reasonably expect it to be answered with a Hades or a Let It Go anyway.
Right.
Just get that lore in while we can. But,
no, we're going to wheel again.
Wow.
Draw 7. Hand was full, but the hand was gummy, so going to go ahead and toss it back. Going to give Chris Kemperl a fresh 7, but his hand was already full anyway, so it's more of +2 cards for me, +0 cards for you.
Yeah, the fact that a whole new world is a song means these players are able to get creative like this. This is the second time now we've seen Kurt make this play where his opponent, he and his opponent both have a lot of cards in hand, but he just knows this is. I don't know if this is going to improve my opponent's hand, but it's definitely going to improve mine, and it's not going to cost me any ink to do so. I'm just going to take this free exert with my Rockstar, sing a whole new world, and improve my hand at least a little bit.
All right, players here are thumbing their sideboard and trying to figure out, or thumbing through their discard pile and figuring out what's left in the deck. They've gone through so many with multiple draw 7s and discards, as well as other card advantage spells. And Chris Kemple here, taking a look at a hand that looks a little expensive. We'll see if he's able to deploy anything to play defense.
There's multiple Mickey Mouse detectives, and if you're ever going to play those, you kind of want it to be now, right? So you can utilize that extra ink in the future.
Mm-hmm.
But taking a turn off to deploy a few Mickey Mouses is not really catching you up on board. So instead, we see Maleficent Uninvited and Phil to get some meaningful board presence down. And it's back Kurt's way. Kurt with plenty of options now, including at least one Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. And this Stitch Rockstar got to survive through the turn, which
Imagine.
I don't think Kurt was banking on that, right?
That's probably why he drew 7. He's just like, this
Yeah,
has got to be dead. And maybe if he didn't draw 7, it would have died. And maybe there were tons of answers that were discarded, and Kurt's just super happy.
right.
All right, we're going to start off with Simba. Draw a card.
And this is a kind of a great matchup for Rockstar, especially if you can get it to survive a turn like this, because Amber Sapphire is for the most part gonna have to use challenges to take care of these 1-drops that all drew you a card. They're not gonna be able to efficiently clean it up with a sweeper like Grab Your Sword. Speaking of which,
Yeah, that's bad news for Kimple, and I think this game is about over. You know when Simba challenges something, survives,
yeah,
and the game's probably over if it's challenging and surviving.
absolutely. And there's only so much this Maleficent's gonna be able to do on its own.
All right.
Uh,
Be Our Guest is the final play for Kurt unless he finds a 1-drop. If he does find a 1-drop, he can play it and trigger the Stitch Rockstar again. Finds Carefree Surfer. A nice play for next turn, but you don't really need more cards. He has so many already.
and the best part for Kurt here is your Rockstar already went unanswered for a turn, and now if you're able to take care of the threats on the other side, as well as this Grab Your Sword did, you can be reasonably certain it's not going to be answered this turn either.
All right. Well, Chris Kimball's seen enough. Not a whole lot of lore was generated that game, but I tell you what, a board was dominated and Stitch
Right.
blitz from Kurt's Pies. Looking like butter, and he is 2-0-1 and up a game. And if he wins one more game, he'll be on to the top 4.
Right. Taking a look at Chris's build of Amber Sapphire here. In kind of the flex slots, we see 4 copies of You Have Forgotten Me and 3 copies of Eye of the Fates. We did see at least last round a very good You Have Forgotten Me be cast, but we've seen it inked and seen it played less effectively, just as many times. Also, a couple copies of Part of Your World is some extra value for Ariel to grab. That one is, of course, a slightly less efficient song than the standbys in these decks.
As players are shuffling up here for game number 2, I'd like to take this time to thank our sponsors for the Lost Boys Invitational starting tomorrow. We are currently in the last chance qualifier, giving away 2 slots to that event, where we'll have 16 players tomorrow and Sunday battling for their fair share of $5,000 cash and prizes. I'd like to say a big thank you to Cards and Castles 2, a free-to-play Steam game that's essentially Final Fantasy Tactics meets Hearthstone meets something else.
Awesome.
It's a very cool, like, tower defensey tactics battler card game. And the cards you draw off the top of your deck, you can play through the resource system where you start with 1 gold, you go up to 10 gold, yada yada. Very simple to learn, but incredibly complex overall. Also, shout out to TCGplayer.com for being our flagship sponsor. They've given us the majority of the prize pool here for the event, and we couldn't have done it without them, so thank you so much. And I'd also like to say thank you to Ultimate Guard for giving us some awesome prizes. Match is underway, and we are going to head on down to the feature match area and watch. We got Stitch, New Dog on your right from Chris Kimple, a 1-drop. And then we're going to go Kurt's follows it up with a Captain Hook Forceful Duelist. We'll see if he's interested in trading next turn. My guess is yes.
Yeah, you can be pretty sure that actually, I don't know. Do we see any rock stars? There are no rock stars in Chris Kemple's deck, and if Kurt is aware of that, he might not be too concerned about this Stitch New Dog, and just looking to get some better challenge value out of the Captain Hook several turns down the line.
All right, we're going to play a BR Guest on turn 2, so not applying any additional pressure, maybe looking to take over later in the game in that control role, deciding not to challenge with the Captain Hook, maybe saving that for a different, more powerful character. He knows there's no Grab Your Sword, right? Because
Right.
it's Sapphire instead of Steel. And so that hook is mostly safe. They're not going to play a 5-cost removal spell on it unless
And
we're
if they
in
do,
dire
you're
straits.
happy. Yeah.
Right. And so we're just saving it to trade up for something that has 3 willpower.
And Kurt knows that in this matchup, the games are not really about the early lore. You know that the games are going to get to the point where the board is super gummed up, and you're going to be able to use this Captain Hook Forceful Duelist to really punch above its weight, and he can be comfortable saving it for that moment.
Yeah, I think that's all fair. Here's Ariel. We're gonna find a whole new world. We're gonna look to maybe sing that or grab your sword in the next few turns. Not trading with that hook does leave more stuff on your opponent's side of the table, so that grab your sword is brutal, but doesn't have it. Decides to just go ahead and trade -1 lore if he had traded with last turn, but has a lot more information this turn. You know,
That's true. When you find yourself in these situations where, taking a trade that was available to you earlier in the game, you do kind of want to take that opportunity to examine the earlier decisions. And a lot of the time you will find, it was right later, but it wasn't right earlier.
there are two versions in the tournament right now of Amber Sapphire. One of which I believe Kurt had played against earlier against Jeebus. Jeebus had Rockstar.
True.
And if Kimple doesn't have Rockstar, that Kurt doesn't necessarily know that, and was afraid of us shifted Rockstar that turn, and that's why he decided to finally trade with the new dog. But I think, it's a lot of back and forth. You have to make a decision at some point. Do I want to prevent this thing from happening, or do I want to hope it doesn't happen?
Yeah.
And he decided to try to prevent it by trading.
Yeah. One clue you can look at is
he left it vulnerable.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or there were a couple draw steps for Kurt there. The texture of his hand can change to the point where he feels like the stitch might end up being a problem.
Okay, well, Kimble gonna play another aerial and then decides to quest and sing instead of singing Let It Go. And now we're gonna go back Kurt's way. Has the ability to sing with aerial, so could potentially deploy a bunch of cards from hand, sing a song, draw 7. But my guess, we're gonna wait a few turns because our hand is pretty mid.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So Kurt has 3 copies of Grab Your Sword, and past couple of rounds we've seen him put that card to very effective use. So if possible, I wonder if he's going to try to save those. But no, sees a great opportunity to just get some characters down, unclutter this hand.
Oh yeah, that hand was not good, and the way that the game was going, Kimple likely going to play a bunch of stuff over the next few turns that's not vulnerable to grab your sword. And so Kurt sees, hey, this is a prime opportunity. We're going to get the Let It Go out of your hand that we know you have from the aerial, so maybe a future Carefree Surfer or Rockstar is safe. And also, I'm going to turn these 3 relatively dead Grab Your Swords into 7 fresh, and your 6-card hand is now a 7-card hand. Congratulations.
Yeah. There's a Carefree Surfer, You Have Forgotten Me in Chris's hand. Not a super threatening board on either side. These aerials with Singer 5 in Amber Sapphire really only let it go that you're looking to sing with much efficiency as compared to Amber Steel.
All right, 2 aerials going to gang up, smash this other one? No, we're going to quest up to 5. Don't want to put 2 damage on both your aerials because then an AoE effect like Grab Your Sword or Tinkerbell, Giant Fairy just squishes them.
Speaking of Tinkerbell, though, that's a pretty risky quest into an active Tinkerbell Tiny Tactician.
Oh, here she come.
Exactly. I see a Tink and I see a Lantern. Would not be surprised to see both of those come down this turn.
Yeah, a little resource development, essentially making Lantern only cost 1, inking something like Simba Bodyguard or some other cheap character that you're not going to need for a little while or is relatively weak as the game progresses. And then shifting Tink, dealing 1 to both, attacking 1, dealing 2 to the other, cleaning up both aerials for half a Tinkerbell.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Extra Tink down.
I'm in danger. Maybe it's not time. The way that Kimple has been questing is very carefree.
Yes, I would agree.
And maybe you can get some more value,
And
I like this actually. We're not attacking even with the Tinkerbell because we don't want to put any damage on it and let it get traded for. So we're going to quest with it. I like it.
I don't know. That surprises me a little. I think a wide board continues to have value if you're in Kurt's position playing against Amber Sapphire.
Yes, but this forces him to play Let It Go or Hades to deal with it and gives you 2 ink.
Fair enough.
All right, we're going to go digging through the discard pile to see what's left in the deck, maybe in the hand, get some more info. See what Kimball wants to do. Has access to ink number 6 this turn. Perhaps 5-drop plus a 1-drop. Perhaps, Lantern plus another thing. We'll see what he's got. Chat, how you doing tonight? I haven't been able to look at chat too much. I hope y'all are enjoying this. This has been a lot of fun. These games have been quite good.
Yeah. Great to get more looks at this Amber Sapphire deck. We as we get ready for our Invitational tomorrow, we did see a team of Harlan Fear, Brennan DeCandio, and Mason Clark ended up on Amber Sapphire.
Yeah, but as far as I know, they're not playing any Lanterns, and I think that that's the biggest difference between the one that
Right.
Jeebus is playing and that they're playing.
The
See how they do tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be talking about their lists a little more tomorrow, but they're much less emphasis on cards like Phil, and their team opted for more high willpower characters to try to stick around through Grab Your Sword and Tinkerbell. All right.
All right, here's.
Whoa!
You play. Look, you just played a draw 7. I'm gonna play out some junk.
All right.
All right.
The one a great reason to make this play. We saw that Whole New World discard 3 copies of Grab Your Sword.
Yeah.
And one interesting part, the aerial was vulnerable for Kurt. Challenging it for Chris would leave this Maleficent, vulnerable to the Tink Giant Fairy. So Chris just decides, if that's going to happen, I'm more happy to get 3 lore out of it, and let my opponent do the challenging for me.
Right. So we don't get to talk much about or play much limited yet, but from my experience playing with starter decks and playing like some random pack battles and things like that,
Yeah.
what ends up happening a lot more often than not is you want to force your opponent to be the one that challenges you.
Yes.
And that gets punished significantly by the ultra rares like Tinkerbell, Giant Fairy, Aladdin, Heroic Outlaw, Maleficent. Wait, which Maleficent?
Monstrous Dragon?
How's that punish questing? I forgot what I was talking about. Anyway.
Anyway.
Back to the game. We're going to go Tinkerbell squishes and kills Phil Sadie's. 2 damage left on it. We're going to heal it. Draw 3. Chris Kemple in a bad way.
If you challenge your opponent's thing, they lose their thing. If you just quest with yours and then Maleficent takes it down, you didn't get any value out of your character. Anyway.
Right. Anyway, my point is that you should always be looking for spots to quest instead of challenging, because questing pushes towards a victory condition, and if your questing forces your opponent to make the opposite attack that you would make, then you are winning.
Yeah. Absolutely agree.
It gets really complex as the pieces get more complex, right? As the decks change and get better.
Yeah. If you're increased the seat, Kurt has at least copies of Smash, if not other removal in his deck.
All right, Carefree Surfer comes down for Kemple, draws 2. We have 2 Stitch New Dogs and a Simba Bodyguard, which can rumble. We can send 2 of them into the Simba to knock it off, but I think we should just quest for 3 or do nothing. I think attacking a bunch into my opponent's Simba seems like a nightmare.
Yeah, for
Double
sure.
trade into it actually seems reasonable, though. Okay. For me, if I'm Kurt, if we go to game 3, that essentially confirms that there's no Rockstar on the other side. If your opponent's willing to make that trade specifically.
Yeah.
But, just little things you can pick up. Just how your opponent plays, how they value their things.
Now, looking at Kurt's hand here, I'm, without seeing, all the cards very clearly, I'm not too sad about just jamming Carefree Surfers, this turn, next turn, turn after that if possible.
Yeah. When does it become bad to play a Carefree Surfer? I had a long talk on the drive up with my boy Frank Carson, Magic Hall of Famer. He's been staying with me for a week and leading up to the Invitational, and he's playing 2 copies of Carefree Surfer in his Stitch Blitz deck, but he's only playing 1 Lantern, and I was giving him some guff about it because we kept playtesting and we would never get to 7 ink. Never.
Sure.
and it would often be our fifth or sixth ink.
Yeah, yeah.
But the builds with Lantern and the way that Kurt's been playing, I actually am really digging the Carefree Surfers in his deck. I really like how he's playing. I like how he's constructed his deck with all those one-cost Simbas that help you loot.
Hmm.
Overall, I think Kurt's build is probably my favorite in the event.
Yeah, it's very impressive. And you know, Simba, as you mentioned, part of its role is to loot away those extra whole new worlds. But I think we've seen that maybe once out of Kurt, and that's because he's very good at setting up situations where he's happy to cast a whole new world. It's either giving him an enormous advantage or a small advantage that's consistent. But he's able to engineer those board states.
All right. Hades comes down, eats Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, and then we quest 4-3 up to 11 is Chris Kimple. So Kurt needs to do a little bit of interacting here if he wants to win the race. Currently, I think he's losing, but not by a lot. And could just play another Carefree Surfer here and try to set up again for a bigger next turn. But that leaves him vulnerable to getting challenged quite a bit. Or not, quested against quite a bit.
And one of the merits of Chris's play a couple turns ago, where he sent the two Stitch and New Dogs into the Simba, is he knows at some point Kurt might draw that fourth copy of Grab Your Sword, and I'd rather get rid of these Stitches earlier than later.
All right, we got a big turn from Kurt. We go Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, deal 1 to everything, and then we sing Grab Your Sword with Stitch Carefree Surfer. Then we send 2 characters into the Carefree Surfer to knock it off and smash. A full board clear and Chris Kimple in shambles. We're going to quest for 2 with the Rapunzel and back Chris Kimple's way. Can he get out of this? It's looking bad. We find Carefree Surfer. We found the spot you don't want to draw it, and that's when you have no other characters on the table.
That's true. And one of the quote unquote weaknesses of Amber Steel is a lack of hard spot removal, but Kurt has been able to play around that really well by utilizing Grab Your Sword and then, lining up smashes and other characters just right so that he uses as few resources as possible to deal with a bunch of characters all at once.
Right. Yeah, the way that you jockey for position in the early turns with Amber decks and other very creature rush heavy decks. Oh, he just packs in Chris Kimple, not even going to draw a card off the Robin Hood. And Cursed Beast takes it down 2-0, and he is likely your third player into the top 4, and he'll be fighting for one of those 2 coveted spots into the Invitational after our final round of Swiss. We do have multiple backup matches still going, so we're going to head on over to the middle match. That's Jeebus on your right, playing that awesome Amber Sapphire deck with a bunch of lanterns and playing against Ruby Amethyst for Cameron Lance on your left, and she's been doing quite well today, but picked up that draw early in the tournament, and perhaps that's derailed things a bit.
Right. Cameron, a fairly well-known player from the DC region, I believe, has a few good finishes in SCG events, including at least one team event win, and is playing Ruby Amethyst today.
Okay, well, it looks like they just concluded a game, and that might be the match. So we're going to head on over to the last feature match that we still have playing. And once we get that swapped over, we'll make sure that everything is set up from lore to game count and everything, so we have all that information updated for you. Do you have the players that are going to be playing in our third and final feature match, Matt?
Yes, on the right, we're going to be looking at Bobby McDonald, playing against, on the left, Chad Clare, both players playing Amber Steel mid-range. And it sounds like Cameron won our second feature match 2-0, putting her, I believe, in tiebreaker position to potentially make it to our top 4.
Yeah, it might be the 4th slot. Going to be battling against the winner of our last feature match for that 4th coveted slot. And unfortunately for Jeebus, I believe that's going to put him at 1-2-1 on the day.
Oof.
A pretty brutal record considering his outstanding round 1 performance that we got to watch on camera, and then just things kind of fell off. But he traveled a long distance to get here, and unfortunately for him was unable to make it into the elimination rounds. But we have 2 people perhaps vying for that last slot. This Chad Clare on your left with Amber Steel, and Bobby McDonald on your right, also with Amber Steel.
Right, and we're looking at a mirror here. We're in game 3, we believe, and Bobby, with some good resource development, was able to get down a lantern and a beast hard-headed. Doesn't look like it took out a lantern, but it's going to be a mid-range threat that we haven't seen a whole lot of in these lists up to this point.
Yeah, it looks like a whole new world has been cast by Bobby recently, last turn, and then maybe played, Beast Hard Headed or whatever after. And now it's Chad with a full hand trying to see if he can capitalize on all these extra resources with his two of his own aerial spectacular singers. Could deal with both of these characters with a double grab your sword, something like that.
Right. So taking a look at the differences between these two Amber Steel lists, Chad actually going with 0 copies of Lantern, up against 4 on Bobby's side, and yeah, you were talking about Lantern last round. It's been pretty impressive.
Yeah, I like it. It's one jump ahead that provides you with 1 ink the turn you play it, and people are finding all sorts of spots to play it and get that ink. And we saw some creative play from Jeebus even, where he was holding his 1-drop aggressively on the play, so that if his opponent plays something he wanted to challenge or needed to challenge, he would deploy it on turn 2 with the lantern. But if he did not, then he would often ink it.
Right. So Rapunzel came down, and these 2 aerials teamed up to take down Bobby's aerial.
It's just aerials all the way down. Maybe it is the best card in the whole game, huh?
It's very possible.
Top 4 looking.
We'll hold that thought and see if it actually draws a card or not.
Okay. Well, it's gonna draw a grab your sword.
Yeah.
But
all right, seems pretty good.
All right, the other 3 go to the bottom. McDonald looked like he had a fire the cannons in his deck. Perhaps a little bit of tech for those turns where you do draw 7 and you just desperately need to interact with your opponent. We watched Nicholas Roush with that innovation a few weeks ago at our first Invitational Qualifier, and it looked great. Now, though, Bobby McDonald on the defensive here. I want to say offensive, but he's not questing. He's on the defensive. He's in there challenging. He's busting up the opponent's characters. He's singing, grab your sword, and he's clearing them out.
Right, but this is a sort of a risk of a grab your sword like this. A Rapunzel could punish Bobby fairly well here if he's not able to actually set up a dominant board position.
So Rapunzel's going to put Bobby in the tower?
You could say that.
Yeah.
It's more Chad's climbing the tower. Let's go with that.
Okay. I'm losing the thread. Chad Clare going to go back his way. Has a Rapunzel with 2 damage on it. The ability to challenge, but the strength of Rapunzel is pretty low, so not going to be able to knock off anything single-handedly. Can maybe team up with something like Tinkerbell Giant Fairy with the 1 damage to eat the Stitch New Dog, but here's another aerial. This is aerial at least number 5 played this game, and I think it's 6. There's a Hakuna Matata that can refresh the Rapunzel if you want, but most of the time that's just a song that you put into the inkwell. It's just something you can find off of Ariel that is inkable. There are times where it is brutal, though.
Right. I'm a fan of playing cards that you don't necessarily want to cast just to increase your aerial consistency. I really like hitting ink off my aerials, personally.
All right, back to Bobby. We'll see what he's got. Looks like a Rapunzel in hand, but nothing to challenge. We're going to sing Be Our Guest with the aerial. Look at the top 4. Choose a character. Well, we got all lanterns. Oops, all lanterns. No, we got cannons, hook, cannons, lantern. That's pretty dangerous.
Yeah, that's I was just about to say, now here's a card that doesn't miss, but it almost did right there.
That's like Oath of Nissa, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, when that thing misses, it's embarrassing.
Don't remind me.
We had round 1 of our last Pioneer event we had here for Magic. One of our top players played turn 1 Oath of Nissa on camera in round 1 and missed. He just looked through the glass at us. Like, oh man,
that's a bad omen.
My day.
Yeah, how's your tournament gonna go after that?
All right, a lot in hand for Bobby. the ability to do some serious damage with grab your sword and such. We're gonna play a Rapunzel for no value. I don't know that if I agree with that, but we're far ahead enough where I think just trying to end the game is important, and playing things at quest is fine. You also don't want to get caught with too many cards in hand against another draw 7.
And one of the, this puts Chad in a pretty good position for grab your sword, and then some challenges to clean things up. But playing that Rapunzel gives Bobby a much better chance at being able to get value out of the second Rapunzel in his hand. So I think this is a pretty alright setup play. Holding on to 2 Rapunzels for too long could really clutter up your game.
Alright, let's see what Chad wants to do. We got Big Tank, Thumb to the front. We'll see if that combined with something like Grab Your Sword does a bunch of cleanup. We're going to start with Ink, Stitch, Carefree Surfer. That's a 7-drop, and you have 7 ink, so that means we ain't playing a 7-drop. We are doing maybe the dirtiest turn you've ever seen. Gonna start. We're gonna exert aerial. Let's see if we're singing or attacking. We're attacking for 2 on the Simba. To me, that means, yeah, shift, Tinkerbell, 1 to everything.
Gotta get that bodyguard out of the way.
Dice are here. Now we can challenge something that's exerted with Tinkerbell and deal 2 to something else. My guess, we challenge the Beast. Since it doesn't kill the Tinkerbell, we deal 2 to one of the aerials, and then we have the Rapunzel finish off the Stitch. But we have even more than that. We have Smash as well. So I guess we're going to keep that Tinkerbell nice and healthy. We're going to go after some of these smaller characters with our Tinkerbell attack. Kill both aerials, I would say.
Yeah, that's pretty nice, especially because Chad's characters are getting close to the range where they're vulnerable to grab your sword, and taking care of those singers is going to make it that much harder for Bobby to effectively use the card that he does have.
All right.
But now, Chad, thinking about whether to take down this Stitch with the Rapunzel and expose it to Bobby's Rapunzel.
Yes, I would. Just get him out. All right. Gonna go back Bobby McDonald's way. Let's see if we have a good turn for Bobby. Gonna need one. That was a brutal one from Chad Clare. A complete board wipe outside of this 1/4 Rapunzel left. But I like your sequence where we can go attack Rapunzel on Rapunzel. I put 2 damage on mine, eat yours. I play Rapunzel, draw 2 cards, see what happens. But we'll see what Bobby wants to do. Grab your sword. Nom 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 nom. Gonna kill everything once this Rapunzel trades in.
I think personally I would have taken down the aerial with Rapunzel. Then you get the full 3 cards worth of value off your own. And your opponent's Rapunzel, not that threatening. I would rather be in a position to maybe sing the grab your sword a little down the line.
Okay, Bobby says that's 1 willpower Tinkerbell. Not scary for me. I got a couple ways to deal with it. Gonna leave it sitting around, but guess what? Here's the max punish. Punished. And now we're gonna draw 3 cards. Finds Hades. Finds You Have Forgotten Me. What are we going to play? My guess is Kuna Matata as ink. That makes sense. And Simba. Ooh, nope. Oh, it is. It's a foil one from the back of the hand. Discard, too. So it looks like we're going to keep the wheel to draw 7. And we'll see what Bobby wants to do next turn.
And this is, you can kind of get yourself back into the game with a draw 7 like a whole new world here. But the fact that Bobby's never going to be able to sing this, or at least not for the next couple turns, means Chad is going to be right back in the driver's seat as soon as Whole New World happens. And there goes the ink to Rapunzel and a Whole New World.
Yeah, but this is not the spot you want to be.
Exactly.
Paying 5 for the Whole New World means that your opponent is just more likely to get to use the cards first. And when that's the case, that means they get the quests first. And when they get the quests first, that means they're taking initiative. And when they have initiative, the same amount of cards as you, more mana, better board.
And
things get out of hand.
And even worse for Bobby, not only do you not get to sing this first whole new world, the fact that you don't get to follow it up with a character that can sing on a future turn means it's going to be that much harder to have one of these, swing turns uh, that we've been seeing, especially out of players like Crit Spice. Um, so you're just kind of playing out a couple one drops, and it's not going to be super effective against another Amber Steel deck.
Is that an intentional Pokemon reference?
Yes, of course.
You made a reference. It was effective. All right, 5. Beast.
Boom.
Blow it up.
I love
Lantern.
this.
See ya.
Your opponent's kind of, they have some ink, but they're a little bit starved for resources, especially if they want to get back into this. You just get to take out that lantern. They have no ways to sing, grab your sword. Chad really gets to push an advantage here, I think.
Okay, well, we find another grab your sword off of Ariel, and if you're Bobby McDonald, you're not really feeling super happy. I gotta say, last turn's Rapunzel. Oh, and we're singing it. We're just gonna go ahead and clear them up. We're gonna hit both hooks and the Simba, and that's gonna allow us to quest with Rapunzel. And if you're Bobby McDonald, you need another Rapunzel here to draw some cards. You're probably dead. Even then, you might still be dead. We'll see.
Yeah, that's the thing about playing out Rapunzels and healing Rapunzels. You are not putting a lot of creature control into play.
That's why healing Tinkerbell was so brutal 2 turns ago.
Absolutely, this Tinkerbell would be vulnerable right now.
Well, I think the plan for Bobby, right, was to leave it at 1 willpower and then hopefully clean it up with something. He chose not to trade a damaged Rapunzel to finish off a Tinkerbell, right? And then that Rapunzel, not only did it draw a bunch of cards, but it just completely decimated his position on board. Tinkerbell's already bad enough, and when you refresh it, it's just like starting over.
And the song Bobby has in hand right now is not a grab your sword, it's a whole new world.
All right, let's see if Chad wants to go with questing. It's difficult to quest against an active opposing Tinkerbell Giant Fairy because it does allow for some powerful combos that chew up most of your board. That's why it's so punishing and so powerful. Tapping 6. Here's another Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. Going to deal 1 to Bobby's characters. Rapunzel, close to death. 1 willpower left.
Chad's list, another one of these kind of bigger, more mid-range lists. No Stitch New Dogs and no Stitch Rock Stars. Just the Carefree Surfers.
Okay.
And
all right, let's just clean them up. Full board wipe. Here's 2 grab your swords.
woof.
All your characters are dead. Push me to the edge. All your characters are dead. We're going to quest for 2, 4, up to 7, 8. And Bobby McDonald, got your work cut out for you. I see another Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, but it doesn't actually knock off any character that's in play. But very few better play, so we're going to deal 1 to everything. Tick up the dice.
And a lot of the benefit from playing a Giant Fairy is kind of making your opponent think about whether they want to quest on the future turns. The game is just not at that point anymore.
Can I share something with you?
Go for it.
All right. So we're in garbage time. Chad's easily winning the game. I don't think there's any question. So I actually been working, with the Lost Boys project, and we have a graphic designer named Chappie. He does a great job, has been making all of our graphics, but he's also working on t-shirt ideas. And I had a cool idea where I wanted to make a shirt with Tinkerbell Giant Fairy singing into the broken ship like a microphone.
Nice.
and the Lost Boys around it like playing instruments, but they're small because she's big, right? And I couldn't think of something that she could say that you would hear at a metal show if someone's screaming into the mic. So I just did Puny Pirates because that was her ability, right?
Right.
But get out the dice.
Get out the
Seems
dice. Wow.
like such an incredible thing. Chappie, if you're in chat, that's what it's going to say. It's going to say, get out the dice.
Yeah, that rules.
It does.
It does.
It does. This game
There
is
it
great.
is.
Chad Clare wins 2-0. Likely your 4th and final member of the top 4. Wow. Cool match. Amber Steel versus Amber Steel Mirror. We saw the Blitz stuff, really take it down. We watched Ariel Spectacular Singer beat MVP from both sides, singing Grab Your Sword, Whole New World. It's been the card of the tournament, I think, so far.
Personally, I'm going to disagree. I think Grab Your Sword is the card of the tournament. It's just pouring on the damage.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be nearly as good without those aerials to
All
sing
right,
it,
now we're getting into enablers, payoffs.
Okay, all right. Well, that is the last round of Swiss. When we return, we will have your top 4 competitors, and we're going to sit them down, and they're going to be battling it out for the final 2 slots for the Lorcana Invitational that we're going to be having tomorrow. We're going to take a short break while we get the top 4 situated and set up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the last round. Welcome back to live coverage of the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational, brought to you by TCGplayer.com. I'm Tandy, joined by Bo Matt. Say hi, Bo Matt.
Hi, Bo Matt.
And we have 4 players left in the event, and 2 of them are going to play in the Invitational tomorrow. Why don't you give us a rundown of the 4 decks, the 4 players, and which one will be watching first?
All right, on our backup feature match, first of all, we're going to have Matt Campo versus Chad Clare. Matt Campo is playing Ruby Amethyst, and Chad is playing Amber Steel Midrange. And then on our first feature match, we're going to be watching Andrew Wetzler against Kurt Spice. Andrew Wetzler, Ruby Amethyst, and Kurt Spice playing Amber Steel. These 2 decks have definitely emerged as the top of the competitive metagame in set 1.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with that. You know, we cut down this field. It was only 16 players big, but the top 4 decks are what I would consider to be the 2 best decks in the format. These players had the best records, and they are ready to go. So let's head on down to the feature match area, and we'll see if Kurt Spies can beat the big bad Ruby Amethyst Control. We watched him just honk all over the Amber Sapphire decks all day, and now he's going to have a true test, possibly the best deck in the format, or first best playing against second best deck in the format. We'll see who takes it down. Wetzler was second seed, so he'll be on the play. Going back Kurt's way. This is a single elimination, untimed round, best of 3, and if the winner of this match will be playing in our Invitational tomorrow.
Yeah, Andrew Wetzler on the right there. You see that blue hoodie. He and Matt Campo prepared for this event together. They were both on team Top Table Gaming from a local store near Cleveland.
Awesome. Glad to hear. Big shout out to them for both making the top 4 and maybe both making it into the Invitational.
Yeah.
They got some stiff competition ahead of them. Stitch New Dog is the play for Kurt Spies, threatening that Rockstar later on. We'll see if Wetzler wants to deploy something like a Gaston or something to potentially check the Stitch like a Broom.
Yeah, we've seen Kurt Spice on camera several times so far today, and he has been playing very well. But on the other hand, I don't remember the last time I saw Ruby Amethyst lose. Lots of wins and lots of draws, but it's a pretty hard deck to beat outright.
All right, we Inca Stitch Rockstar and play a Lantern. To me, that signifies that you definitely have at least one more Stitch Rockstar, and it looks like Kurt has 2 more. I'm going to go back Wetzler's way. No quest, a very disciplined no quest from Kurt. Knows that he can play that Stitch Rockstar next turn, and it's going to be tough for Wetzler to deal with until he gets Dragonfire online on turn 5.
Right, and you mentioned inking a Stitch Rockstar, kind of a sign that you have another one. Not questing with a new dog, definitely a sign that you have a Rockstar.
All right, Kurt here can shift for the Stitch New Dog and probably quest, but may choose not to quest to dodge exactly Rafiki, because Rafiki plus the Maleficent can double trade into it, but perhaps valuing that guarantee that it untaps more than the 3 lore that it can generate.
Yeah, you do get a turn of respite from...
He has Grab Your Sword. Actually, like, singing Grab Your Sword to kill the 2/2. That would have been a nice little sequence.
Yeah, for sure. You're not going to be able to do a whole lot with questing or singing this rock star, especially past this turn because Maui will be online. But looks like from here on out, Kurt's going to be trying to get value off of the card draw ability. And kind of what you're doing with that is trying to threaten your opponent enough to induce a be prepared while, not going down on cards in hand thanks to the card draw.
One thing about the Stitch Rockstar is that if you play a bunch of characters that only have one strength, like Captain Hook, like LeFou, it becomes much easier for your opponent to contain the burst of resources
Mm,
because your one strength characters just don't fight in challenges very well. So it'll be interesting to see because Wetzler here can just challenge both these characters without losing one of his own. And oh, there's a grab your sword, and that's going to clean it up. I spoke too soon. He
yeah,
had it all rolled up, and Kurt continues to impress.
yeah. Still, despite drawing those two cards, Kurt is pretty low. A Maui here would leave the board. You know, Kurt actually in a decent position with some pressure. That's much better than a Maui though.
Yeah, because now we can quest for 3, and I think at this point you just kind of say, hey, if you got it, you got it. I'm just going to play some rock stars. Oh, I guess well we drew Carefree
Mm,
Surfer, so maybe we ink a rock star to play a Carefree Surfer, but I kind of just like holding it, just playing another, Stitch Rockstar and just keeping your best cards.
yeah, the question is whether 3 lore a turn would have been able to, push him into that late game where every character's a threat.
Hmm.
And starting at just 0, I don't think it would have been. I think as soon as Andrew uh, gets down to be prepared, if it was just 1 threat a turn from there on out, Kurt would not be in the greatest spot. So he decides he has to keep enacting his game plan and getting value.
Yeah, well, Kurt at this point, he knows there's going to be a be prepared next turn if he doesn't do anything. But what I see in his hand is something potentially very explosive. He can play a whole new world after deploying a bunch of threats to the table, and then Wetzler will just need to randomly draw a be prepared in the top 8. And if he
Hmm.
doesn't, very likely dead because he played nothing on turn 6.
Yeah, and that's, you know, you could describe it as a gambit, but the fact that you're redrawing after dumping all those cards means the be prepared doesn't really gain a ton of value if you've given it to them through a whole new world.
All right, we're going to use a lantern to play a rock star, and we're going to shift another rock star onto it, and then we're going to use Carefree Surfer to sing a whole new world, and then we're going to have an extremely dominant board position and a full grip versus opponent with no board and 7 cards, and we're going to hope to draw Be Prepared.
Yeah.
See if we can find it. Kurt has very little incentive to play anything else, but any 1 or 2 cost character he does will replace itself via the Rockstar. So maybe is like, okay, if you have it, well, I'm just trading these Simbas and getting these other extra things out of my hand so I can maybe play some big baddies next turn. There's a Simba. We're going to loot. Discard a Be Prepared. We're going to draw a card off the Rockstar. Nice little 1-2 with Stitch Rockstar.
Yeah, this is kind of the reason you make this play, as you said, is you're hoping that your opponent doesn't draw a be prepared in those top 8, and playing out the characters like this, even into a possible be prepared, is the way to get the best possible outcome if they miss.
Right.
Right.
Max pressure, and they replace themselves, so it's not even the hugest loss. Playing out the 2 Simbas is easy. It doesn't hurt at all.
Yeah.
And that's why Stitch Rocks are so good, but we do have the answer here. Here comes Be Prepared. Andrew Wetzler clears them up. All these characters going to the discard pile, and Kurt going to go back his way with another clear board, and he has initiative again. So let's deploy again, see what happens. We can perhaps get, we've gone through at least 3 Stitch Rockstars so far. We know he inked at least 1. No, 2.
I think we've seen all 4.
I do too, so tough spot if you're Kurt. How the rest of the game's going to play. His hand just seems like a bunch of little dorky dorks.
A bunch of dorks, but I believe there's a Carefree Surfer hidden away in there somewhere.
Nice.
And this is definitely the part of the game where you want to start landing those.
All right, well, we're going to play one as well as 2 1-drops. And we're going to go back Wetzler's way. Let's see what he can do. He has a grip full from that Whole New World a few turns ago. We'll see if he's able to get down something like Elsa, Spirit of Winter, and contain the aggression from Kurt, or if he wants to maybe set up a heroic outlaw into the Spirit of Winter so that he gets to use that exert to get a challenge out of his powerful 7-drop.
Checking opponent's discards. Kurt, happy to see two be prepareds down, a couple Elsas. Makes Andrew's deck just that much less scary. But
All right,
here
broom it
comes
up.
another.
What are we going to put back? Elsa? So it looks like he's discarded a bunch of his finishers from those Be Prepared, so maybe he's afraid of not being able to physically win the game. Going to put Elsa back into the deck instead of the powerful Sweeper Be Prepared. I feel like if that's an ultimate win if you're Kurt, right? If your opponent is so in trouble via raw ability to physically win the game that they put Elsa back in instead of a Sweeper against your Creature Rush deck.
It's true. Though, looking at the deck lists, Andrew and Chad are on the Ruby Amethyst deck that I talked about. Sorry, not Andrew and Chad. Andrew and Matt are on the Ruby Amethyst deck we looked at earlier. Was playing a ton of those evasive threats in Mickey, Brave Little Tailor, Pongo, and Goofy.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm on the one hand, I'm a little surprised that Andrew feels he needs more threats. On the other, looking at that deck list, it's clear to me that this team really values being able to close out games and having a threat density as compared to other Ruby Amethyst lists.
All right, Kurt here, gonna start deploying some more threats. We're gonna go Smash to deal 3, and then Tinkerbell to deal 4. Just gonna finish off the Goofy. The Broom should still be alive, I believe, right?
Yep, let's
the
get
Broom
our
only's got
spotter
one
on
damage.
that.
Oh, he's
There we
got
go.
it. Yeah, Kurt's on top of things. Kurt seems like the most on the nose player I've seen in so far playing Lorcana.
Yeah.
And I think that comes from just a long history of playing other card games. I know for a fact he was great on the SCG Tour back in the 2010s, and his crispness and he's just very astute.
And this is a good amount of pressure from Kurt, I think. You're not about to get extremely punished once your opponent does find the Be Prepared, but you're still putting out enough pressure that they need to, Andrew's going to spend his whole turn here trying to find that Be Prepared. Oof.
Cauldrons, huh? Alright, I think he found the Be Prepared, though. I think it was Maui and a Be Prepared, and he put the Maui on bottom. So, we're going to quest for a bunch. Man, you have to be so happy if you're Kurt in this spot, but, you just quest and pass, right? You just can't really do much of anything else. Maybe you play a couple BR Gas, you look at the top few, but, quest for 5, go. Force them to sweep, I don't know. Other than that, it's got to be Maui plus. And Maui plus is a pretty good spot to be.
Carefree Surfer, pretty good here. That'll insulate you against Maleficent or Dragonfire or even Elsa that might be able to, slow down the questing long enough for Andrew to find to Be Prepared. Plus, you get 2 cards out of it. Pretty good deal.
It's like Kurt's hand is just so juiced. He's fine just playing a BR Guest. Doesn't want to deploy another threat. Finds a Simba. Put that on. Put that in the hand. Put the 3 on the bottom, and now we can quest for 5.
Now we saw that Whole New World go to the bottom just then. I wonder if we'll start seeing an interesting spot with the Whole New World against these Cauldron decks. If your opponent is leaving their best cards on top turn after turn, your Whole New Worlds get just a little bit dicier.
Mm-hmm.
And that looked like it was a Maui that was left on top last turn.
Okay, I was wrong.
We don't actually have the Be Prepared for Andrew.
Okay, but Maui can come down and eat the Tinkerbell, but that still leaves 5, so I wonder if we have any outs here. And I think that Wetzler spent so much time digging with Ursula's Cauldron, now is just dead.
Top Table Gaming are playing 2 copies of Befuddle, but here we go.
All right, game number 1 goes to Kurt Spies with Amber Stitch Blitz. And, that's kind of what I expected. I am a big fan of Amber Steel. It's been the majority of the games I've played on Pixelborn, and it's the majority of the things I think about in Lorcana, because drawing 7s with Whole New World and Stitch Rockstar going absolutely ballistic. means that like you just get into a lot of spots where someone trying to attrition you is just not going to be able to do it, which I think gives you a significant advantage against like every mid-range deck in the format.
Mm,
And I think Whole New World and Rockstar are basically the only ways to punch through the wall of interaction that the Ruby Amethyst control decks have.
right.
All right, as our players are shuffling up here for game number 2. Okay, and it looks like we have a result on our backup match. Matthew Campo is up a game, and Matthew is on the Ruby Amethyst control deck.
Right.
So we have Ruby Amethyst versus Amber Steel in both matchups, but splitting differently in game number 1. Now, as these players shuffle up here for game number 2, I'd like to take a moment and say thank you to our sponsors for the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational. Cards and Castles 2, a free-to-play Steam game, is honestly a great experience. If you're into the tactics, advanced, Final Fantasy genre from well over a decade ago,
And I
that
am.
that combined with a card battler and a nice resource system makes for a very fun game. It's free to play. You can check it out on Steam, and we'll post a link in the Twitch chat for you to check it out. And we even have a coupon code to give you 5 free booster packs. Just coupon code Apex Gaming.
Ooh.
Yeah, Apex Gaming, one word. These players are mulliganing here. I'd like to thank Ultimate Guard for giving us support here for the Invitational. Their products such as the Katana sleeves and the Archive deck box are at the top of their market. If you got a cube or a bunch of Commander decks, make sure to check out that Archive deck box. Check your local game stores, and if they don't have any Ultimate Guard products, ask them why. And then lastly, thank you so much to TCG Player, our flagship sponsor for this event. They are your one-stop shop for all things trading card game related when it comes to singles. They're the marketplace. Your local game store likely selling their cards on TCG Player. So go to check out TCG Player for Lorcana singles, as well as Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, and others. Big shout out to them for taking up the reins and being our flagship sponsor for the Lorcana Invitational this weekend. Our game number 2 is underway, so let's head on down to the match. No turn 1 play from Andrew Wetzler. That's fairly common out of Ruby Amethyst. No, not many goons these days, not many 1-mana 2/2s, and we have a new dog from Kurt Spies, though.
Right. And Top Table Gaming, 2 copies of Archimedes. That's all for 1-drops.
All right, here's a tester for you. Do you know the flavor text on New Dog? That's
He's
a dog?
That's he used to be a collie.
He used to be a collie, then he got run over.
Yeah.
All right, we have Simba. No turn 2 play from Wetzler. To me, that signifies either just a very slow draw or potentially Rafiki or some other powerful 3. I would be very wary to quest here because Rafiki is so brutal.
Right. I'm looking more at these deck lists. Maybe the reason there was no 2-drop there from Andrew is this team is only playing 2 copies of Gaston, which is usually the premier 2-drop for Ruby Amethyst.
Mhm.
But they're not the hugest fans apparently.
Maybe he just has a very lukewarm draw, needs to play the early things as ink because the top end is not inkable. We see the
True.
Rafiki, we see Friends on the Other Side. That Gaston, got played over this Friends on the Other Side as an ink, and that thing could have been, protecting us. But if Kurt's not going to quest anyway, what's the point?
Right. Kurt not giving Andrew the opportunity for efficient early turns. Kind of wants to develop a board for a presence and then just kind of all of a sudden start turning things sideways. But that can get you in trouble if your opponent has the be prepared at the right time. If you haven't built up much early lore, it can put Ruby Amethyst right where they want to be.
All right. Wetzler going to play Maleficent Sorceress, a powerful 3-drop there that would have been nice in the face of these characters, instead choosing to play Friends on the Other Side. I like doing that in reverse, personally.
Yeah, I was talking to Cameron, one of our other competitors. One of the rounds she lost was to the mirror against, I'm guessing, either Matt or Andrew. And she said on turns 3, 4, and 5, her opponent just hardcast Friends on the Other Side. Just paid 3 ink, paid 3 ink, paid 3 ink, and it was an insurmountable advantage.
Dang. You hate to see it. We play an aerial. We spectacularly sing, and we musical debut and look for and find. Grab your sword. And now we're going to go questing. We're leaving the Stitch New Dog ready so that it doesn't get challenged by Rafiki. And because of that, we're able to unlock Stitch Rockstar next turn with an Inkable. Hand is 2 copies of Grab Your Sword and a Simba, as well as that Stitch Rockstar. And we'll see if Andrew has the answer next turn, and if Kurt even goes for it. Alright, Aladdin comes down and drains 1.
Yeah, this is, I think Kurt is in a pretty good position, but I think I would have been pretty happy to start questing with this new dog. The missed quests kind of start to add up, especially if you're building a board that should be able to use lore to pressure your opponent. But Kurt is really valuing having the ability to shift a rock star at some point in this game.
Alright, so Kurt, a lot of decisions here, but the long and short of it is he can play Ariel and look for an Inkable, or he can ink Simba and play a Rockstar. And it looks like we're going to go for an Ariel. And we can sing Grab Your Sword just to kill the Aladdin if we so choose. I don't hate it because the big shift on Heroic Outlaw is pretty scary.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, does ink the Cub.
Plus, you got those extra Grab Your Swords anyway.
Right, so we're going to kill this 2-2. And now we're going to go swanging. How many do you swang with? Just the Simbas again? Or
everything.
I think
all
it's everything, because I believe Maui's got to go after the Aerials. But maybe not, because there's 2 of them, it's tough.
Yeah, you already have a high value target exerted. Might as well get the Stitch in there too. Even, if Rafiki comes in and takes down either of these characters, you're pretty happy with that. That's all of Andrew's turn, essentially.
Alright, I see a lot of non-inkables in Wetzler's hand. Gonna have to ink the Heroic Outlaw. Now that Aladdin's gone, that seems reasonable. And here's Maui. It's got Rush. Do you hit the Aerial or do you hit the Stitch? And I think with how Kurt's been playing, hitting the Stitch makes sense. If he had thought through his turns a little bit better, or maybe quested earlier with it one time and changed Wetzler's play, maybe would have disguised the fact that he had the Rockstar, but I'm not sure it matters too much.
Yeah, and really what Kurt did in those first couple turns with the Stitch New Dog, he didn't give Andrew great targets for a Rafiki, which he kind of manipulated Andrew into losing a lot of tempo. Those turns spent playing Friends on the Other Side and Aladdin were pretty easily, Kurt pulled ahead on those turns because the cards Andrew played were pretty anemic in terms of tempo.
Yeah, but he chose not to quest a few times, and he chose to play a bunch of characters that only quest for 1, and so he's putting himself in a position where he's just not got a whole lot of lore, and his opponent can just play another Maui this turn and eat half your board, and then it's 2 Mauis versus 3 Simbas and 5 ink.
Mm-hmm.
That seems pretty bad.
Yeah, Andrew's hand has a lot of the tools he's looking for. These Mauis are going to just keep chewing on the board, down to just some Simbas that are maybe going to end up trading wholesale for these Mauis at some point.
Alright, we find another uninkable. That's Grab Your Sword again.
Okay.
Now we can play Grab Your Sword and then kill a Maui, deal 2 to Maui, and then quest for 3. And then if the Maui attacks, it has to trade. That's fine, and it has to attack because of Reckless.
Right. And this is exactly what we were talking about before, right? Questing because your opponent has to challenge. Now, Reckless kind of makes that a cut and dry puzzle, right?
Mm. All right, well, we're over the hump, the 10 lore hump, and we're at 11, and now we're going to try to burn our opponent out for the next 3 turns, 3 or 4 turns, and Wetzler's job is going to be containment. We're going to start with an Aladdin Street Rat. It's going to reduce 1 lore from Kurt. And then Maui and Rafiki are going to come down. We're going to chew up 2 of the Simbas. And we got a damage on that Rafiki. I'm going to go back Kurt's way and see if he can draw something to get this Rockstar on the table.
Yeah, Kurt kind of played carefully in those early turns. Denied Andrew some Rafiki targets, but was not really left with a lot when all the dust settled.
Yeah. Draws another uninkable. This is the Hook Thinking Happy Thoughts. We saw this one on camera earlier, and it's a great challenger and hard to challenge itself. Any 3-cost characters can't challenge it. It's got pseudo-evasive. It's basically got protection from kids, right? Because that's Captain Hook's whole thing. 1, 2, and 3 Lost Boys just can't get in there.
That's true.
Yeah,
Uh, you know what it doesn't have protection from? Grown-up heroic outlaws.
that's true.
And it also doesn't have very much lore.
Bang. Well, Dragonfire on that. If you're Kurt, you got to think that's pretty good. I'm pretty happy about that.
You know,
'Cause-
that never happened in the movie, right? Captain Hook never had to go up against the dragon.
all right, so here is Simba, which we can ink to play the Stitch Rockstar, or is that a? Oh, okay. Excuse me. That's Rapunzel, but still, we're gonna ink that and play Rockstar and cross our fingers. Hopefully, Andrew doesn't do anything too
Hope
bad.
against hope.
Doesn't have it. He's keeping it close to the vest. I see 2 Be Prepares, maybe 3 in hand.
It's really hard to not be comfortable with just firing off a be prepared here if you're in Andrew's seat.
Yeah.
You have extras. Your opponent has absolutely nothing going on.
Yeah, because if he wheels, it's like you lose, I think.
Oh, for sure.
All right, what do you do here? Do you just fire it off? I think so. Bang. All right. Here we go, Kurt. What you got?
Slam the top of the deck.
So be our guests. Yeah, we're going to
Be
look at
our
the top 4.
guest.
Ariel is ideal with the current ability to cast things. Almost missed. Finds
Wow.
a new dog.
And that's 2 whole new worlds on the bottom. And that was kind of what Kurt was looking for, right?
Right. Needed some big burst of resources to get back in. Kurt here probably going to go ahead and play the new dog. Decides to hold it. Interesting.
Wow.
Perhaps values it later as some leverage and doesn't want to expose it into another sweeper effect or some sort of targeted removal.
I think Kurt's just thinking about his outs and deciding that Stitch New Dog doesn't really play into that, in play at least. It could involve, playing out the new dog and immediately shifting, or eventually drawing a rock star and getting to draw a card with this new dog, but a single 2/2 was not in Kurt's game plan.
So in Magic, there were decks and situations very similar to this that I've encountered over time where your goal at some point is to force your opponent to play a sweeper effect on one large character.
Right.
And Kurt not playing that Stitch New Dog meant that him able to draw this 6-cost Tinkerbell is able to start questing for 2 might warrant that sweeper by its lonesome.
Yeah, but now once you start questing with the Tinkerbell, the amount of removal spells goes up significantly for Andrew because now Maui is an option. So that's why Kurt might be considering playing out the Simba. And another benefit of playing out characters is you kind of have to develop a bit of a board presence in order for Stitch Carefree Surfer to become a good draw. But that's pretty difficult to do at this stage of the game against Ruby Amethyst.
All right, big draw for Andrew. Finds Ursula, I believe, so can play that and then punish Kurt a little bit. Oh no, it was a befuddle. Oh no, I was right. Okay, so drew the Ursula, but decided not to play it. We're gonna go for Be Our Guest, top 4. Finds Carefree Surfer. So I guarantee you we're about to play out these 2 little characters, and then hopefully next turn we get to play Carefree Surfer, and Wetzler might have incentive here to just blow these up since he has a 3rd Be Prepared in hand.
Yeah, it's hard to let these live when you know about the Carefree Surfer. This is where the point where Ruby Amethyst really wants to be slamming Maleficent Monstrous Dragons, but Andrew hasn't found any of those, or Magic Mirror for that matter. So not a whole lot of card advantage.
All right, we're gonna draw a card and drain a lore. Kurt down to 11.
Pongo.
Bungle. So we can.
And that is a befuddle. This is actually a really interesting spot for a befuddle. It's gonna turn off this Carefree Surfer if Andrew decides. There we go.
Nice. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and bounce the Simba, and that turns Carefree Surfer off. What it does do is it allows it to potentially be ink.
Yeah, but at this point, what does it matter if the Carefree Surfer is not drawing cards? You're just set way back.
You're definitely just set back no matter what happens.
Yes.
Just trying to figure out Kurt's best line back in, and we're going to just play 3 characters, and if I'm Wetzler, I'm chomping at the bit to sing this Be Prepared and then play another Ursula.
Absolutely.
Is it actually, sorry, it's not, I always say chomping at the bit, and I learned like a decade ago it was champing at the bit.
Yeah.
And that makes me want to be mad at someone from the 1600s, you know?
This
All
is
right.
this is my favorite sequence from Ruby Amethyst, though. Like
Yes.
this is
Sing
the
with
reason
Ursula,
I
play
want to play
another
the deck.
Ursula.
Sing with anything and then be the first on the board is
Mhm.
absolutely brutal.
All right. Well, Ursula does come down after singing the Be Prepared, cleans up those three characters, and now we're going to go back. Kurt's way plays Giant Fairy, deals the damage to Ursula.
Oh no,
Yeah.
one damage.
That thing's got 8 willpower. Let's get Ursula on the
Ursula
screen.
power hungry.
She is one of the primary finishers in this Ruby Amethyst control deck, and it often goes as the unsung hero, but here is Maleficent Monstrous Dragon. That's going to chew up the Tinkerbell, and we're going to quest for 3. Up to 7 is Andrew Wetzler. Let's see if he can take this game. That Stitch Carefree Surfer shrinking in his hand finds a whole new world. I guess you just
Wow.
play it.
Yeah.
I guess you just play it and pray. Things are going very
Two
poorly.
more Elsas.
7 fresh. Only 2 ink at the ready.
This is, it's kind of what you have to do if you're in Kurt's position, but it really still doesn't quite feel like a winning play, right?
Right.
Against the cards Ruby Amethyst has at their disposal. And that was, is that the fourth beat? No, that's a Gaston.
All right. Andrew, Grip of 8. We have Rafiki that's not able to challenge stuff. We have a Monstrous Dragon that can just eat the hook if he wants. We're going to quest for 5, no matter what, probably. See what else we want to deploy.
I think what we're looking for Andrew is, if at all possible, to start brooming back these Be Prepareds because
What game do you think we're playing right now? We're not playing deck myself game. He's gonna play a 9-drop dragon, kill the Captain Hook, and quest for 5 and threaten lethal next turn.
I don't know. Maybe we're not desperate to find a broom, but we've gone through 3, maybe 4 Be Prepareds, and if Kurt has any way back in this game, it's gonna be fully reloading the board after that a whole new world. Look, I don't think Kurt has a great chance, but if there's any chance, it's that one. Andrew.
Oh,
look,
no, I don't know. I'm not saying Kurt doesn't have chances. I'm just saying that, well, Wetzler is not looking for brooms. Wetzler does not care about brooms. That's what I'm saying.
He's looking for Be Prepareds.
No, he's not. He's winning. He's winning on the board. He's very
The
close
only
to
way
winning
he's
next
losing.
turn.
Regardless, this is.
Okay.
Look, we're
You're doing
almost in
Galaxy
garbage.
Brain.
We're almost in garbage time. We're kind of
Okay.
doing garbage talk. This
Did you
this game
just call my jokes garbage talk?
that was a we statement. All right, here we go.
All right. Game number 2 goes in the favor of Andrew Wetzler's Ruby Amethyst control deck. It's 1-1. We got the deciding game coming up here in just a moment. Now, as these players are shuffling up here for game number 3, perhaps the last game of the event, depending on how the backup match goes, how do you feel about tomorrow?
I'm very excited. I think that in a field of only 2 Ruby Amethysts, I am. I'm putting placing a lot of bets on those Ruby Amethyst players. To be honest, I think a lot of players, even at the top level, people are kind of reticent to play the best deck if they think they can find another strategy. But I don't have the most faith in those other strategies against Ruby Amethyst.
All right, chat. I need a chat vote. This is mob rule. Should I go tell oh my god, Andrew that he's not allowed to pile shuffle? I have that power. I can do that right now. I can kill this culture in Lorcana right now. What should I do, chat? You tell me. All right, we're going to be shuffling up here for game number 3, and these players are playing for a qualification to tomorrow's main event. That's the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational, sponsored by TCGplayer.com. Also, shout out to our other sponsors, Cards and Castles 2, as well as Ultimate Guard. We are very excited to be working with all of these companies to bring you the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational that will be starting tomorrow at 11 a.m. bright and early, and we're going to watch the former world champion of Magic the Gathering, Nathan Stoyer, play round number 1. I don't know who his opponent is yet. We're going to do it random tomorrow, but that's who we're watching round 1.
Great.
All right, players are resolving mulligans.
I'm really interested to see how Kurt handles this mulligan. Uh, we saw in game one the way he was able to pull that out was with, close to the perfect start with Stitch New Dog and Lantern and a rock star, plenty of rock stars in fact, and that's kind of what propelled him to be able to threaten a threaten his opponent even before Be Prepared could come down.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, only threw back 3 cards, usually a pretty good number in my opinion. You don't want to over mulligan. That's a trap a lot of the time, right? You can find yourself without ink in your hand. So Kurt has thrown back the 3 worst cards, trying to construct the perfect opener, and we are off to the races.
All right, game 3. Here it goes. Turn 1, Captain Hook, Forceful Duelist. Not obviously the strongest card here in this matchup, but it's a 1-drop. It quests, and it's not under any pressure because there are no goons in Andrew Wetzler's hand. All right, we have turn 1 play from Kurt, but no turn 1 play from Andrew, and we're off to the races. Let's see how much damage we can do before Andrew's able to set up some defenses.
We have a Lantern, and we've drawn another Captain Hook. That one looks like is destined for the Inkwell.
Yeah, looks like instead of the Lantern, we're going to play the Simba Bodyguard instead. That's going to give us some protection for that hook later on against Rafiki or some such. Or a turn 2 Broom, perhaps. Maybe a LeFou.
Right, this is a great way to... You kind of want to get out on the ground ahead of those 2-drops. That's what being on the play allows you to do, is so many of Andrew's answers are going to line up so much worse against this Simba, with Kurt being able to develop so quickly.
Okay, Befuddle. We're going to go ahead and bounce a Simba. That is a huge tempo play, and it's going to slow Kurt down quite a bit. We'll see what he wants to do. He can go Be Our Guest as Ink. He can play Lantern and then replay the Simba. I like that as the sequence, but it does, if he plays it Exerted as Bodyguard, then Wetzler will get to eat it with Rafiki if he has it in hand. So it's got to be running through Kurt's mind right now.
And I wouldn't be surprised if the reason Kurt held those 2 Be Our Guests on the previous turn was in hopes of singing them on consecutive turns with Simba Protective Cub. But at this point, getting bounced with Befuddle, that's going to take a little while. So
Ink at least one of them.
At least, yeah. One of them.
All right, we're going to go back Andrew's way. Let's see if he has the Rafiki, Mysterious Sage, the most powerful 3-drop against Simba in the game printed thus far. There's nothing like it. You're sweating it. If you're a Simba Bodyguard stan, you know exactly how it feels to have that thing eaten by the 3/3 with Rush. I don't see it. I see a draw 2, and Kurt's got to be breathing a sigh of relief.
Yeah, Andrew has spent 3 ink on Friends on the Other Side a couple times now, and I think in game 1 that set him pretty far behind.
All right, we can play Rapunzel here, but it doesn't do a lot. It's one of my problems with Rapunzel in these decks that have, we already have a very low willpower with these characters for Stitch Rockstar. And against the Ruby Amethyst deck, they are excellent at clearing things and not allowing you to challenge them back. So characters almost never have random damage on them. So Rapunzel is rather weak when it's normally one of the best cards in the game because of how natural combat is in the game.
And I think that might be that's part of the reason Stitch Carefree Surfer has kind of risen to prominence, is because when one of your card advantage engines is ineffective against the control deck, you kind of have to just add some more in that are good against control.
Right. I was running Hades Lore of the Underworld for quite some time, but the high amount of uninkables was rather troublesome sometimes. The way I found around it was to just trim back on some of the 5-drop songs. And that's probably what I'll be doing in the future if I find Rapunzel to be less than ideal in this matchup and Ruby Amethyst becomes the default, everywhere deck.
Yeah. And looking at deck lists, actually, Kurt on full 8 copies of those songs you mentioned, only 3 copies of Rapunzel. So a bit of a nod to this matchup.
Yeah. All right, no significant play from Andrew. Just plays a Latin Street Rat that does threaten the Heroic Outlaw next turn with the big shift. We'll see if he has it and if Kurt wants to walk into it. Doesn't look like Kurt was able to pick up a trigger here for the Rockstar, so it's going to be vulnerable for a turn. He has access to be our guest, but needs to ink a Carefree Surfer to get there to be able to play it without singing. And I think 3 lore is worth, so I think I would just probably bench the Carefree Surfer, quest for 5, kill your 2/2 so you don't get beat by Heroic Outlaw, but you lose to Maui, so who knows? I guess you have Bodyguard Simba, so it's not quite that bad.
That's true. The Simba here makes grab your sword a pretty good play, I think. And Kurt really values the card draw
Yeah.
more than lore at this point of the game.
Yeah.
So he's holding onto this Carefree Surfer.
I mean, that's smart because one small character off the top with Rockstar lets you chain them off, and then usually you'll end up with like a 3 or 4 or 5 that's kind of mid, and you just play it as ink, and then next turn you Carefree Surfer and draw 2, hopefully. So I can see the way he's envisioning the game going and why he did what he did. That
Oop.
cannot target that, so we will be zapping the Simba. Bye. Bye. And now we can actually challenge with Hook and trade up. I don't know how worth it is, but it seems worth.
Yeah, very.
Ooh, we found a baby. Gotta love me. We found. Is that an aerial?
I think that's an aerial.
All right, let's find a Be Our Guest and ink it. Or
Yeah,
find a whole new world.
We have already seen 2 Be Our Guest. So that would be nice. A Whole New World really does look good here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Kurt kind of roll the dice on that.
You know, he's thinking about inking the aerial so that he can potentially draw any inkable next turn and play the Carefree Surfer.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that he's thinking about that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that the aerial is just too potentially strong to throw. And well, we miss on the song, but that's okay. You know, if we have the option now to draw Whole New World and still do some really ridiculous stuff. It looks relatively safe to trade Hook for the Maui and then maybe not even quest for 3, so that you're not vulnerable to another Maui.
Yeah, it's tricky not having any more protection against Maui because you really want to be threatening lore at this point in the game, especially without much going on in hand. But a Maui would be just such a clean answer to this Rockstar, and keeping Rockstar in play leaves so many of your top decks live.
Okay, Wetzler draws for turn, finds Be Prepared. Might want to save that for next turn, but afraid of what the aerial can do. We've had one card kind of rotting in hand for a while as Kurt spies, and you have to think, oh, maybe that's I guess Stitch Rockstar probably would have sang it, so maybe not. But we're gonna go for a Dragonfire on the Rockstar. That's a clean answer. Oh, we found another one. But do we hardcast it or do we shift?
Yeah, Kurt. The decisions Kurt makes here are kind of going to be pivotal, right?
Right.
There's you're not threatening your opponent enough to induce a Be Prepared. But as soon as you play out that Stitch, you feel very behind to a Be Prepared. So Kurt kind of between a rock and a hard place here.
Just says go. And I think that's fine. You know, if he shifts quest for 3, he's going to lose to the Maui. If he shifts and doesn't quest, he's going to lose to another Dragonfire or just a Be Prepared. If he inks the Carefree Surfer and plays Rockstar, he's losing to the Be Prepared. Yeah. Sounds like he's just losing to Be Prepared.
You know, he's not alone.
Probably the best Ruby card is Be Prepared. It's unique. It's a
Absolutely.
sweeper. It's real nice. All right. Well, we found a Simba Cub. We can ink that and just hard cast Rockstar, or we can shift Rockstar and play Cub and draw. I kind of like shift, play Cub, draw. And Kurt does too. There we go.
Ooh. Holding on to a Whole New World. We have a game plan.
Okay. Well, we can sing it right now.
Nope. We just played that Stitch, I believe.
It
Or did we?
No, the aerial died.
No, I guess not.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to ink the Simba. Do we go ahead and play it for singing? Looks like that's what we're going to do. Here it is, Whole New World. We're going to discard 4 as Andrew Wetzler, including multiple Ursulas and Be Prepared. And we're going to draw 7 as Kurt Spies, and we'll see what else he can do. He's already played an ink, so he can just play a 1-drop He's got another Simba, and he can play that and draw a card and loot.
And we're now at the point we see at least one Carefree Surfer in Kurt's hand. It's getting good at this point. We have enough ink that we're pretty soon going to be able to deploy maybe an extra character to turn on the Carefree Surfer, and then they become potent threats that are really only weak to half of Ruby Amethyst's removal spells.
All right, play ink number 7. Do we have the Be Prepared? Do we even need it? We're just going to trade with a Rockstar, and now what do we got? Maybe we can deploy this Ursula and take a lore, and now it's Ursula versus 2 Simba, baby Simbas. That doesn't seem so bad.
We also have the option of, actually, I don't know if we've played an ink this turn. Brave Little Tailor. These Simbas, once the Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailors start coming down, if Kurt doesn't get down enough threats in time, they can really start going to work without too much threat of racing from Kurt. Just a Carefree Surfer. I think that's what we might see this game.
All right, so Kurt's got a grip full. We'll see what he wants to do. He can quest for 2. That leaves him vulnerable to the Ursula. But at this point, I think everything's fodder. Everything's cannon fodder.
Yes.
Time to burn. We'll see if Andrew can prevent, and I think his deck does a great job of doing that with Heroic Outlaw and Sweepers, Ursula, Baby Aladdin. All these things can protect his opponent's lore total from getting out of control. And ink a Goofy Daredevil. We have 8. We can play a BLT. We can maybe sing a Be Prepared and then play a BLT. Do we have a Be Prepared in hand? We don't.
No Be Prepared. A bunch of threats, though.
All right, well, we're off to the races here. I think we're just going to start questing. +3. Yes.
I am happy with this if I'm Andrew.
I'm happy with this if I'm Kurt.
Really?
So here's the thing. Brave Little Tailor, it's big, but it's not 8 strength big. And so your Carefree Surfer is going off. But if my opponent is playing giant characters that are questers and not things that challenge my stuff very well, I'm relatively happy about that. Now, with that said, Wetzler is likely going to quest for 7 next turn and play another Brave Little Tailor, which threatens lethal, and it'll force Kurt to have some interaction. And that does put him in a bad spot. But I don't know. I'm pretty happy if my opponent just plays a big character that has evasive and they're at 3 lore.
Yeah, I think Andrew's board is pretty beefy. It's going to get beefier next turn with another Brave Little Tailor. But Kurt does have the resources in Tinkerbell, Giant Fairy, plural, and Grab Your Sword, plural, to actually start taking down these characters from Andrew over the next couple turns. So I think I like Andrew's game plan if I'm in his seat, but Kurt is going to have the tools to be able to deal with them pretty efficiently. And might even start with a Tiny Tactician to set up some shifts on a following turn for an even more explosive turn.
Alright, there's one Tiny Tactician. Can I see your graveyard?
1, Be Prepared.
Yep. Yep. Couple Maui's, Dragonfire are relevant. Targeted interaction. Now we have a bunch of stuff going on. Kurt did play the wheel last turn, a whole new world, and now he's got to figure out how to navigate this whole new world because he's got so many options. This is game number 3. The winner of this game will be playing in the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational tomorrow. We do have a backup match that is playing, and the winner of that will also qualify for the Invitational tomorrow. And we'll get that winner for deck lists and things posted later tonight if possible.
Yeah, looking at the metagame for tomorrow, we saw this Amber Sapphire deck from the team of Harlan, Mason, and Brennan. Several players today were playing Amber Sapphire. We saw them on camera, and we didn't see any make it into the top 4.
Mm-hmm.
So, hopefully the twists, the innovations that team has brought to the Invitational are able to push that list over the edge. Because if not, they might have some trouble against these more established decks in Amber Steel and Ruby Amethyst.
All right. Taps 2. We can play this bodyguard, maybe quest some. I guess we can quest. So we don't have a Rockstar, so we don't get to draw a card.
I think we put a couple rock stars on the bottom with that aerial, in fact.
Sad day, but
yeah.
not like we're running out of stuff to do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Quest up to 11. The heat is on. Andrew Wetzler, what you got? We can quest for 7. If we play another BLT, then Kurt has to answer one of the characters or else he's dead. If we have Be Prepared, we can maybe quest a bunch, sing a bunch, Be Prepared, play a Brave Little Tailor, and threaten to win that away.
And if you're in Andrew's seat right now, you, especially with Kurt having so many cards in hand, you have to be worried about the top of his range, which in this case means a shifted Tinkerbell plus 1 or 2 Grab Your Sword. Which Kurt does actually have access to. So Andrew needs to find a way to navigate that using the board state he's built, which is pretty threat reliant. And we'll see if he has the tools. Inking a Street Rat.
Riff-raff, Street Rat. He's got a sword! We all have swords!
I would make a monkey noise right now, but I'm not a very good... Oh, there you go. I don't know if that's exactly how Abu sounds, but... That was it. That's Abu!
He's right here with me in the studio. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, we quest for a bunch, and then we deploy. Brave Little Tailor? Question mark? All right. Here's an Ursula instead. We're going to draw a card and take a lore from you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not quite enough on either side to win. Not enough on Kurt's side to win next turn. Even without the Ursula Drain 1. Oh, actually, I take it back. I think with 11 it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess we were 1 short with a shifted Stitch, actually. Okay.
And Andrew has exactly enough to win. So Kurt's going to have to
You have to kill
play some
something.
answers.
You got to kill one thing at least.
I think on the bottom there, Kurt has lined up 8 strength worth of characters.
Yeah.
If we want to send him into the meat grinder.
Who won? Was that the Ruby Amethyst
Yes.
player? All right. So we have at least one Ruby Amethyst control player into the Invitational. That's Matthew Campo, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Matthew plays on the Apex series a decent amount. He's quite good as well. So it's no surprise to me to see him taken down.
Get out the dice.
Get out the dice. All right, sing and grab your sword, deal 2 to everything. We're going to see if we can chop these creatures down. The Mickey Mouse has evasive, so we can't directly challenge it, but we can directly challenge the Ursula, and we'll have to figure out the best way to do it. We're going to send 2 at it, and it doesn't even have enough strength to kill the Simba. It's so small. Tinkerbell going to chew it up, knock off the Brave Little Tailor with the 2 damage. That Ursula is ready, so it can't be challenged. And now we're going to follow that up with, looks like Rapunzel, and draw 2 cards, taking either 2 off the Simba or the Tinkerbell.
Now, in Kurt's seat, you're really wondering, has my opponent been, skipping Be Prepared because they don't have it, or because they're getting greedy and trying to bait me into overextending?
Yeah.
And
well,
Kurt's going to get paid off here, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's still got freaking 6 cards in hand or whatever, and another whole new world, so even if my opponent has a Be Prepared, I say, bring it.
Yeah.
Quest 4/4 up to 14, threatening lethal next turn. Let's see if Wetzler has the answer. If not, Kurt is going to punch his ticket to the Invitational. I see a Maleficent Monstrous Dragon. That's not enough. I see an Aladdin with no rush. That's not enough. There is no Be Prepared from Wetzler. This might be all she wrote. We start with Friends on the Other Side. We draw 2. Maleficent's Monstrous Dragon. Friends on the
Oh,
other
we
side.
can draw 2 more.
We can draw 2 more, and we can sing it with Ursula. There it is! The
Boom!
Be Prepared off the top of the deck, and Wetzler finds the answer. Let's see if he sings it and has something to protect after.
Now, as thick as you are, pay attention. My words are a matter of pride.
Keep going.
That's how the song starts. I don't know.
Be prepared!
I think you skipped a couple lines.
I don't know this song that well. I recently watched Aladdin for the first time since I was like 6 years old, and it hits different. It hits a little different now.
Yeah.
As an adult. Aladdin, Street Rat comes down, steals the lore from Kurt, and resets after the Be Prepared. And now we're gonna go back Kurt's way, and we're gonna see what he's got.
Speaking of, I think my favorite Aladdin character might be, a bit of an underdog. Everyone loves Genie. I love Iago.
No, that's the late, great. Oh man, I used to watch him. He was a comedian.
Gilbert Gottfried?
Gilbert Godfrey. He was wonderful in the '90s as a comedian and actor. And well, we can't use that lantern to play a lantern, but I'm just
The
gonna
ink
let it
works
go.
out. The ink works
Yeah,
out
I'm
the
just
same
gonna
way.
let it go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it works. Okay, here's some dorks. Wheel it.
Ooh, this is really nice.
That's all the threats. All the threats are gone now
No.
for Wetzler.
It's not all the threats.
It's enough of the threats. I'm exacerbating.
But
I'm creating.
This build has so many threats, Todd.
full
They came
BLTs.
prepared for these wheels.
Be prepared.
Exactly. All right, and I think there's another Be Prepared in Andrew's hand. So a couple turns down the line, once Kurt is threatened enough, Andrew is gonna be, prepared. But in the meantime, looks like some Maleficents to play out, cycle through. Oh look, some more threats. And I wonder if we're gonna be getting close to deck counting.
Oh man, that happens a little too much for my taste in this game.
Yeah.
The deck counting. It's hard to kill people sometimes in this game. What? Okay, here's another idea. What if you only had to get 15 lore?
Wow, that's pretty dramatic.
Yeah, but 20 is really freaking hard sometimes, man. Like really hard.
Well, do we want control to be at least a little viable?
What? They only have to quest 4 times to win or whatever.
That's true.
I don't know. We'll see. I think we are living in an underpowered world. I think, and
Sure.
some of the cards I've played with and seen from Chapter 2, specifically Zero to Hero, I'm extremely excited about that card, and I don't know very many other people who are. What's Twitch chat saying?
Terra likes your idea.
All right. Yes. Well, he is Mr. 8-1
Yeah.
drops the quest for 2. Of course, he wants to reduce the
This
lore.
just in: aggro player, a fan of free lava axe.
Oh man. All right. So
More
Wetzel-
graveyard checking.
Wetzel here freezes both opposing characters with the old Spirit of Winter. And now we're gonna play a Gaston and Archimedes in quest for 1 because attacking the Simba looks mid. Back Kurt's way.
Yeah, because this is what we in the business call the setup. Andrew is trying to line things up so that he can start challenging with Aladdin Heroic Outlaw and really swing the race in his favor. But another grab your sword in Kurt's hand might make that difficult. There it is.
Okie dokie. So, character is frozen. Can't quest. Elsa, quest for 3. Kind of scary. No way to get it off the table this turn. Mike can deploy some stuff to get it off the table next turn.
Mm-hmm. And kind of a lot of small characters other than this Carefree Surfer. If Kurt is less scared of Heroic Outlaw, because we did see at least 2 of those discarded, this might be a good turn to get down that Carefree Surfer. But if you're feeling threatened, you kind of have to get down to grab your sword. I like this sequencing. Kurt knows he can plan out his entire turn once he wants to, and the best way to do that is to start by this by playing the Simba, But in order to play a Simba in this spot, you kind of have to determine that you're going to have one free ink.
Right.
So Kurt had to go through all his options and decide, yes, the Simba is playable this turn.
All right, look in the top four with Be Our Guest. Finds Ariel. Gonna think about it again. Could go for the 5-cost hook. Thinking happy thoughts.
Hmm. Ariel is a pretty good play this turn, but looks like Kurt is interested in getting more pressure down.
Yeah, LeFaux quest for 2, which is nice.
You were talking about being in an underpowered world, and that's something I've been thinking about as we see these new cards. Is what's Lorcana going to look like when we have a full 8 sets?
Yeah.
We don't have formats right now, but if Lorcana had standard like Magic, it might be 2 years worth, which is 8 sets. And I think once we get to that point, decks are just going to be kind of absurd
Yes.
from
Compared
compared
to
to
what
how
they
they
are
look now.
Yeah.
Where you're playing cards like LeFou that say your Gaston's cost 1 less. Despite
Yeah,
just because you don't
next
have
step
better
is
options.
next step is like 2-cost O3s, the quest for 3 with no abilities or stuff like that. Like the aggressive stuff's gonna get more aggressive, the control stuff's gonna get more controlling and cheaper, and that's just
And it's all gonna work with your archetype because you're gonna have 8 sets worth of aggressive 2-drops to choose from.
right.
You're gonna choose the best one for your strategy and not just the one that has the numbers you need.
All right, we play Grab Your Sword. It sweeps up all those small characters and puts 2 on the Elsa. Oh man, winning in. Let's go. Can it be not 2 ruby amethysts?
I love the graveyard checking in a game like Lorcana where players see so much of their decks, especially in these matchups. You basically see thoughts go through players' heads. Andrew's thinking, how many Grab Your Sword have you played? Let me see your graveyard. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. How many Aerial have you played? Let me see your graveyard. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle.
All right, back Wetzler's way. Remember, this is still a pretty foolish hand from a previously played Whole New World. Still has 5 in the grip. I see a Dragonfire. I see a couple Maleficent Sorceresses and a Broom. So, Andrew Wetzler, very unlikely to deck out. That is not true necessarily for Kurt Spies. And if Wetzler is able to contain this last onslaught of characters, Kurt might be on empty.
Right, you're even if you're playing a deck with all these brave little tailors, you're perfectly happy to let your opponent draw themselves out instead. And now, going through your own. How many befuddles do I have left?
Yeah.
Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Looks like 2 Maleficent Monstrous Dragons remaining in Andrew's deck. And Kurt's board, not that threatening, had to spend half of his ink just on a Grab Your Sword to kind of hold off Aladdin Heroic Outlaw.
Finds another Broom. We can go Broom, Broom, and then play another card draw effect. The problem is we're not really cleaning up Kurt's side of the field right now very well, no matter what we do. Deploying some more characters to the field seems fine. I really like shuffling in Elsa's, Ursula's, maybe even Be Prepared's. The big 6, 7, 8s. We're just at a point in the game where you just want to draw mono haymakers. Not Ursula's Cauldron. Oh, he's so ready to play Ursula's Cauldron. There it is. Get it down. Get down the useless piece of garbage.
Which Rafiki? Choose your fate.
Yeah. That's a perfect example of an Ursula's Cauldron activation. 2 Rafikis on top.
Yeah. Speaking of items, I just took another look at these deck lists. I hadn't noticed until now. Matt and Andrew are playing 0 copies of Magic Mirror in the Ruby Amethyst list.
You know what?
That's a statement.
Yeah. They just don't think they're going to play too many mirrors.
Yeah.
And they were right. I think they were the only 2 in the field playing the deck, and there's only 2 other people in the field playing the deck tomorrow.
Right.
So it could end up being a full quarter of the field if Andrew is able to win this game and match and become our 16th competitor for the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational starting tomorrow. This is our last chance qualifier. We are on the precipice of finding our last participant. Matthew Campo won our other semifinal match and cashed his ticket. We'll see if Kurt can do it or if Andrew's able to take him down.
And Andrew quested with Elsa there rather than taking down the Simba. I haven't kept count, but I think Kurt might be out of grab your swords, and Andrew would certainly know that, meaning he's pretty comfortable to flood the board here and over one maybe two turns threaten to win the game. It's going to take a lot of resources from Kurt to take down this board.
Well, the only thing we can take down is the Elsa, but we can challenge it with the shifted hook, and we can heal and draw 3 cards and keep the gas coming. Andrew can quest for 4 next turn, but it's not quite enough to get there. And Kurt here looks like he's in great position. We can quest for 1, 2, 3, 4, thanks to the LeFou questing for 2. Maybe play a couple more small characters. And then at that point, Wetzler basically just has to be prepared. I don't think any one card's going to do it. Maybe a pair of Maui can get him there. Maui plus Dragonfire. Oh, pardon us.
So we know what Andrew has access to. He has a Dragonfire in hand, and he has a Rafiki on top of his deck.